Red Bull gives you wings.
Hey, Law.
Yeah?
I need a bit of help with styling since I'm new here, and I was wondering if I could show you a couple of outfits.
Yeah, sure.
Amazing, thank you so much. I'll be right back. I'm a porro snack. Get it?
I don't know, man. No, not really.
I don't know, Law. It's hopeless.
No, it's gonna be fine. Here, let's have a break.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Back to the drawing board then, I guess.
There's a place where everything begins. From the first tutorial journey to challenging the worlds. A place where people connect and friends rise to become legends. There's a place where adventure awaits you.
Welcome.
To the legendary lobby.
Marriott Bonvoy. Unlock exclusive member rates and legendary benefits across over 30 hotel brands worldwide. Sign up today for free and claim your Masterwork chest and key.
Hey, shouldn't you be on stage right now?
Hey, you got a pick. Tom Kent?
What? I was not expecting this.
And a crazy off-meta pick that secured you the win. How did you come up with it?
I just listened to my gut.
If you had it all, would you look the fall in the eyes? Could you walk away this time? Will you realize, recognize it's never over? And the flame that once had died, awaken. Will you rise above the days to come? Will you be enough? Will you walk away this time? Look to your left, to your right, leave the pain behind. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. wash away what used to be. Will you make your stand? The world in your hands again. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Turn the page and make it right. Feel that rush, feel the ties. Can you feel it? Rip the pain, wash it away, and stand again. Away.
Welcome back to the LEC live from the Riot Games Arena in Berlin, Germany. I'm Dracos here, joined at the desk, and we're joined in the house by an incredible group of fans ahead of this series. Finn, Dagda, guys, this has been a short weekend so far, I'm not gonna lie. I would love to tell you it was epic. I'd love to say it was a clash of titans yesterday, but honestly, Fnatic just came out swinging.
Yeah, and it was good to see. Like, I haven't seen Fnatic look that good in a hot minute. Well, I suppose it's a bit unfair to them, but the fact that they were able to bounce back after the last time they lost to G2, it took them a couple of games to get their feet back underneath them. They looked fantastic, especially in that game 3.
Yeah, I mean, if anything, it's reassuring to the fans that Fnatic still can bounce back after a final like that, because BDS is not an easy opponent. BDS has come in and they've looked good throughout the entire year, and to be able to beat them so convincingly, I think it tells a lot about Fnatic's strength.
Definitely does, and I think those decisive moments, we talked about this in the game 1, right? Probably shouldn't be as many avenues as Fnatic were able to find with that buy from Razork, the confidence in his calls. And again, you highlighted it. This is something you want to see from a team who, yes, started the playoffs by beating G2 3-2 for the first time in a long time, but then that crushing 3-0 casts some doubt. And now, I don't know, I'm feeling a little bit more optimistic about Fnatic as we head forward.
Especially seeing Humanoid kind of back on form, right? I think when we look back at playoffs, he would have like the Lucian pick, but be a bit invisible on it. He looked fantastic on the Yone, and the fact that then the team was able to rally around him, playing in side lanes, you saw them like moving resources to try and help him, to get him into a position to carry. It looked like the Fnatic of old. And then Razork, that last Nidalee game, like, he deserved a pat on the back.
Yeah, not just Nidalee, also the vibe. Just finding these Q flashes on the black shield so the CC lock comes in, it was really good.
Yeah, and of course, Fnatic already into the upper final here. If G2 win today, it'll also lock Fnatic for Worlds. It'll put them both in top 3. So Fnatic, in this weird case, for this single day, pretty big G2 fans. G2, of course, going up against MDK today. And in general, one of the biggest things that I think we talked about in the pre-game yesterday that we did not get to see manifest in-game was the lack of Aurora. Very sad. All we want is someone to pick Aurora. Big
circles.
Bunny lady, big circles. Is it too much to ask, Finn? It's supposed to happen.
No, I had a whole presentation yesterday, but today I have hope. I have Caps, I have Broken Blade, I have Mirwin. I have 3 guys that I want to see play Aurora, and I'm looking forward to it.
I hope we're going to find it. But in the meantime, of course, there's a lot to talk about when it comes to this series. And to get a look at the G2 perspective and a more in-depth look at the summer finals, let's send it over to Goldberg, who is sitting down with Dylan Falco and Rodrigo in the Marriott Bonvoy pregame lobby.
And thank you very much, Dracos. I am joined here by Dylan and Rodrigo. Thank you so much for taking the time ahead of your series.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for having us.
Yeah. So ahead of your series today, I wanted to take a look at some of the clips we saw from the final. And the first clip I brought is an early game clip. And I'd love to get your analytical skills in a situation like this, because I'm sure you've voted this as well. I'm sure you've seen it live. What kind of clip are we looking at right here?
So I think this is a level 1 from one of our games, just the opening where I believe we're splitting the map for Ezreal lane. In this matchup in particular, Ezreal is actually very strong level 1, gets a lot of push, a lot of pressure. And especially with the Poppy counter pack, we kind of want to kind of enable Ezreal to be the pressure point of the map. And I think in this clip we go for I would say pretty optimistic dive.
Yeah.
For sure. Yeah.
But I think this is a case where probably our overall game plan is okay. But we're just making probably what is a poor decision, at least when we went over this and reviewed it afterwards.
And it kind of ends up benefiting you because Mickey's allowed to move all the way top here. Are you ever in a situation where a dive happens, you kind of hope he dies so he gets home guard and you can cover top, or is it just a coincidental move that end up benefited BB on top side?
I mean, for sure, it's not super conscious, but actually the death timers early benefited us in this situation. Was a bit of a savage. I think the early dive is for sure not optimal, but here I think Mickey recognizes the map very well and just helps BB after the disastrous bot situation, right?
Yeah, so G2 has often been known as the hope for Europe as well, also when we go to international stage. But I think a lot of fans was a bit disappointed with some of the early games. What sort of issues have you guys identified throughout playoffs now moving into season finals?
So I think first of all, we were playing as a team this series who was playing for 3 pushing lanes and getting outscaled for the entirety of the series. Obviously, like when you see plays like this that are clear misplays in the early game, this is not what we want. I also don't think it's probably what we've shown throughout the whole year. I don't think we've been doing gross misplays early for the whole year. So I think it's just about cleaning up our early game decisions, and it's not as much about the game plan. I don't even think it's much about the drafting or the team cohesion, because once it hit mid-late, it felt like we were kind of in control of the fights of the way they were going. So.
Fair enough. And let's also have a look at some of the good stuff as well, because there are obviously a lot of comebacks coming through. G2's always been a late game monster. We've known you guys from the mid to late game having superior macro than other teams. What are some of the tools that you guys are utilizing to get at other teams that maybe some other teams aren't? Because in this clip, you guys are kind of feigning a dragon and then going straight top.
I mean, this one, I think we believe we had Nash. I don't remember how much long we have on it, but I think here Fnatic just see us opening on bot side with Dragon coming, so it's very natural for them to think we're just going Dragon and giving up top tower. We recognize that they're actually just trolling because we can actually just go top. We still have timer for Dragon as well, so we just kill them, and then after that, I think the game's already in a very good state for us because of our team comp and stuff, but they're just trying to get a trade that they actually cannot, and we recognize it very well.
Yeah, and I think this is a state where if you're already outskilled at this point in the game, and then you have like a map losing play like this, it's going to be pretty easy for us to close out the game afterwards.
Do you think like you guys are the best team in Europe at doing this?
I think we're the best team in Europe at a lot of things. Coming back, I guess that would be the current story of the moment. We're not really looking at the game like that, right? We're trying to take a more holistic approach, I would say.
I like that. I like that. Now, I also have a quote where we can talk about a more holistic approach as well, because it felt like it had been a bit of a bounce back and forth in terms of what was actually great. You can see it here behind us, that it seemed like it was hard to figure out what really stood out as being really OP. Like, it was up to the team what they wanted to play, but it was a bit back and forth. Sometimes you wanted to play tank junglers. Sometimes you swapped up to AP junglers, which never really made it so you knew what the winning side was. Going forward, for having played season finals, having played AP junglers and the tank junglers, how are you moving forward with identifying what's actually the broken things and OP things that's standing out in the patch? Because there hasn't been too many changes outside of maybe Aurora being introduced as well.
I think there's been actually a lot of changes on this patch. I believe they nerfed the whole slew of AD mids as well as the whole slew of AP jungles. So I'm sure you saw yesterday that some of the drafts we played were quite different than what was played before. So we do a lot of work with data. We do a lot of work with kind of like strategy and theory with regards to actually make a good draft strategy. I think as coaching staff, we're not thinking it like, do we want to play tanks or do we want to play carries? I think that is a very binary way of looking at it, and I don't think that's how we look at it as a team. I think we try to create a good draft strategy. We want the interactions between our champions to be good. We want the interactions against enemy champions to be good, and we want to have kind of a clear win conditions to win the game. You have any thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's not as clear as, okay, today you're going to play Maokai, today you're going to go Zyra. I think it's always about adapting to what enemy is also preparing against us, right? So in some situations, just obviously we can switch from playing, for example, Zyra or Maokai, but it's always going to come down to what you actually want to do and how is the draft going to look overall. as Dylan said, we are just preparing a good draft overall. So sometimes it might be an AP jungle, sometimes it might be a tank. And I think that's what makes us very strong as well. Just being able to switch from time to time, as long as we end up with the final prog which would be like a good draft.
That's very nice. Thank you so much for the insight. And G2's always been a very adaptable team. That's made them very scary. Now, we've talked a little about the past now, but now let's look ahead in today's match of the week between G2 versus MDK, delivered by Uber Eats.
This summer, G2 proved again that they are the best team in EMEA. And even though they stumbled on the road to victory, they dismantled Fnatic in the summer finals.
Fnatic just can't find a way through. The G2 reign continues.
G2 looked to be the first team to win everything domestically. 3 shields and the LEC season finals trophy. And now it looks like no one can stand in their way. MDK are coming into this series as clear underdogs, barely scraping their way into summer playoffs, only here because of their miraculous winter performance. Now it's up to Mad Lions Koi to prove that they belong in the season finals. Everything this year has led to the season finals. Will MDK be able to harness their miracle run form from summer, or will they be crushed down by G2's overwhelming momentum? G2 versus MDK. Wow, incredible voice on that particular human, whoever it is. Of course. All right, Rob, I don't know how much more time you have on this test. That's crazy how quickly you aren't allowed anymore. No. Anyway, MDK obviously are underdogs, but I think there's a little bit of a glimmer of hope, and I want to know how you guys feel about it because they've gone to boot camp. We heard from Ebai, we heard from a couple other people as well. They have gone to the South Korea of EMEA, which right now is Madrid. I'm going to change, don't hold me to that. I might change that in the future. But they've been prepping, they've been practicing. Do you guys feel the faith? Are you starting to believe a bit more?
I mean, anyone who goes to Seoul Drid knows exactly what it's like over there. It's ruthless. But look, I mean, realistically, I am glad to see that they are putting the effort in. Like, I'm not saying that they didn't before, but to actually say, hey, look, this is our focus now. We are going to all get together. We are going to work on a lot of our problems that are stemming from that mid game and making sure that we are able to find that success. Because the early games look good. It's just about getting that mid game under control.
Yeah, and just going to a new environment and just being able to focus solely on one goal. Just maybe they can finally learn to take some siestas in the mid game again, and they can actually calm down a bit and look to think more rationally when the mid game comes around.
Something we're going to have to hope for, but of course, keeping in the trend of introducing or reintroducing our teams as we enter the season finals, MDK, a reminder of what's been good, what's been bad, things that we've been excited about. And I think one of the big things that you always like talking about, Finn, is that focus around the bottom side, specifically Alvaro and Elyoya together.
I mean, you have to remember that this in Winter Split was our second best team. They were in the finals, and I think a lot of those performances came from the back. Elyoya, Alvaro syncing up, opening fast on the map, and then looking for plays very aggressively. And I think eventually people started seeing this pattern and they got a bit complacent. Like, I think they didn't have that well, the Mad Lions. But against a team like G2 that has been sloppy, has been a bit skipping steps in the mid game or early game as well, they can punish her, MDK, and I want to see them do it again today.
And I completely agree. I think Mad Lions Koi have actually been pretty solid in the early stages. Like, you look back to like BDS game 2 in the playoffs where Elyoya gets 4 kills in the early game on Talia, and they're trying to figure out how they can move into the mid game, but that's kind of where the slump has come from. And I think part of that has been like, while they've gone for a lot of this, hey, we're going to focus on the laning phase and getting Alvaro onto like a Braum counterpick and stuff like that, it oftentimes has left their drafts feeling a little frustrating in my mind because they don't have a lot of engagement tools, they don't have the setup that they need then to take that strong early game and then lead into a more significant mid game. So this is where my eyes are going to be focused on to see if they start to lean back towards the Sejuanis and the Maokais and away from, well, the AP junglers that we've kind of seen start to drift out of.
Yeah, big questions as to what that boot camp has yielded for them, how they're going to adapt coming into a new meta, and if they can bring back some of the form we liked, or if it's something new. Of course, on the opposite side for G2 Esports, you might know them pretty well. And while it has been a perfect year or close to a perfect year thus far in terms of domestic achievements, there still might be a couple of things here to work on.
I mean, we're putting in a nice light here, the comeback kings of Europe. But I think if you're G2 right now, you don't really like this title. You really want to just be the kings of Europe. And we really need to see more in the early game from them, because what's happening right now is not really acceptable from a team that's supposed to be the best in our league. Especially Mickey X, I think you think, Rob.
Yeah, I 100% agree. I think Mickey is, to put it maybe not so nicely, been running it a little bit, especially when you look at the early stages and specifically at that finals as well. I think he has been a bit of a problem for them when he comes to, you know, not really focusing on how the matchup should be played. We saw game 2 and game 3 where he takes the Nautilus into Leona, both times ends up getting caught out, doesn't even respect the level 2 in coming into that game 2. So I think there's a lot of problems where Mickey is giving over a lot of individual errors in the early stages of his games, but then is having great performances when it comes to the later points as well. So it kind of feels like you need to fix this early stage from Mickey, so then he can transition into positions where he is running the map well, he is understanding where he should be at positioned in different points in the game, but that early game just is such a massive issue for him.
Rob, you're very heavily focused on Mickey as the support in the support position. I think that's a good question to raise, especially after the finals. When we look back to the last 2 times these teams played that big final in winter, Finn, what was it that stood out to you? Is there something that they need to capture or focus on there?
Well, I remember in that final, Broken Blade was up 700 gold on average in that final, which is completely crazy numbers. And I want to see MDK help, especially Merwin in the draft. I want to see them pick these champions like Aurora that are really strong laners that can help Merwin bridge his team into the mid game.
Yep, something we're going to have to keep our eye on. Focus on Mickey on the bottom side of the map. Jungle support synergy always going to be a story, as well as what Merwin is going to play. Is it going to be weird? Is it going to be unique? Are they going to set up for success? That's the big question on our mind here at the desk. Let's send it over to the casters for game 1.
Thank you very much, Dracos. I'm Medic, and I'm joined by your favorite caster's favorite caster. It's Andrew Vedius Day, and alongside him is Aragon, whose surname I've forgotten. I knew his first name was Adam, but I didn't want to do it without the surname.
I'm not going to tell you now.
It's Harvey, isn't it?
No, you're a terrible friend for
If someone was above 100 LP in Masters, I would remember that
I was
surname.
waiting. How long would it take for him to reference my decay?
Enough about us. Enough about our solo queue adventures. Let's talk about the 2 teams taking the Rift today. It's MDK up against G2 Esports in a battle that mildly could be put as David versus Goliath. MDK didn't even really make it through our summer playoffs, and here they are in the season finals. There's a few tales that have been told about Mad Lions as an organization over the years, sneaking their way into Worlds. The last 3 Worlds in a row they've managed to get in. In fact, I think it might be 4. Will we add one more to the list this season finals?
Well, the interesting thing is, if they do win today, they won't lock a spot at Worlds.
Yep. 2 series, right?
It very much depends on the results of G2. But yeah, it's going to be a hard-fought battle in the playoffs. As you rightly said, they ended up losing 2-0 in the first round. They then lost to KC in the lower bracket. And we've kind of been left wanting. As you rightly said, they limped their way into playoffs, winning a bunch of tiebreakers.
Truthfully, there was a discussion. Harvey, you are still wrong. It's
still
crazy.
Yeah.
Truthfully, I mean, they lost 2-0 to KC. There's a really big discussion as to whether or not it should have been KC here instead of them. So, I mean, the cope angle now is they've had 4 weeks, right? They've had 4 weeks to fix their issues and other major regions to draw inspiration from. So, let's see what they bring out today.
Yeah, I mean...
Honey. Sorry, guys. Okay, I fixed it now. Focus on the League of Legends, I promise you. Talia and Zeri banned out by G2. Mad Lions Core, you're going to get rid of Misfortune to kick us off. It was G2 who played that mostly during summer. We saw yesterday a pick that has been adopted by the entirety of the LEC. Alongside that, another AD carry removed from our picks and bans. The Ashe is sitting on the bench alongside her. Talia, not Talia, Aurora will join her.
So I was going to say Aurora, Corki, Rumble is still up, but there goes the Aurora. So Corki's still up and available for caps if he wants to take it. B1 is pretty strong as well. Ivan, Leona is a duo that we've seen rise up. I imagine Mad Lions Koi could prioritize that too, but also your AP junglers. Elioya loves his Zyra, and classic tanks are available as well.
I will say that even though Rumble is up, we don't really know Merwin to be a Rumble player. And honestly, I wasn't super impressed with G2's Rumble when we think back to even summer. So we'll see if that's even going to be the priority. Well, instead they look to lock in something like, well, I was going to say like the Tristana, even after the nerfs. I wouldn't be surprised if Cap still values that, but they're going for the first big route.
Ezreal going to be hovered here as well, still really strong. Dropped off a little bit in priority at the very least in the LCK because of the base damage nerfs. I think it's like 5% less damage in terms of AD on the Q. But still going to be locked in. Something I've learned now is that Leona Ezreal, really strong duo early game and prioritize very often as well. But looks like they're going to build up a poke composition now with a Maokai as well as the Ezreal. You can lock in some other poke champion in the mid lane as well.
Yeah, you already have a lot of zone control from Mad Lions Koi. As you say, the Leona can team up well with that Ezreal. Lock down and press the attack so powerful around that level 3 mark.
Wondering if the on-hit Varus is going to come through. We already saw it a lot from Han Summer following the buffs, but he knows what the AD carry matchup is. The question is he going to pick something? Oh, we've been seeing Kalista kind of return over in the LCK, and I was looking through the patch notes, and like the last update she had was a nerf. So I was kind of surprised, but it does seem that with the shift in AD carry prioritization, Kalista's still functions as a very strong and powerful bot lane 2 versus 2. And also I think with a meta that's kind of squishy, even in a Maokai like relatively squishy, I think that she can find a lot of success.
Yeah, I do. There's the blind Kennen as well. I think this has been rising up in priority too because of just how strong a blind is, beating all the different top lanes in the meta as well. The thing is, I think the big question mark is, does Frescowi play mid Ezreal? I don't think he does, and I don't think he would take it. I think you're going to take Ezreal down in the bot lane. With Ashe taken away, I'm not sure what options Super has into the Kalista. His pool in general doesn't really like it. You have the Zeri potentially, but I think it's probably going to be Ezreal in bot lane.
Yeah, especially with Zeri already banned away. Unlikely that we'll see her taken down in that bottom lane. Alistair locked in for Mad Lions Koi, so it's AD carry and support for G2 alongside their top laner, where it's jungle, AD, and support for Mad Lions Koi. They're going to remove the Corki, Tristana as well, something Caps has really made his name on over the last few months.
Yeah, mid-win here, I'm looking for champions into Kennen, and the best one right now, in my opinion, is Jace into the Kennen. It also facilitates the poke composition, works really well with the Maokai. They're going to ban away the tank pick into the Kennen, which kind of ignores the pick, but I think Jace is something that G2 have to consider.
What about... I know Twisted Fate seems to have fallen off, but do you rate things like Twisted Fate into the matchup as well?
I'm not a big fan of TF right now. I think TF in general is just pretty weak. Teams are still picking it, but when I see a TF, often it's pretty hard to play around and doesn't get a big lead as it should.
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of in the same camp, but we do know that Muin did prioritize this a lot when we think back to throughout summer. We'll see what the final ban hit is for G2. I quite like your call out of the Jace. I'm also like, maybe Varus top, maybe, but yeah, Jace makes a lot of sense. So now what will Mad Lions do? You expect the top lane pick to come through because you know that you can get yourselves what in theory should be a counter. They could pick something relatively safe like an Ornn, maybe. If they want to like double down on the front line, they can then round their draft out with something like an Azir, play a very solid front to back with Ezreal and Azir potentially, but maybe they want more damage threats.
I'm thinking of options that work into range, stuff like Camille as well. Oh, Lulu.
Is that Lulu top?
It's Lulu.
It's Lulu. I think that's Lulu top.
Okay.
What season was the Lulu solo lane meta?
I mean, we saw it more in mid than top lane because it was high, I think, remember, cleared a bunch of minions. It's the most satisfying minion wave clear I've ever seen in my life.
They reintroduced that. They made it so the Q hits again twice, but that was a while back.
But remember, like that was AP Lulu. On hit Lulu was also a thing in top lane.
Yeah.
And you'd go things like Rage Blade and all that random stuff.
But it's back, I suppose.
I mean, we'll see if it's back.
If it is top as well, that's such a Mirwin pick. Let's be honest.
Yeah, 100%.
When we talked about Mirwin coming in from the ERLs, the whole idea was, Fiddlesticks top, all of these things that are so much more eclectic than our usual picks. So I am very excited to see it. I'll do some research while you guys talk about stuff. Obviously, it's Smolder. How did you guys not see that coming?
4 weeks off, and this is what they've cooked for us.
Is it Smolder mid or bot is the question, though.
I think Smolder alongside an Alistair makes more sense. It's much easier for you to get stacks.
Yeah, but I remember in the LCK there was that Smolder mid game that was really popping off.
But I think Ezreal has a much better matchup into the Azir. So I think the laning is going to be a lot better there if you send Ezreal there, and Smolder down in bot, I think. But my worry is how the lane's going to go. This looks a little bit rough. Maybe the Alice can neutralize the all-in potential and the trades from the Kalista Rel. I wonder if there's going to be any kind of lane swap shenanigans. I don't know what Lulu top does, I have to say. In recent times, I haven't seen it.
It's so funny to me that, like, were you around for the Lulu top meta? Like, were you even playing the game? Were you born?
Was I born?
So, I have some data. Last time we saw it in a major region was LCS Spring 2022 from Puni. It was Immortals versus TSM. Last time we saw it, the LEC, it was Vitality versus Mad Lions. Shigenda played it when 0-0-12 in 2021.
Was that funnel?
It may have been fun. I mean, he's got a Zhonya, Zashirelias, and an Ardent Sensor, so maybe funnel. But it has been a while since we last saw the Lulu top here in the LEC.
But not as long as I thought, to be fair.
But that was less of on hit and more of supportive Lulu.
Yeah, it's true. Anyway, I'm excited. I like the fact that MDK, as you said, they are the underdogs coming into this series, and they've brought us something unique, and I'm excited to see how things play out. Game 1 of MDK versus G2 Season Finals, Round 1. See who can go up against Fnatic in the upper bracket, and who'll move down to the lower bracket.
The G2, the continuation of a run that has been happening over the last 8 months, in fact. 3 shields to their name. They're looking to add the LEC Champions Trophy alongside it. They have already qualified for Worlds. Even if they lose both their series, they will be our 3rd seed, which is why MDK just winning this series wouldn't guarantee them a spot in Worlds for the 5th year in a row. Looking across the map, in terms of runes, nothing too surprising. However, My eyes do go up towards the top lane, and Aragon, you're a top lane aficionado.
Yeah.
Can you break down this matchup for us?
I'm trying to think of how this matchup should go, trying to simulate it in my head, and it's just, I think Kennen outranges, but Lulu might get the push early. She's really oppressive when you lane against her.
My instinct is early levels, Lulu should have a trade advantage.
Yes.
Just because you can, it depends on how you start, but you can start with the shield until you can trade health that way. Alternatively, you can use the W to polymorph so that they literally can't trade back. Alternatively, he could just start Q and go for faster wave clear, because Kennen's wave clear isn't the strongest in the early game.
I figured with range versus range as well, we'd see more of an approach, sending 5 people top, control the bushes with a ward potentially, so that the range top laners can duke it out using the bushes that they have control. I also thought maybe there'd be a level 1 angle with the priority from the Ezreal mid into invading Raptors as the Maokai, because that's something you can do, especially into a weak level 1 of a Vi, but looks like they're going to go the quieter approach and just off the full fizz.
Little on start from Mirwin in that top lane, trading aggressively onto Broken Blade as the wave does push in.
The priority is kind of going the way that we expected. Mid going in favor of Frescowy very early on, getting that fast push, forcing caps underneath the tower. Meanwhile, on the bot side of the map, Alistair Smolder, not the strongest early levels, which means that this Kallista's going to have a bit of a field day. They're looking to try and get that early level 2. Remember that it was this bot lane from G2 that died twice to Fnatic's bot lane. From an early level 2 play, here comes.
Do you think that's why they're playing the Rel themselves? Because they're like, hey, we play Rel in this matchup, we just get the early kills.
It was really strange, right? It was just simple level 2 stuff, dying on level 2 timers. Wow,
So
these trades hurt.
Yeah. So I believe, yeah, Mirwin can just keep trading like that, and that's the oppressive part of Lulu in these laning matchups. It was the same back when Lulu top was a thing. Going by the Comet, I assume that Mirwin is going to go for more of an AP build, but we'll see.
I also think because you have double AD carries on your team, it makes sense to try and index into some of that magic damage. Obviously, the Maokai can provide a little bit of it, as we see Alvaro flash away.
They're looking for a dive. The chunk onto Broken Blade.
Mirwin's hit 3, he's got polymorph. Broken Blade under the tower, rooted up, and there's first blood. MDK on the board early on.
The big chunks from the trade early on in the lane phase. BB not like expecting how much damage Mirwin is going to do to set up that dive, and skipping all the topside camps, going straight from bot 3 cap into a top dive. Excellent pathing from Elyoya.
Yeah, just great adaptation. The communication must have been clear from Mirwin. Here, I have the level advantage. I've got a stacked wave. I think we can dive and execute it flawlessly. Well done. Nice trades from Frescowy in mid lane as well, but now G2 set their sights on bot.
The dive here. Alvaro does have the exhaust, puts it down early. Mickey flashes away, he's tanking the tower. Alvaro will fall first. Yike has to flash away as well and almost dies. 100 HP on him. And in the end, Super unable to chase any further.
Excellent dive from G2 here. Fortunately for Super, he's going to stay alive and might be able to farm this wave. It would have been a disaster if they died in terms of Super for a support potentially, because then he would miss the wave as well. So best case scenario really on this dive for MDK.
I mean, already a marked improvement from what we saw from G2 in the finals, where they fumbled a few dives towards Fnatic's bot lane. They're able to make this one work. Alvaro really doing the best that he can in that situation, given that he was only level 2. And good utilization of the exhaust to make that dive as awkward as possible. Still, though, as you rightly said, G2 pulling away with the kill. Dragon now spawning in about a minute's time. I wonder if that will be an early priority, because when we think back to the finals, this was something that G2 had a lot of focus on, and it resulted in some very questionable fights.
Yeah, I think when you have a Callista, generally your main goal is to secure these dragons, right, and potentially forego these these grubs, sorry, up top side especially. However, though, you do have an Ezreal, and you have priority up top side as well, so I think you could potentially contest both.
Definitely a possibility. Caps is on the receiving end of a lot of hurt in the mid lane right now. About 10 CS down for Frescowy, just using the extra range that he has early on the Ezreal to poke out Caps under that tower. Both of them have burnt their TPs to get back into the lane. Mirwin setting up a slow push here as Broken Blade will have this wave bouncing back towards him. There's a little bit of risk at Elyoya, perhaps after doing his topside camps, going for a gank, and we saw Mickey actually moving towards the top side to cover the push out initially from Broken Blade.
He's hesitant to clear that ward naturally, as Alvaro and Frescowy are ready to protect it. Keep my eyes on the junglers as they just continue to clear through their camps. Jack has his sights set on the top crab, as Frescowy, credit to him, doing very well in the mid lane matchup so far. You can see the advantages kind of going the way that we expected them based on that early lane priority. MDK doing a good job of finding that early dive top. MDK setting up around this bot river. They have their sights on the dragon, of course. Can't really afford to start it right now, given that Hans Summer does have that early push in bot.
Yeah, Hans had a huge stacked wave, and there were so many pings coming down, maybe to look to play on it, maybe a dive onto Super. But now there's a 4-man bot lane potentially covering that. You can see Elyoya rather could have pathed top to that stacking wave that Mirwin was creating. It looked like they maybe wanted to dive on that as well. You could see the chunk onto BB, but instead sticking around, valuing the bot lane, not letting them get dove.
we'll be able to get the push in here. Broken Blade, no TP as well, so Mirwin should be able to get at least a plate. He might just walk around the corner. It's a little bit of danger, has no wards in that top side jungle, so decides instead of going for that little bit of extra damage, get the reset, be on a better timer to come back out onto the map. I will say, coming into this game, something we wondered about was how much MDK's boot camp would affect them. And I'm really liking what I'm seeing so far. We are only 6 minutes into the game, but Super is playing Smolder for only the 3rd time in his career. Frescowy's bringing out the Ezreal for the first time, as Alvaro's caught a little bit in the bot side, but unable to get the knockup means that Alvaro can just walk away. And it is nice to see the time that they have had seems to have been spent on inventing new stuff, rather than just trying to iterate on the old things.
See if they can convert it into anything, though, as Elyoya. He does get the cross map, securing those early grubs. Nice ulti from Frescowy. Again, continuing to play this matchup very well, keeping that pressure onto Caps. And that means that the Dragon is going to be cross-mapped on the bot side. So ultimately, a relatively even game here so far in the early game.
Hans has had a freeze down in bot lane. At the very least now it's slow pushing out, but the wave state's been pretty bad down in bot side for Super for a long time, and that's accumulating into about a 20 CS lead. Now it's going to slow push and crash. I wonder if they'll fish for some kind of engage or dive on the level 6 of Yike, but maybe not, considering, you know, it's analysis, pretty hard to dive.
It's only level 3 right now, so relatively squishy. Elyoya coming across will be met by Yike, who lets the blue reset. Yeah. Neither of them have the upgraded smite yet, so if it did go below 600, either of them could have secured that objective. Super will catch the wave, and you can see how many stacks he's on the Smolder, just underneath his nameplate. If one of you could kindly put a circle around that, that would be great. Sure. You know, you can see Super at 46 right now. The execute threshold no longer increases if you have more stacks. Okay, this is much more complicated than it usually is.
I've broken
it. Look, we'll just pretend there's a circle there, guys. Okay, on the 49, underneath Super's name. There we go. It's cool, Vetty.
I found it again.
Yeah, you got it?
Yeah. Wait.
All praise.
Wait.
All hail. Here we go.
That's what I'm looking for.
Nice.
People have no idea how complicated that was. That's not in.
Broken Blade going in, slicing mouse from Flash away from Mirwin as well. Yike was on his way across and the control ward spots him out, so Mirwin doesn't decide to stick in that slicing maelstrom, instead burning his summoner to escape.
Yeah, you can see Yike desperately trying to force a play with his ultimate off cooldown, then wanting to clear after whilst it's on cooldown. Trying to fish for something top. BB not going to find the engage, and the flash going to be popped for Mirwin. Maybe there's a regank there opportunity if they send someone top as well, maybe the Mickey potentially in the future, but it looks like it's just going to be a full clear down to the bot side again for Yike.
It's a sizable lead though for the G2 bot lane. You can see, as you mentioned already, about a 20 CS lead. But alongside that kill, it's almost 800 gold right now for Hans Sama. That's negated a little bit by Mirwin's lead in the top lane, and Frescowy's about 100 gold in mid. So the teams are even in terms of total gold, but in terms of where it is, there's a big discrepancy on the map.
So I was going to say that I'm impressed with Broken Blade being able to keep up in farm, given how much action has been thrown up there, and then we immediately show and he misses 2 minions, one of them being a cannon. So
-1. Wait, we can do that as well.
Okay, that's a very big one, Medic.
Yeah.
But yeah, ultimately, like, that top lane matchup, even after the early kill, Broken Blade not really in that much of a deficit. Obviously, Mirwin going to be able to catch this wave. Broken Blade even in a good position to secure this plate. We're kind of setting ourselves up nicely for the next Dragon and the next Grubs respawn. Both teams working towards their first item as sights on Frescowy here.
Jump in onto him, the cease and desist coming out as well. Alvaro gets the knock up of the Emperor's Divide, and the ignite is enough. Caps gets the kill on his opposing mid laner. Now Alvaro's in a world of hurt, trying to get to the safety of the tower with the locket coming out. Caps still secures him. Super now trying to trade back onto Mickey, but Unsummers come to join the party. Mickey pulled out with the face call as Yike goes in with a Bolt Breaker. And Elyoya and Super down to half HP.
I was going to say, G2 are having a hard time forcing with the Vite and the Azir, because a play you want to make with the Azir post 6 is to shuffle in and push back. But Ezreal has the E, so they finally find the window, chain CC Frescowy, and make the pick.
Ultimately, I think they caught Yike. Sorry, Yike was able to catch him completely off guard. Broken Blades.
Slicing Maelstrom again, the wild growth coming out from Mirwin, but is it enough to keep him alive? Puts the Glitter Lance down. Just enough of a shield from Pix there to keep Mirwin standing on his 2 feet.
Broken Blade can't afford to overstay, but let's look back at this play, and Yike is able to sneak his way in. It looks like that Alvaro didn't spot him out for a scout. He's looking to try and collapse onto Mickey, and then the chain CC comes through. He just doesn't get an opportunity to move. Even though he ease away, the Ignite connects, and then the follow-up fight is clean from G2.
Yeah, and the burst comes through from Super, but that's all he has, right? A bit of burst hit from the ultimate, and then he has no gas. There's no more DPS, but dive coming down to Frescowy.
Frescowy still has the flash. Will use it to dash away from the crash down and the Vault Breaker. Burns his sum to escape, but dodges away from the engage.
You could argue a very minor misexecution there from G2 was they used both the Rel engage and the VIQ at the same time, which meant that Frescowy with a single flash could dodge both. Regardless, they still get the flash out. It doesn't really cost them a huge amount, and they're going to do a lot of damage to that bot tower. It will cost them the grubs on the top side and a potential redive onto Broken Blade as well, given that he has no TP or flash, but ultimately G2 sitting in a very comfortable spot as their Kalista continues to get stronger.
At the very least, MDK surviving the bot dive as well as securing 6 grubs now is going to be open them up some decent side lane plays. My only thing is that you don't really have that many side lane champions. You don't really have one at all. So utilizing the grubs in the mid game isn't going to be there. I don't really know who's going to match Caps. It's going to be quite difficult.
Caps has flash here, and you know he's Azir, so he can just do that, shuffle his way away. Drake up in 10 seconds time. G2 have total control of the bot side of the map right now. Hans Sommer about to pick up his 4th plate of the game. The gold lead has really exploded in that bot lane. 1.2k ahead for Hans Sommer now.
Bear in mind, this is already a favorable matchup for G2. MDK willingly picked the Smolder into it, and Broken Blade, once again.
He's just doing this on repeat. Goes in with a slicing mash from Wild Growth coming out from Mirwin. He'll be able to walk away, but it's an ult for ult exchange, and Broken Blade seems satisfied with that for now.
I guess you could argue that with the chip damage from Lulu, just committing to the all-ins makes sense. No TPs from either top lane. This will be a 4v4.
Broken Blade is moving down from the top side. Super trying to get some damage down onto Hans Sommer. Mickey jumping across the wall, lands the Shadowing Strike into the Magnet Storm. Mom called for a little bit of help. Alvaro goes in onto Hans Sommer, but there's no follow-up, and he immediately cleanses away the sun. Fate's Call coming out, and Alvaro is a pinata. The pincushion falls. Next up, Elioya, who flashes away but can't dash far enough to escape the clutches of Caps. Super and Frescowy now on the wrong side of the rift, because G2 have chased them behind the turret, and they'll find a double for Caps.
An excellent team fight for G2. They find the massive 3-man Rel ultimate engage, and crucially Super, his ult only heals him. It hits barely anyone, only Mickey X if I remember right.
Now they're looking for the last member of MDK. Super trying to get out of this situation. He can't get one back. And that'll be 4 dead on the side of MDK. As G2 extend their lead to 7-1, they'll secure the tower, secure the dragon. And the early game was a question mark coming into this series, but they're quick to fix it.
Take a look at this replay. So the engage comes down from Mickey. Manages to find the massive 3-man buffers through the ultimate from Maokai, but then the ultimate from Super's a bit underwhelming, only hitting the very back line. Hans Sommer gets away from it, and Alvaro gets run down. The Fate's Call gets used as well. They pop Alvaro, and then the fight's just won.
The question mark I have is, why are MDK spectators to that Dragon falling? You know, they're a double AD carry composition that's running with a Lulu top that should very much be focused on scaling later game team fights, and trying to force these fights against a Kalista who'd already finished her first item, I think, was an ambitious play to make.
It's super weird, right? Because you have 6 grubs, you can play for top tier 1 as well. You have a bunch of volatile trades in topside, which means that Broken Blade is always chunked. You can always potentially dive him, but instead you opt for a dragon fight when you have 6 grubs and a super scaling composition with a Smolder who's behind versus Hans Sommer, who's super fed as well.
It's been a struggle for MDK to really find their mark in this game so far. It was Spain they went for the boot camp, right? Not Brazil? I'm just looking at the scoreline and...
Wow.
G2 stayed in Germany, so it makes sense, right? So, yeah. We talked about their bootcamp, and I said I liked the inventiveness they brought out. G2 have very much quashed that invention in the first 15 minutes of this game. Hans Sommer 3-0-2 with a 2.3k gold lead. Mid lane also a 1,500 gold advantage for Caps.
Now, as we enter the mid game, while I think it's fair to criticize G2's early game performance in the finals, one of the things I think they did very well in the mid game was how they play around Caps on side lane. Yep. We saw Fnatic taking kind of page out of that book and doing it for Humanoid yesterday, but look, they even gave him the Herald, and what they'll often do is they'll play towards that side of the map. They'll often make sure that he has that extra reinforcement, and he is just so quick at getting all those resources funneled into him. Those Corky games where he was 0-2 in lane, he was behind, you see him in 5 minutes time and all of a sudden he's even on CS, even on gold, and he's caught up in itemization, and it's just G2's kind of proactive mid-game play of let's make sure that our side laner is getting funneled, getting good resources, and during this downtime between objectives, we're making sure that Caps is being set up for success. And the problem that Frescowy now finds himself in is due to dying in the mid lane, getting caught on the sides as well, means that he now just can't match. And again, we're seeing a perfect example of it right now. Caps is on the top side of the map. They're immediately using their mid-prior with the Kalista to move into the top side, and they find a pick.
That was a super nice move, by the way, by G2. They went into bot side and then immediately doubled back and went up top side as well, suddenly catching someone off guard, shadowing Caps in the side lane too and leaving them in isolation. I think they have great tools to play the side lane this game. With the Vi, you can immediately snap engage with the shuffle as well. Making picks in side lane is going to be a real threat to MDK.
Caps even has the relative safety of a Seeker's Arm Guard second item here. Already has his Nash's Tooth complete. Frescowy yet to get his first completed item. Super only sitting on 1 and boots right now. So across the board, G2 just in advantage. I mean, their wallets are bigger, right? The only place where MDK have a lead is top. And Mirwin, although he has the gun, the Luden's companion, not sure how much damage those shots are going to be doing. I'm not sure it's a high enough caliber to take down G2.
Summit, he's looking for a bit of a play here. Oh, it's Mickey.
And immediately they go in with the cease and desist as well. Oh, you just pull the trigger. And that's how you fire in. G2 looking for a little bit more as Alvaro tries to keep them away, but the tower should be their prize for now. Shadowing Strike lands onto Alvaro. He's locked back, but has the safety of a second turret to retreat to.
The Q flash was so fast instantly by Mickey, finding the pick onto the Smolder instantly, and now the carry's just on online. Frescowy has no wave clear either, so they can just free hit the tower hit. There's really nothing MDK can do.
I mean, this really is a statement game so far from G2. 17 minutes in. Oh, ulti.
Knocked back. He went in with a twisted advance and has to flash to get out of that predicament. But G2 give him a quicker way to the grave. They send him packing. Mirwin being jumped on with the slicing. Maelstrom here by Broken Blade can try and trade back in. But even with the Luden's companion, he doesn't really have the damage to work through the health bar of the cannon.
And I really thought they'd play towards top more this game. With Smolder down in bot side, you really have no options. You get Grubs and you play towards top side with something like Camille or even the Lulu's Volatile Trace, but they just haven't. They've left Mirwin really in isolation, and the trades down in bot side, the team fights down in bot side, it feels like desperation because they are so slow to scale at this point in the game.
And we look back at this engage, the snap engage from Mickey completely catches Super off guard. And the follow-up from Yike as well just gave him no room to be able to flash away. And then MDK is just doing what they can to try and defend the tower, but they don't have the wave clear, and then the follow-through comes from G2.
Yeah. Ezreal's a champion, just has no wave clear at all. And you can see Elyoya, he gets kidnapped here by the Azir shuffle, well played by Caps, baiting him in, threatening to hit the tower as well is super nice. But Elyoya, it feels like frustration because he can't do anything to stop the auto attacks.
Ultimately, this composition from MDK is, it has prio, and its ability to get to the mid to late game can work as long as you just avoid giving G2 those opportunities to force those fights. But G2 was able to find them in the mid lane, and they were able to find them around the dragon. And so MDK making these few mistakes in the early game have just propelled G2 to a, what, 6K gold lead, 7K gold lead?
Almost 7K right now, yeah. They're in a pretty prime position to close this one out.
3 dragons secured, the Baron spawns in a minute and a half, 2 items finished for both carries. I mean, G2 is in a fantastic position. And credit to Mickey. You know, definitely someone who received a lot of criticism, and like we think back to the checklist that the analyst desk had, you know, the early games have not been super stellar based on the finals. Mickey was someone that was getting caught pretty consistently during the finals, and Mickey's 0-0-9. The early game has not been a problem, and yeah, as I said earlier, a real statement game from G2.
Now, sorry, go ahead.
No, you go ahead, man.
So full bot side control now as well. It's super simple for Yike. He can do absolutely anything he wants because the instant R threat, layering on top of the Rel, means that they can threaten the tier 2 as well. It's just such a dire game state because now Elyoya's going to bleed out too.
G2 pushing on 2 sides of the map. Riffo does get a charge in the top lane. Caps looking for that tier 2. Meanwhile, G2 just clearing the wave here in the bot side. Pressuring and taking away jungle camps, starving Elyoya away from any possible farm. MDK, we saw them looking, you know, for a Fnatic bush, looking to try and sneak in, see if Hansama overextended, but G2 are being patient with it, just waiting, continuing the pressure. Drake up in 3 minutes will be Chem Soul for them. Not the most impactful soul, we say that basically every time, but just to remind you, doesn't do too much apart from prep us for the Elder Drake. Nature's Grass coming out from Elioya. Cap still has the flash. Can he get it out of range? Not quite. True Shot Barrage is going to hit. The tower goes down, as you say. Twisted Advance forward. Emperor's Divide back. TP behind, and another TP to follow from MDK. Broken Blade and Mirwin will trade towards the top side of the fight. Flash forward from Fescawi. Mystic Shot. One hits. He needs another, but he can't quite find it as Cap dodges to the safety of the tower. And the final Arcane Shift.
Collapse.
Mystic Shot is not enough. The collapse is happening, as you say. Elioya on the wrong side of the rift. The chase up onto Frescawi from Broken Blade himself. Frescawi stays around. No flash, no mana, no hope in hell of surviving this one. Elioya is trying to base in the bush, in the enemy jungle. We'll see Frescawi down. But is Elioya going to escape? The big question on everyone's lips as he's been caught out. He'll get taken out with the Ignite ticking. Even through the locket, he dashes back in with a Twisted Advance, and then he falls. Cap's looking for more as MDK are on the retreat.
And now they can turn their attention to the Baron. The idea from MDK is to catch Caps on a side lane, but he's just too mobile. They don't have the lockdown, they don't have the damage, and now that they're overextended, it's easy pickings for G2, and at 21 minutes, they're looking to secure the first Baron of the game.
And I get the idea, you know, try to find a pick, stall the game out, but I think you had an easier option in waiting for potentially Muramana on the Ezreal, and that could be your cope angle at the next Dragon. Still, they try to pull the trigger up in topside, and it's kudos to Caps, right? He dodges absolutely everything, uses the ER cooldown, and now the stall picking off Elioya turns into a Nash.
11-1 to G2. As you say, Betty, a statement from them to be sure. Did wonder what form MDK would come into the season finals with. It's been a while since we last saw them. Hasn't been so long for G2. We saw them struggle in the finals, at least in the early games against Fnatic before turning it around in the mid. But here, this has been domination from basically start to finish. We'll give the first few minutes over to MDK. They did have leads in top and mid. But G2 played well around their bot lane, and now the story isn't really even about Hunsummer. He's 4-0-4. He's almost at 3 items on this Kalista, but he's a supporting act to the main event that's Caps so far.
Yeah, I think if you're MDK now as well, you've got to sack everything, right? You've got to pray for 2-2-5 stacks on Super. You've got to get to Muramana on Ezreal, and maybe then, you know, with Lulu plus no hyper carry, it's a little bit rough, but, you know, you have a front to back that's okay enough to find some decent fights.
Still 25 stacks away, man. That's a lot. Your base is going to be in tatters by then. G2 use the pressure that Caps can elicit in the mid lane with that Sun Disc to take down the tier 2 in bot. MDK trying to work their way between the two turrets to defend the mid. Inhib already at half HP, Inhib tower at least. G2, next wave is about 20 seconds away, so MDK can just answer mid here. G2 don't have another wave to support in bot, which means that MDK will have the chance to clear mid and then work their way back towards the bot lane.
G2 playing very calculated here, not overextending their pressure. Yesterday we saw Fnatic playing on all 3 lanes. G2 recognizing the strength of their composition, saying we don't need to do that, let's just play through 2. Don't give MDK an opportunity to find a fight. We know we're that much stronger. They want to leverage the last, well, I say last 2 minutes, they've still got a minute left on the Baron. The Dragon Soul is available, but their sights are on the base.
There we are, synced waves in for them. Inhibitor tower in the mid lane, force True Shot Barrage coming out, misses Mickey. MDK still trying to defend here. Yike jumps across the wall to clear out that control ward. Can't quite get onto it. Next wave about 5 seconds away from hitting the bot turret. Caps will take the mid inhib. G2 now push in with that next wave. MDK just really can't find much, can't find any purchase on this game. Their fingers are slipping off the ledge as G2 take a double inhib push.
Yeah, MDK, they have 2 tools to stop a siege, right? That's Maokai ult from Fog of War to stop them sieging on a wave, as well as Super's ultimate with the Smolder ult. Once they're gone, you can just wait for the next wave as G2 and play on that and siege on that, and that's exactly what they did. Now it's double inhib and soul, and that's really brutal.
I mean, what else is there to say from this game, really? A near perfect game for G2. They lost a Broken Blade in the top lane, they lost the Grubs, sure, but aside from that, they've been pretty much flawless. They've been able to find windows where they could punish MDK, and the big fight that really, I think, swung this game was that Dragon fight, the second Dragon of the game on the bot side. MDK tried to contest it, and G2 very quickly capitalized on that, and they propelled the already ahead Kalista. And really, it's hard to say whether the Lulu was a good pick or not, because we haven't really seen its
neither of the top laners really about to do anything this game.
Yeah, this game really hasn't been about top lane at all. I think in terms of the matchup, Mirwin, it makes sense. Like, I think Lulu can be a good answer, but ultimately in this game, it's offered very little.
Well, Mirwin might be matching the scoreline of Broken Blade in a moment. The cease and desist did go in. Vault Breaker channeled by Yike, but just gets the wild growth out from Mirwin, who is still unkilled this game, the only one on his team to be so. G2 now pushing in the top side with that Chem Soul at their backs. MDK, you have 2 items on Super. Frescowi still sitting at 1.5. Abyssal Mask and Locket available for Elioya. Don't feel like it's enough. 3 items for Hansama, 3 for Caps, and another on the way with that needlessly large rod. G2, even if you have the 225 stacks, which Super has now crested, I don't think the fight is powerful enough from MDK to hold on.
Yeah, you can see Frescowi desperately farming here for that Mirror Mana, maybe going to complete it before this next siege up in topside, because those super minions pouring in, he's desperately trying to farm them as fast as he can with the attack speed. Now, if he goes back to base, buys it, and maybe we get a nice ultimate from Maokai from Fog of War, there's an angle. You know, that's the cope take. I don't think it's possible, but BB is also sieging.
Look at the damage on Alvaro. Has to pop the ultimate just to survive. BB sieging, as you say, on the Nexus Towers. No wave in top for a few seconds, so MDK have a short moment of respite to try and clear out those supers in mid, but Caps catching the wave in top lane does not give them a moment to breathe. MDK now coming back out, but Alvaro no ult. Very powerful for the Alistair in a fight like this. This is the point that you have to go in. He lands the knock-up on 1. It's only Caps who flashes away. The Magnus Storm will lock Alvaro in place. Face call, pulls out 1. Hansama down to half. MDK still looking for more, but there's the threat of Broken Blade just slicing through that backline if they overstep.
Honestly, best case scenario for MDK, that fight looks really close, and if the gold deficit wasn't as big as it is, that could have been a turning point, but they couldn't quite lock down a member. They didn't quite have the damage. Now Caps returns to the fold, fully healed back up, spent what last of the gold he has, level 16 as Zia, and the base is falling apart for MDK.
You've burnt all your ultimates as MDK as well, so G2 very willing just to step up. The first Nexus Tower falls, the third inhib tower follows it. Caps can just step forward and remain held down upon that Nexus turret. He dodges away from the Mystic shot. Alvaro is back up, but no flash to his name. Yike has that cease and desist. The Emperor's Divide still a possibility for G2. MDK, the last vestige of hope, quickly being extinguished here by Caps, who just shreds through Super. Twisted advance forward, but there's the Zhonya's to buy a second. Mickey diving in as well, and the slicing Maelstrom finds the backline. G2 are done with this game, and MDK can only stand and watch on their fountain as G2 will take game 1 in convincing fashion. Caps is still alive, Betty. You can say hang on all you want, but MDK can't. G2 will take the Nexus, and they'll go 1-0 up.
Smiles on the faces of Caps, as they should be. 7-0-6, the scoreline for him. And a statement has been made. G2 definitely look to be back in form, at least based on the first game of this series.
And I think also ultimately a bit too greedy for MDK's draft. I think there's way too much scaling on this team unless you're playing for those crossmap up in topside. Question marks around that Lulu pick. Is that really the best angle? As well as the Smolder, is that too much scaling?
Well, we'll have to see if things change up in game 2. The road to Munich is well underway. Let's check in with Adam for his thoughts on the upcoming grand finals at Olympiahalle München. München? München.
The champion that will come mostly in like Munich, etc. will probably Cassante or Ornn. Almost every game you will have one picked. In a high stakes game, usually you will ask your top laner to bring frontline or engage. And Cassante does frontline, Ornn provides engage.
Just walks up and kills him, it's a Quadra! Cassante, baby! Get the copy ready! Get the pasta ready! He's still in the game, Penta!
I didn't play much in front of a big crowd, to be honest. My only time was maybe LFL days, I would assume, and Worlds last year. So Munich is like way bigger than that, so it's even more of a buff, because I would say that I'm like a player that performs super well under the pressure. Unfortunately, we got 3-0 against Fnatic, but this is the moment, you know, to surprise people and reach the top, and this is now or never.
Oh man, I feel like that was my best intro ever.
Yeah, not bad, hey, not bad.
Talented.
I can go pro. You know it as well. I also know you can dance. You should join me next time. And yes, I feel like you've also deserved a bit of a break. You've earned it.
Thanks.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Good job.
Hey, thank you.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Supa, if Upset is more elo than you, that means he's better?
Yes.
Okay.
Basically, Javi, there is like 30 jungle better than you.
No, even more maybe, eh?
Look at me.
I'll go smoke, I can flip someone.
No flash.
Taking Cubas on, and immediately they go in with the cease and desist as well! Oh, you just pull the trigger. Even MDK can only stand and watch on their fountain as G2 will take game one.
Gotta love the charm of the MDK boys in the comm. Sadly, did not pay for them, but the philosophy of if you're higher elo, then you're just better also works on the broadcast team. Sorry, Aragon.
Just not to get him.
Yeah, someone's got to take shots. I'm not going to be mean to MDK. That was a crushing game one. So I'm going to be mean to Aragon.
He's not even here.
Aragon. He's not even here to defend himself.
He can fight back later.
He can fight back later. We'll figure it out later. In the meantime, guys, this was an incredibly one-sided game. In draft, I think we had a little bit of optimism. There were some things that excited us, but overall, this was incredible dominance from start to finish from G2.
It definitely felt strange to me looking at this draft because I see the Ezreal already pick and like, okay, cool. They want to try and slip the Ezreal in bot lane. It's a takeaway from Hansama, trying to get some control there. But as it started to unfold, then they start bringing in the Lulu and then sorry, I wanted to say Spyro, but it's not Smolder at the end. And I think that's where it starts to drift away from me because it's like you don't really have a huge amount of control. The Lulu doesn't really feels like it fits. It's just kind of a cheese pick that comes through. There was so many question marks for me coming into this where it just didn't really make sense the way they opted in towards the end of the draft.
Now hold up, which pick did get a kill in the early game, Dagda?
That's what you want to base this entire game on?
Listen, there is not a lot of good things that went well for in the early game for MDK, right? And I did think that bringing out something creative is the edge that MDK has. In the top side, you can argue that, oh, Meowin, if you just played normal champions, maybe you'd be better. But honestly, let's be real. I don't think a normal champion would have fixed that anyway. I like that they're creative. They've had a lot of weeks to prepare something. But either way, yeah, it's still a stump.
I think I would have liked the Nico better here, to be honest.
I mean, I just wonder what they're trying to achieve in this draft, because they're drafting in a smaller Alistar bot lane, which is a very, very weak bot lane. They will get pushed in the first 10 minutes against the Kalista, and then you put up with a Maokai that really just wants to cover lanes, but you still end up in these river fights around mid that like just become so volatile, and I'm not sure if they actually want this, or if they just get pulled into G2's playstyle.
I do wonder if they maybe overestimated what the finals actually meant for G2 and thought they could get away with maybe a bit of greed in terms of scaling, thought G2 wouldn't punish. Because G2, while they made a lot of individual mistakes in that finals, Dylan highlighted in the interview with you earlier, GB, they also didn't really draft for early game. This game, that's a Kalista Rel bottom lane. Like, they're here to mess people up. And it was very clear early on. But as you said earlier, GB, like the one good part at least was Mirror on the top side in that first dive where you did see, and it started to give a little bit of hope for MDK in terms of they can make these plays happen. There clearly is a vision here. It just didn't really transition past that at all.
I was so excited about it in the beginning. Literally last night, got back home from broadcast, booted off TFT, starts playing double up with my mate. He tells me, yo, you seen this new Korean OTP who plays Lulu top in Challenger? I go like, what? No, send me the link. I see the link. It's the same thing that Mirren brings out today. I think I'm gonna have the best time of my life talking about this Lulu pick. That was the one highlight with the first spot you saw right there. That was the only thing I got to build. That was all that happened with the Lulu pick. So I never got further than that, but I was excited to see it.
One day though.
Yeah, one day that Lulu is gonna come out.
Yeah, but you really need to make the Lulu work in the lane, because on one side you have a Lulu that is cute and all, but she's going full AP. She doesn't have a lot of buffs for her team. But on the other side you have a Kennen that will flash in and ult 5 people. So I think if you want to make this Lulu work, you really have to make sure she's ahead and she's actually pushing her lead forward. Because I feel like she got the kill, but then she kind of stagnated because of all the chaos in the map, and she couldn't actually show what she's good at.
And I think credit to G2 though, Hansama was a monster this game, was set up with that Kalista, did take over, put up some incredible numbers. Now MDK on red side have the luxury again of counter pick, but when we look at a lot of those individual performances from G2 and the tools they draft for themselves, it's hard to know what MDK are actually going to be able to do in this game too, because game one didn't really show us much of anything.
Well, I like that the MDK went for like the Maokai and Gage bot lane to actually be able to set up and play around it. I just want to see them go back to, hey, we want to fight fire with fire. Like, let's take something that can fight against the Kalista. Let's go for these aggressive plays on bot lane, because that's what I felt was missing here. Where like I liked the adaptation, but I wanted more firepower for Supa. If you come into this game and you go, hey, our read was G2 sucked in the early game and finals, let's punish that. I thought that would be the read from MDK, and that's the read I want to see them going with in game 2.
That's what I want. Are we all more action? More early game versus early game, more action? Okay, across the board. Casters, here at the various couches, we've decided we want more action in game 2. You can tell us what you want. We'll see what they bring us in the game 2 draft. Take it away, boys.
I'll be honest, after casting 4 games of relatively one-sided League of Legends this weekend, I'd just like a close contest. And more action in the early game.
Yeah, wouldn't be bad.
Them, yeah?
I mean, I think that Aldioya as a jungler knows how to make early action happen. We just need to see him be given the tools.
I mean,
really.
he did, right? Like that 3 camp into a top dive, that was pretty nice.
And then there was early action around the second Drake as well. It just didn't go in their favor. Right? to have early action if it's not always the most beneficial for your team. But we're getting to game 2.
Yeah.
Getting to draft 2.
I think they had a problem here. I think they really, really had a problem here with the Kalista, because once they banned Ashe for themselves, they had no real answer. As I said, I was looking at their pool, and I feel like Super just didn't have anything that works into Kalista and be able to mitigate the bot side. They ended up going Smolder on R5, which felt super underwhelming as well.
Well, the Kalista being taken away from Mad Lions shows the adaptation.
Yeah.
Same bans from Jisoo so far, though.
MF once again. Are they going to ban the Aurora? Come on, if any team plays
it's Caps and BB.
That's what I'm saying. Why? Come on, G2. Give us one Aurora game. Fnatic and BDS didn't show us any yesterday. We've done a lot of prep, teams, okay? We want to talk a little bit about Aurora.
Caps and BB and Mirwin. Well, these three play. No, okay, well.
See,
it is what it is.
We all thought Aurora would be hot to go, but she's actually not to go this weekend, it seems. Ashe is the final ban from Mad Lions Koi, and it might be a Cannon B1. It did what it needed to do.
Yeah.
I guess in game 1 it wasn't the most impactful, but in the end it didn't need to be.
Okay, no way we're running it back, right? He hovered Lulu there, but what I wanted last game was something like a Camille, where you could just full send post level 6 into the range champ and use your setup to potentially lock down the Kennen and find kills onto him, because Camille's really good at that, and we've seen Mirwin's Camille before. So I was really surprised they didn't lock that in or play towards the Lulu in general more. Now, double Marksman locked in already. You have double Muramana composition coming in with the Corki and the Ezreal, already building a poke composition, and it's lining up with a Maokai as well.
So, well, okay, fine, fair enough. They might just do a Zir here, you know?
Yeah, I think they might. Why change?
Well, they can also do Lucian too if they want.
Potentially do Yone. I think Yone also works pretty well as a Koki, but I'm not sure if Caps plays it too much.
Oh, he does.
Yeah.
I didn't we see it? Was it in their...
We haven't seen it in summer.
No, wasn't it in their first... I swear.
According to gol.gg, which is the site I use for most of my stats, it's not sponsored, just a friend of the show, he didn't play it in summer.
Oh, I like that. We never really see Ori anymore, but it's really nice with Vi. Nice setup, you know, the ability to force plays alongside the dive.
She got some small nerfs, and also the shift in the meta kind of pushed her out. The Morgana as an answer to Vi makes a lot of sense. The problem you now have if you're G2 is you've got a lot of single target damage. Charm and the Vi just can be heavily mitigated by the Morgana, right?
Yep.
I guess the counter argument is that they both have the threat of a pick potential, and a Charm can be thrown out a lot more casually than the Vi commitment can. So maybe you can use that to try and bait out the Black Shield. In any case, ultimately Mad Lions have a pretty solid comp in terms of range. They've got pretty good scaling. They've got, I mean, great pick potential with Morgana, that's for sure. Now they just need a little bit more utility in terms of how they actually start the fights. And things like Rel, Leona are going to be very valuable inside of them.
I think immediately with the Mickey X Poppy target ban, you're setting up for stuff like the Rel for Alvaro or a Rakan alongside that Ezreal. I think those are valuable options. You can see immediately the response to the Poppy setup ban is that Rel. A bunch of different hard engage options, anti-hard engage options in the Braum as well could be banned, alongside the Leona. Lots of prior picks.
See where Mad Lions Koi go with their final ban. I wouldn't mind a Nautilus as well for G2. I know it's single targeted as well, but as you say, if you have multiple different single target CCs, it actually kind of negates the power of the Black Shield. Braum banned away by Mad Lions Koi. I wonder if they'll look for an Ornn in the top lane. We'll lose into the cannon, but can still be powerful later on.
I think there's a dynamic here where you can pair Kai'Sa alongside the Dive of Vi and have some kind of full send composition from G2, especially if they blind pick something that Kai'Sa can actually lane into on the side of Mad Lions Koi, because you imagine they're going to blind pick top lane here, right, because you already see.
The only minor concern I have with that is Morgana kind of welcomes relatively short range champs, right? So, you know, the Vi goes in, the cannon goes in. Morgana ultimately can get a lot of potential value there. In any case, Leona, this is the type of frontline engage that we were very much expecting. The fact that G2 chose to ban away the Xayah does surprise me.
Yeah, what the flip?
Yeah.
Because Ezreal and Corki are picked, and Corki's the mid laner and Ezreal's the AD carry. Unless you're going to play something like Ezreal top or Xayah top?
I guess they
Corki top has been rising up in priority, I have to say. And it could have been
rising in priority from the 167th pick to the 166th pick.
But maybe that's the read, right? I think Kai'Sa could be great. I know there is a lot of, you know, debate here with the Morgana Black Shield mitigating any kind of engage, but I do think with these kind of compositions, you overwhelm the Black Shield, right?
True.
You have so many threats that you just go in with everything, and I think that can work, so that's the angle G2 are going to take.
There's the Rakan alongside it, so it's more dive. It's more jump in.
Now is Corki top. That's the question.
Is it
I
Corki
think
top into cannon?
Camille could work. I do think that could be the case. Or you just pick a tank and just suffer.
Yeah, I was thinking Ornn because they banned away the Braum, right? It just gives you a little bit of that a more long-range engagement. Oh my god.
Corki top!
Yeah. Well, now we understand why they banned Xayah. Aragon with the reads. It looks like Mewin has been cooking.
I've been watching a lot of Hell's Kitchen recently, and there was one episode where someone came in and put Rice Krispies on their scallops. And it was disgusting. And like, I'll be honest, the draft in game 1 from MDK felt like that degree of cooking. This is a step further, okay? This is Cocoa Puffs and Sugar Puffs and just entire breakfast on a steak.
The Nico top wasn't enough. We gotta keep going deeper, more.
Lulu top, now we have Corki top
for Mewin.
Vex mid, which does give you some disengage when people want to dive in because of that doom and gloom. You can fear people as they get closer, but it's a recipe that I'm not sure we'll see in any Michelin restaurants
It's just one of those things where if MDK fall behind, I think it's so easy for G2 to snowball. Because their comp is just so squishy. Like, it's so easy for this. Like, sure, if you get to the late game, like, I think that a dive comp into both Vex and Morgana is hard to execute because they welcome that type of dive. But yeah, I think that if you start to fall behind, it can be very dangerous. And I think G2 have a lot of tools to set up for picks. Ahri Vi is a tried and true mid-jungle classic.
So definitely the story of this game is going to be if the dive from G2 with that Vi, with that Ahri, with the Kai'Sa is going to be enough to overwhelm the disengage of the Vex and the Morgana. Can they pilot that well enough to disengage the fights? Or will G2 overwhelm?
It's gonna be a learning experience for all of us watching this game. I can't remember the last time we saw Corki top. Can't remember the last time we saw Vex. We're gonna hand over to Trouble, who's gonna have a quick interview about this draft, hopefully.
Thank you very much, Medic and Method. Thank you so much for joining me straight after the draft. You guys have been cooking, bringing back Vex, bringing back Corki. How do you expect those two champions to work against all this heavy dive that G2 has opted into?
We have Morgana to counter the heavy dive. Also, we have Leona, a lot of CC. And what we are looking is high mobility champions that can get out of it. And also, Vex is really good to follow up the engage, so we can also be more proactive this time.
There are many, many spells that also can counter the Black Shield from Morgana. Are you worried about this at all? What is the job of Morgana in this game?
Staying close to the carries when Vi wants to engage, and also follow up to Leona engage, or Vex engage in case. And I expect we control better the position on the flanks, so Kennen cannot access to the backline.
Perfect, thank you very much. Best of luck, back to you guys.
Great to hear about the strategy that is going to be enacted by MDK this game. We'll see if it can work out. But before we get into the game, I have to ask you guys a very serious question. Are you a master of the Rift? Do you never miss a game? Santander's here to reward you. Head over to santandergaming.com to win weekly and monthly rewards like Hexac chests and skins. This week's code is Arcane10.
Now, to get into what Malzat was just saying, the mobility was something that they're looking to try and leverage, right? Corki and Ezreal, the fact that they are, well, they have their dashes available to them on top of the potential flash. In theory, you can also itemize. We haven't really seen it much from Corki's these days, but there's still the ability to go for that Hex Drinker as a way to mitigate some of the magic damage burst. But yeah, he's basically saying that, like, we welcome the dive. We have the Vex, we have the Morgana to mitigate it. And already with an invade coming out from MDK.
Ezreal level 1's really strong here. Elioya abusing the level 1 of the Vi by invading early onto the Raptors, and I think MDK should just win this. They have Ezreal passive, which is obscenely broken. So it looks like it's going to be conceded by G2 as well. And mid-pro, I think, is going to the way of Vex as well.
Yeah, it looks like Foscawi does have the push there. I had a quick Google. 2 Corki top games this year, one in the LCK, one in the LPL, both lost.
And one in my solo queue games.
One in your solo queue games. The last time we saw it in the LEC was back in 2022 from Broken Blade against Excel. We also saw it from Sakura back in 2019, both of them as matchups into the Gangplank top.
That makes sense. For the barrel contest, that sounds pretty good. My only concern here is that whilst you're getting Prio versus the Kennen at the moment, I feel like the outrange is there for the Kennen later on. Wow, Voltaire trades down in bot side. Going to go the way of MDK. Like we said before, the Ezreal Leona is a super strong laning bot side. Prior for Merwin as well, going to lead into a deep ward onto potential respawn camps.
And he's proccing the fleet footwork then to get a bit of a heal, gain some information. He will spot out Yike. Ultimately though, Smart decision-making from Elyoya, the way in which he leveraged the bot lane 2v2 strength and the fast clear speed of Morgana to both steal away the Raptors and start the red buff. Yike doesn't really have many counterplay options because mid is currently getting pushed in, top is in the same situation, and MDK have pushing lanes across the board.
Yeah, it's triple lane pry, like you're saying, and that's really problematic for Vice because you really want to farm to get to that level 6 without being attacked, and the way that you can attack jungle as Elyoya here is you just push Vi out here. I mean, it depends. Is he going to secure it with his smite?
Oh! 7 HP secured by Elyoya.
That's going to be a double scuttle.
I mean, it's going to be more than that. He's already at 24 CS to only 16. 3 camps ahead. Yike felt his way up towards top side to cover if Elyoya just immediately went for the gank on Broken Blade. But Elyoya has 3 more camps to clear and that bot scuttle, as you say, Veddy.
This mid wave is in a really nice spot for Fresskowy as well. Caps was taking a lot of unfavorable trades, and credit to Fresskowy, so far in the laning phase, both games he's been finding really nice early advantages against Caps, building very small CS leads, and now his wave state is in a spot where Alvaro can even look for a potential gank. Caps is suspicious of it though. He's got his team here to cover him, to help him push out that wave, and in very tried and true fashion, G2 making sure that their star mid laner is well taken care of.
I think if Fresskowy here just sits in the wave, it's pretty hard to land the charm, and then any following setup just doesn't exist as well. Alvaro, smart, whilst Elyoya gets the power farm, and time invested for G2 was none invested for MDK.
Broken Blade having to respect the fact that Elyoya is on the top side. Doesn't mean that second Scuttle Crab is going to be very delayed. Expect to see Yike going there after his Razor Beaks, as it was just pinged out. Super dashes away with the Arcane Shift. Mickey hits a Gleaming Quill, and will heal up Hans Summer, as it looks like they're going to reset after getting that wave shoved in. Hans Summer, I mean, don't know he's hit. Go in with the Oracles, stun onto Hans. Guardian coming out from Mickey, though, means that Alvaro might be a little bit overextended as Yike's coming around the side. Ignite ticking on him. Alvaro does still have the flash, but Yike can follow. Ooh. Flashes, super dashes in front of it and almost paves for it with his life. But in the end, survives. Great play from the AD from MDK.
The Vi-E onto Alvaro, almost connects onto Super and takes him down, but, you know, the HP bars just quite aren't there. Nice attempt from Yike. Onto the gank.
The impressive thing was Yike actually predicted Alvaro's flash. And if it wasn't for the fact that Super got in the way, that likely would have been a kill. But ultimately, they are able to limp away. No deaths, though. MDK hold on to a very small gold lead that they've been able to build with the small jungle advantage that Elyoya continues to find. His HP is very low, though.
Yeah, Hans Summer looking for that plasma stack, goes in with the Zenith Blade, but the cleanse away from Hans Summer should be enough to take down Alvaro. Now Super in a 1v2, Hans Summer flashes! The Gleaming Quill was enough healing to keep Hans alive, and it's a 2-for-0 in the bot lane for G2.
It's just an overstay from MDK. They wanted to push out that wave. They assumed that G2's bot lane had gone back to base, but they had the health advantage, so they're able to punish, and they find themselves 2 kills.
Hans, I think he leveled up there, gaining a bit of HP as well versus the burst of Super there. I might have been wrong. If we take a look at the replay, it could have been a cookie as well, but yeah, that was so damn close. I thought the Leona W alongside the Aftershock would have kept Alvaro alive long enough to the point where Super could have gotten at least 1. The 2v2 once again, really close here. I wonder if it was a level. Yeah, so he's
hiding right now. I think he was level 4, went to level 5. I was wondering if it was the Gleaming Quill or the level up. But let's have a look as Hans Summer trades. I mean, Alvaro dies to the plasma relatively quickly through the cleanse. And does he level up here? No, it's the Gleaming Quill. The Gleaming Quill, and then he levels up afterwards. So.
Damn, that was very close. I mean, credit to Hans Summer, he sidestepped a number of those Ezreal Qs. I don't actually think a single one landed in that small skirmish, and that was a lot of damage potentially lost. In any case, kind of look across the board. The top side of the map still going very favorably for MDK. Plates being secured in top lane. A farm advantage in mid, a very significant one even. Fresskowy, I don't think he's in too much danger here.
Didn't have the Doom and Gloom up, so Mickey was a little bit safer in jumping in. You see that big red bar under the Vex's mana bar? That's when she has a passive up. And when she does that, uses a spell, it fears away her opponents that are hit by the spell. So Rakan does really struggle with dealing with the Vex as the game goes on, as we see Alvaro, Elyoya, and Fresskowy stepping into this bot side jungle.
And I think this is really where MDK shines. It's when they have a pairing of a jungle and support who facilitate each other really well. And in this case, they have lots of CC-defined picks together. EX could be overstepping here, but I think because of Fresskowy being pushed in, there shouldn't be any kind of play here. But this is exactly what MDK love to do. This is their identity. They move around the map with this duo and find picks. In this game, they just hover mid, right? Because the only play potentially is the Via onto the Vex, chain CCing with the Rakan and the Ahri, and they mitigated that really well.
MDK are going to be able to get 3 Grubs and a Drake here. Zenith Blade in, Alvaro after the Hex Flash, but Mickey's able to grand entrance his way to safety. MDK Control of the neutrals early doors. Gold lead slightly in G2's favor because of that double kill on the bot side.
They're going to be secured for Mirwin on the top side as well. Ultimately, though, I think MDK should be pretty happy with that objective control. It was just a 2v2 blunder in the bot side. They didn't respect the possibility that Hantam would stick around, and that's cost them some few kills. But in the grand scheme of things, MDK is still in a pretty solid spot. So as we enter, or get closer to the mid-game, I should say, those first item spikes, that's where things are going to get pretty interesting. G2, they were able to blow the game open earlier once they hit these level 6s in game 1. And now that all those ultimates are available, we'll see if they can find that opportunity once again.
I will say, Kai'Sa Rakan, it's not that strong of a bot lane compared to Ezreal Leona, so it is quite a surprising 2v2 death. I would have fully expected Super and Alvaro to be winning this harder. And transitioning that into Grubs, it's a nice game state G2 already have, right? They can definitely play for these to contest the third Grubs to deny 6.
Caps getting shoved out in the mid lane. See Yike looking for the Vault Breaker, doesn't go in the end. Mickey coming across from the side as well, and G2 once again just trying to coddle Caps a little bit in the early game to get him towards that late game position on the Ahri. Elyoya and Alvaro teaming up again. We didn't see this that much in game 1 here, seeing a lot more in game 2. They feel like they have the impetus to go in with the Zenith Blade. Elyoya looking for the smite, lands it, and a follow-up onto Yike is enough. No escape for him, he's down. Alvaro takes the kill. Meanwhile in the bot lane, Hans Summers dived in with the Killer Instinct, the Ignite ticking, Mickey dying! It just needed one more auto G2, but MDK even out the score.
I'm kind of lost for words as to what just happened. Really great punish from MDK. They're looking to keep this going.
Broken Blade has to flash away from Alvaro, who was going to hit that Zenith Blade. Fox seeing the wave now as Mirwin winning out these trades in topside. 760 gold lead for him now. Grubs up in 45 seconds. MDK have control of the top side of the map, and Super... Oh, if that Acathian Rain had been a little bit more isolated, Super would have paid the ultimate price for pushing the wave.
Yeah, but the chain CC, right? Okay, this is actually the bot lane play. As I don't think we saw this one. Oh, no, this was the dive, right. So I think Hans could have just walked up an auto one more extra time, but he thought the Ignite was going to finish. He just doesn't go for it.
To be fair, if he stayed for that extra Ignite, that could have been a double too.
Yeah.
He did have flash.
I think he could have gone for it.
Does he? No, he doesn't.
It looked like he had flash when we pressed tab. Oh, it's tab. It's the player's point of view. So obviously he has flash on that, doesn't it? Because it was Super's point of view.
Yes.
So many spectator modes. Doesn't have flash now, and now he's about to come back off cooldown. Super stayed around for a while, and yet, as you say, likely to die here. Caps takes it, Mickey tanks the tower, and G2 will finally put that Ezreal in the dirt.
That was an awkward situation where both Hans and Super just kept sticking around.
Forward here. Yike missed the Vault Breaker. Alvaro just dodged to the side of it. The Charm coming out as well. Alvaro does have the Solar Flare, but there's 4 members of G2 surrounding him. Solar Flare comes out. TP as well invested.
He doesn't die.
By MDK. He doesn't die, as you say, but Frescawi did have to TP down to make sure that Alvaro was safe enough.
So now they have Frescawi down in bot side catching the waves, which isn't a disaster. TPing down bot, as well as securing Grubs and opening through mid if you're the Ezreal to catch those waves too. Kennen, BB, is going to potentially contest these Grubs. I wonder if he could potentially steal one away.
No passive on Frescawi. They're going to look for him. Mickey stepped out early. Frescawi going in, has that Shadow Surge, but can't land it now with Caps TPing in as well. Frescawi is surrounded by G2 and doesn't really have anywhere to go. Flashes away from the Charm, but the Cease and Desist will follow him. He finds one so far. Shadow Surge dodged by Mickey. Now Caps trying to trade back in, but Frescawi has survived for a long time in this battle. Mickey dashes forward, Gleaming Quill hits, as does the Charm. In the end, G2 make it a 1-for-1.
I mean, Frescawi makes the best out of a bad situation. Caps TPs, they think with a numbers advantage, they can find a big pick. But while all that was happening, look at the top side of the map. MDK is getting a full tower in mid lane, more plates are being secured. G2 are kind of scrambling around the map right now. A lot of individual errors are just being capitalized on by MDK. And it's kind of resulting in MDK being able to find a pretty healthy lead.
Yeah, Broken Blade really taking a beating there. I think Mirwin made a really smart decision not to take the tower immediately, but rather let the tower stay up and leave the minions to die to the tower. So Broken Blade just had to sit around and wait for the waves to die. You had Elyoya shadowing as well, which meant that he couldn't walk up and farm.
Alvaro just trying to be a nuisance here. Wasn't really going to get much out of it other than delaying Caps' back. And I have to say, MDK, I must apologize. I wasn't familiar with your cooking style, but so far, this gourmet that you've laid out for us is working well.
The Vex, I think, has had so much work. I feel like Rakan is scared to dash forward, and all the dashing champs are just struggling.
Cleanse away from Hans Summer. Dark Binding eaten by Mickey. True Shot Barrage coming out as well. The Soul Shackles almost connect on Mickey, but he's able to dodge away just at the right moment. Yike, now the next target is taken out by Super. Another Dark Binding lands, and under the tower, Hans Summer is sent packing. Caps is going to Spirit Rush forward here, but right into the face of Elioya. Flash away. Caps dashes back across the wall.
A nice little skirmish from MDK where they leverage numbers advantage to find 2 quick kills. They set themselves up nicely to secure the Dragon and this mid tower. Corki being involved in the game, really accelerating something that Finn wanted to see them do more this time around, and MDK have done a great job. They know that G2 have put this priority on trying to attack the bot side of the map. The bot side of the map has done a good job of weathering that storm. And ultimately that means that Mirwin has been snowballing on the top side, a 1.9k lead for him. This Morgana has been power farming like a menace and is a 1.1k gold lead. And now let's look back at how this play unfolded.
So I think the engage comes down here onto Handsome, and there's just so much chain CC. After this death, Yike goes 0, 3, and 1. And it's just Rakan. Rakan can't do anything. He has to get away. Handsome can only disengage with his ultimate, and Yike just cannot move. The damage is so much from Mirwin as well.
Obviously, we see Hans Summer getting caught up underneath the tower right at the end, but I feel like Yike was predicting the Black Shield to fall off a moment before it did. He went back in with the Bolt Breaker, and then the knockup was just blocked because the Black Shield still stood there. And MDK playing well around that cooldown.
Look at those plates, 1,500 gold. 12 out of the 15 plates from MDK. And I think this is something that they failed to do in the previous game. They had 2 pushing lanes in game 1, and then they tried to overforce fights, and ultimately they cost themselves any control over the early game. This time around, they had 3 pushing lanes, and look what they've been able to find off the back of it. It does help that G2 has made misplays this game as well individually, but MDK, they're taking advantage of that. They're moving around the map. They're now setting their sights on the bottom outer tower. They have numbers. G2's here to answer, but they are still a man down.
Scryer's Bloom spotted out MDK as they were looking to set up that play, and I think because of it, they decided to back away. Weren't sure who was reinforcing Caps in at the bottom lane. They probably also saw Yike as he came out of the bush. Alvaro here can trade with Mickey, but it's more to be a nuisance than anything else. Just try and gain control of as much of the river as possible. Still a while before the next Drake. Yike dashing forward with the Bolt Breaker. G2 looking for something here. You can see Super starting to react. Charm goes down. Quickness in as well as Mickey looks for the backline. Double TP invested. Cease and desist into the slicing Maelstrom. And Alvaro and Elioya are already gone. Super next up. Hans Summer dashing in, but the Shadow Surge will chase him down. Mirwin's fallen, and now it's all on that Shadow Surge. What can you do, Frescowie? How much damage can you put down? You get a reset when you get the kill. In the end, MDK won't look for more, it seems. Yike, Caps, and Broken Blade still standing.
So the lack of exhaust really biting MDK there onto the cannon ult coming through. And I think the crucial thing was Ahri, Caps on this Ahri, managing to get away from the chain CC of Alvaro, ending up with the best case scenario for G2 in my opinion. Managed to find a T5 win after being down so much gold.
A hectic set of affairs. You look back at this exchange, and note the numbers. We see Frescowie still sitting in mid lane, sorry, Super in mid lane, looking to rotate down. The engage comes out in a 4v3. So the ultimate looks promising from the Ezreal, but the pick has already come through. The Morgana drops, doesn't really get much value out of the ultimate. But now G2's kind of out of fuel. They've used everything that they can, and while they do get that follow pick onto Mirwin, the fact that the ultimate connects from Frescowie gives him the resets and the ability to start chasing. So well played from the mid AD from MDK to at the very least get something back, because that fight could have been a lot more disastrous than it initially was. But MDK, again, you really have to ask the question, do we need to take this fight? Similar to game 1, they overforced a fight that they didn't need to take, and this is another situation where I don't really think that they were fighting over anything. Their map state was good, they had a healthy lead, they could have just conceded bot tower, maybe look for pressure mids, but at least now they're back out onto the map, they're leveraging the pressure on the top side, they have good control, and they're securing the Herald.
They know Broken Blade's in the bot lane as well, it has no TP, just used it, so they know they have a numbers advantage here. You can use those 6 grubs, get the Rift Herald, and look to secure a tier 2 somewhere else on the map. Broken Blade will have some time with the tier 2 in that bot lane, but I mean, although Kennen can take towers, not the quickest at it. It's Mirwin. Trinity Force complete. He goes for more. Dash away from Caps with that Spirit Rush.
I mean, the thing is with G2's composition, right, is it's full send. You have to engage and find these angles through the Black Shield and through the Vex. And if you don't find them, you're just going to automatically lose by default. So it's on G2 here to find these engages with these flanks, potentially with a Kennen flank or something like this.
Well, we talked about in the draft, right, that if this MDK composition falls behind, it's going to be very difficult for them to really find avenues, but they haven't. They've leveraged the strength of their laners, and they've put themselves in a good spot, and now they're the ones putting constant pressure down onto G2, ultimately trying to play the map as much as possible and not give them that ability to find that shotgun engage.
2 more tier 2s to MDK. Caps getting a chunk of his HP as well. Broken Blade's going to stay around and put some pressure on the inhibitor tower. MDK invested all of their resources in taking these 2 tier 2s and the jungle away. Broken Blade has had a lot of time with his inhib tower, though. Shadow Surge, a possibility from Frescowies. He might look for the chase immediately. The rocket belt away from Broken Blade means the inhibitor tower does fall. G2 finds something in the bot lane to answer the pressure that MDK have put on the rest of the map.
Broken Blade going to pocket the tier 3 gold. Very nice for the upcoming team fight at this Dragon. But I will say I'm scared, because that is a pre-double Muramana spike for the Corki and the Ezreal, and that fight, they were just absolutely dominating in terms of damage already. So coming into this next fight, if they have them completed, it's going to be incredibly brutal with that poke. We already saw it being leveraged there.
Ultimately, I think this Kennen is going to be the difference maker. How much impact can Broken Blade have? I think that just because of how massive the ultimate from Kennen is, it can always be a big game changer, and execution on the fight is going to be crucial.
Yeah, and the thing is, right, you have no exhaust versus the Kennen as well. You've opted into Ignite, which generally says we're going to get a big lane lead and make up for the lack of exhaust as the game goes on. They don't get the lane lead, and now they just have no exhaust for Kennen in a full dive composition. So I'm a little bit worried.
Well, the top side has the lane lead at the very least.
Okay, sure.
Oh, super caught out, has no flash, cease and desist to follow up. They're looking for more CC here. Alioya puts Dark Binding back down. Bolt Breaker in, but the Black Shield enough to keep Super safe from the knockup. Yike flashes the wall, Alvaro chases him, Killer Instincted by Hans Summer, and now MDK are all at arrears. Alioya getting chased out, Caps going forward with the Spirit Rush, needs the charm, hits it. A double so far for Hans Summer in the fight. Alvaro trying to Zenith play it out, but I'm not sure the escape can be anything but a flash across the wall. He manages to escape in the end. Shadow Surge hits only Hans Summer. G2 find 2 in the top side.
And we heard it from the interview. They have to play together.
Scowy didn't use his passive to knock Mickey back. I think he was still dead anyway. That's 3. Baron's up in 7 seconds time. Have G2 just done it again?
I think it's too ambitious to go for the Baron, but maybe I'm wrong. They're going to start this one off regardless.
Ooh.
A single pick is going to cost MDK the lead that they've worked so hard to build.
Muin has to be the hero here with the Corki poke. Yeah, going to push him off. Those rockets are going to be too much there.
Close one there. Good job by Muin to stall the Baron. It's going to be another tower for G2, but this resilience from G2 is something that you can never afford to underestimate. They're going to keep trying to force picks. They're going to be looking for plays. Remember how kind of out of the game Yike really has been, but he was the one to find that pick onto Super to capitalize on this small positional mistake. The good news for MDK is they're setting themselves up for Soul Point, and G2, they're not going to be able to respond.
Quite interesting right now what BB is doing right here. He was waiting in the bush just in case anyone came to defend the tier 1 turret that they're trying to cross map, and then maybe make a pick onto them going forward, because he has no TP, right? They're opting to give this Dragon up for sure, no TP flank down in bot side, and they're giving up Soul Point for some tier 3 gold, so tier 1 gold.
Caps 4-0-3 on the Ari, has confidence in himself. That's a 10-stack Medjais you see in his inventory. He can continue to remain unkilled and find a few kills and assists himself. That will scale, obviously, incredibly fast, and they might look for Frescowi on the bottom side. Elioya's walking away from him. There's the charm, and there's another. An assist at least for Caps, make it 12 stacks.
The last time Frescowi was in a side lane, he was able to at least trade 1-for-1 this time around, though. You can't afford to be making these mistakes. MDK, we've seen so many good things from you this game. You can't afford to blunder now.
And we heard from Melzer, right? You have to play together with this composition. The carries need to be next to Morgana so you can flex the Black Shield and make it so your carries cannot be CC'd. And then the DPS comes through and the engage is botched for G2. But by now, you know, it's not so great. Yike manages to flash nicely over this wall and separates, and Hans Summer flies in, finishing off the kill. And it's just an MDK loss because they're so disconnected.
I mean, credit to Mickey utilizing that pocket of vision to catch Super out of position. And it's, I mean, you have to credit G2 for it. Like, I know that the perspective is always going to be MDK is throwing this game, but it's these small plays by Mickey. We saw it in game 1 with his flash, insta-stun on the Rel onto, I believe it was Frescowi on the Ezreal, or actually it was on Super again. I think that he's actually just decided that Super is his target this game, and he's just going to try and shut him down and catch him as often as he can.
And you look at the gold swing from it, you only, like at the top of the scoreboard, only 800 gold between the two teams, but Elioya was 1,000 gold ahead of Yike. Now it's only 200. Mid was in Frescowi's favor, now Caps is 500 gold ahead. And as much as you say, it's not all MDK's mistakes, Vedi. They have a track record of this. They're the only team to have beaten BDS 3-0 in a 2-game series and lost the series 2-0. They were 10,000 gold ahead at times, and they were I say they were able to lose. They ended up losing those games. So yes, credit to G2. Their mid game is something they've worked on a lot this year, but also you have to look at how teams against G2 are being caught out in these positions.
Yeah, it's always a throw and a catch, right?
I think we still give credit to G2, right?
Yeah,
They're still doing a very good job, but
I want to see kind of MDK refocus now. They haven't thrown this game away completely. They've been caught off guard. They've lost a little bit of control. And we can see in terms of the itemization, G2 are starting to find small edges. In particular, mid lane Caps is getting very close to that death cap. But ultimately, they're at soul point. They're in a good position. The Baron still available. MDK just need to slow the game down, wait for a few more items, and look for a good fight.
So in terms of MDK here in the last 2 minutes, they definitely were fishing for something on those Muramana completions. You could see them really posturing. Frescowi actually dropped a bunch of waves down bot side to potentially look for a fight around that Nash.
Elioya jumped on, no time for the Black Shield, and Elioya's down. The Charm coming out as well as Super's locked up. Solar Flame on the backline, Fear onto Mickey, but he's still half HP, and with the TP coming in, Mickey going back forward for Super once again. Broken Blade TP's in, Caps has a teleport of his own. We'll see if MDK overstep, because there's that ward just above where Alvaro is if Caps wants to TP in behind.
It's an ambitious Baron. You've got to remember that a lot of poke is still available for MDK. Corki, Ezreal.
It's a Mega Blasco, and the one thing the Chemtech Rift does for us, Vedius, is give the cannon the flank position.
Potential.
Caps looking for the charm, cannon goes in, he's feared immediately, but the dive into the backline, Merwin able to escape. There's one, he's looking to make it two. It's two from Merwin, and G2 are now all hailing the retreat. MDK fight them off for the Baron.
Frescowi with the sick fear out of the Blast Clone, stopping the engage, and then G2, they just don't have the tools to dive where they thought they would get another member with that cannon into the backline, but it just wasn't enough because he wasn't there. Insane read by Frescowi.
It was a really nice initial pick from Mickey and Yike to lock down Elioya and potentially convert it into a Baron, but it was always going to be a dangerous engage, and G2 knew that, so they wanted to use the Baron to turn and fight, but Frescowi found the angle. Really good interrupt onto the cannon, mitigated so much of G2's damage, and they're able to find a winning fight.
And Caps is like me at a birthday party when I've had one too many, and I'm playing Jenga. The stack's gone. Just down to 2 on the Medjay now, as MDK gain control around the Baron. Drake up in 45 seconds, Soul for MDK if they can secure it, but I think a Baron is slightly more important than a Chemtech Soul. G2 still have flashes on Caps and Broken Blade. Mad Lions have them pretty much across the board. See if G2 can find an avenue to approach, because the previous fight, it was them catching Elioya. I don't think MDK are going to allow them to get that close again. Oh, flash forward from Alsbro, looking for that shield of Daybreak. Dark Binder coming out as well. Broken Blade goes in with the blast of Slicing Maelstrom. Is the follow-up there? A killer instinct! And it's a supernova of damage from G2. Caps diving forward, they'll find another fight. Still fighting against 2 here as Merwin falls as well. I said they wouldn't get close enough, but MDK delivered them on a golden platter.
I mean, they tried to force a fight way too hard. Broken Blade this time could find the angle, and with a monstrous Maelstrom, he's able to eviscerate MDK. They concede the Dragon. G2, they set their sights on the Baron, but I think that's a little too ambitious.
I mean, take a look here. I think the carries were a little bit split. You could see, you know, you've got the 3-man of Elvira, Elioya, and Frescowi going in, but the carries aren't there to do damage. Your AD carries. So you just get absolutely comboed without any DPS to back you up. The dive comes through, and it's just an excellent angle from BB.
I mean, he did his job. Even if he dies at this point, it doesn't matter. The follow-up to round things out with Mickey and Hans Summer is just able to dish out the damage. Like, you can see a lot of return damage is still done. G2 blinking health bars. But it's a one fight and a deserved smile for Broken Blade.
But I think the big thing is they didn't manage to connect any of the poke that they have with this double Muramana, with the poke from the Ezreal and the Corki specifically.
How crazy is it the Corki just cannon in that fight?
He wasn't even there.
Merwin doing his best in this game, but ultimately MDK not finding the fights that they want.
But I think that's also, when you re-look at the fight, it's why it was so important that Caps flash charm Merwin after the initial engage. It's why it's so important Mickey re-engaged with the grand entrance to CC Merwin while they were getting those last dregs of health off Elioya, off Frescowi, because then it gave them time to re-engage in Merwin, where it's actually a 5v2 rather than Merwin having the time to open up.
Where is Yike going here? Is he finding some kind of long con flank or cheesing in the bush?
So they do this from time to time, and often it's a push cheese. So he will wait there for a while. It's like, well, there's nothing else on the map. Broken Blade's pushing bot. He's going to have the TP up.
Yeah.
If Mirwin steps too far forward, we'll see someone rotate from mid. They'll try and catch the wave, and then Mirwin might be overextended.
They have Kai'Sa ult to follow up on the Vi engage. If Mirwin manages to overextend here, catching them off guard before the Black Shield comes down could be great.
Yike's just going to wait there, but MDK wise to the threat, reacting with 3. Caps catches the wave. Alvaro and Elioya were seen on that ward as they cleared it out.
You know, it's I've had coaches explain this to me before, and it's not exclusive to G2, but teams will often test you. And this is a great example of like, oh, are you alone in a side lane, or do you have proper support? And MDK showcasing, no, we have the proper support. We're doing all the correct steps. And as you rightly said, it's not really much lost. It's very much just like a small, like, hey, you're supposed to do these steps here. And if you skip on them, that means that you're going to get caught.
And that's why he's staying around even after MDK did the first few steps correctly, because if one person backs by themselves, then Yike can catch them out. If one person now is like, okay, we've cleared it, that's okay, Yike can still catch them out. You might look like a waste of time. And
look, this is a great example. MDK now testing G2.
Yep. It's like, Caps, you overextend by yourself. He is a little bit. Alvaro going for the Solar Flare, Spirit Rush away, and that's the safety that you have in the RE, of course.
Yeah, I don't think that was ever a G2 play. The entire time I was looking, are there any TP wards for Kennen? So if a fight broke out that was decently long, there was no way that BB was actually going to be able to take part, because there are no wards, outside of maybe one in the pit that Mikyx just placed, so that wasn't even there at the time. So I'm kind of glad that G2 didn't go for that, because that could have been a massive throw. MDK, though, good shadowing towards Mirwin, rather.
So the game kind of returns to a neutral state. Both teams sort of fishing for picks, but nothing really going to come off the back of it. The reel's still in the sea, but we're kind of waiting for that big catch as we get closer to the soul point once more. Of course, Dragon is an objective you have to be cautious about, but both these teams looking to try and get as much gold as they can. You can see in particular Super wanting to try and complete his 3rd item. Deathcap very close for Frescowy. See if he's able to secure it before the next Dragon fight. Has the top wave. You can see how suspicious he is. Frescowy isn't comfortable here. He ideally wants his team to come help him, but...
Look at those deep wards down in bot side as well. Those bot lane deep wards, I'm looking at it. It would be a classic for G2 to just full send TP down bot, pick up Mirwin, and transition that into Baron, but it doesn't look like they opt for it. They do this so often.
Yeah, they really do. It's something we've seen even from the olden days of G2, and it's like perks that would Shadow Wonder in a side lane, and they'd look to try and catch someone who was pushing out. For the moment, though, MDK wise to the danger, aren't overextending, and it's always difficult to get that TP flank. There we go. He called it, Aragon. Mirwin will have the Valkyrie, and Broken Blade only has half his health left. Counter TP coming out as G2 trying to run through the river to react. Broken Blade pops the slicing mountain. The charm on Frescowy as he came out of the TP was perfect, but Mirwin's able to trade one back so far. Caps trying to get away. Mirwin need another order. The True Chopper Arch going wide. The Rocket doing the same. Meanwhile, on the top side, Alvaro goes in with the Solar Flare. Yoyo trying to get away, but he's already burned the Black Shield, and he's caught up in the cease and desist. And now G2 have got them in their claws. They found them in the pincer movement. Super and Mirwin have a lot of damage between them, though. Mirwin already level 18. Yike able to dodge away from the Phosphorus Bomb, but it's just an auto from Mirwin, enough to take him low. The Battle Dance not quite able to connect. And Mirwin and Super are doing everything they can to keep MDK in this game.
Caps is still around, but he doesn't have the HP to fight. What should have been a disastrous situation for MDK ends up pretty good. As Super gets himself a final kill, ticks over to level 16. Super and Mirwin, the Corki and the Ezreal, reaching those points in the game where they can single-handedly carry, keep MDK in this game.
Mirwin doubling down on his range. Top laners that you call cheesy, he calls them good, and now a TP comes through.
Oh God, Broken Blade, you're right in the middle of the meat grinder. That TP was suboptimal.
Yes, it was, and it was an easy kill for MDK. They've been able to close the gold gap. I mean, it's been pretty close, a back and forth consistently throughout this game. But now the Soul is secured, and now maybe even a Baron on the cards.
No TPs available for the carries. Caps and BB, even if they respawn, not going to be able to be there. I think this double AD carry is going to shred this Nash.
I think it's just gone, really. Even if you're G2, do you even fight it? As you say, Broken Blade 30 seconds away, Caps only spawning now. Maybe you can look for a steal, but whoever goes in there, that's a one-way ticket. You're not getting out of the pit.
MDK, their composition, showcasing the strength of it. Once it reaches that late game point, I will say that last fight, is that really how they want their comp to optimize? Probably not. It works though, you know, we make it work. And now with the Baron buff, they're in a prime position to secure this. When we look back at this play, and the collapse initially from G2 looked very promising.
I just want to, like, Mirwin did so well here. Look at the movement onto the Rakan W later on, especially as well. Right now, Caps gets quite fortunate. His W move speed gets him away from the skirmish. You think the fight is really losing for MDK because of all the winning team fights across the board, but now the two carries are still alive. G2 have a really, there's a problem here. They have to kind of gap close without Vi ultimate, so they have to find a way onto Corki, who has a dash. They bring out the dash with the Vi Q, and then rely on Rakan to go on that. But look at the movement. Yeah. It's so clean, hugging the wall for Mirwin.
And yeah, I mean, that's the range difference that we really saw there, right? Corki and Ezreal into the Kai'Sa. She needs that small bit of setup to be able to close that gap, as you're highlighting, Aragon, and she trusted the Rakan to be able to land the W, but it wasn't enough. And then to round things out, the flash commit from Super. Now, you could argue he doesn't have flash for the next fight, but ultimately, with the Baron buff, MDK have set their sights now on the base of G2. Now looking to equalize this series.
And when TPing in, G2 trying to find a way, find a flank perhaps, but MDK once again doing their due diligence. They've warded their flanks. It's going to be hard for Broken Blade to get in. He does have the flash vault breaker from Yike back to the safety of the tower, but Caps already takes half his HP. Broken Blade will keep Frescowy at bay, takes half of his, but MDK have already broken the inhibitor line and broken the inhibitor alongside it. Double cannon minions pushing in, G2 trying to clear the wave, but they don't have too much wave clear. Frescowy forced away, Broken Blade has the flash, and the engage coming out from G2. Super stunned up, Shadow Surge blocked with the Zhonya's, but a dive onto the backline from Hansama is purely a dive into death. Frescowy fears him immediately when he lands, and MDK find 4 in the fight. The Nexus towers in their eyes, and they'll even out the series 1-1.
MDK, they knew the only way they would lose was through those flanks. I don't know if you caught it, guys, but at the end there, they had 5 sweepers. They did not want to be flanked, and they played around their lose conditions really well.
Frescowy had some very clutch moments on this Vex. There are definitely moments where he was getting caught out, positions where it could have been very dire for MDK, but ultimately they find a win. They equalize the series, and they showcase what they can do. Excited to see how they can evolve in the series. Ultimately, I like their draft and what they were able to do.
I mean, Mirwin, it was just Mirwin. To me, it was the entire thing. I think it was like 15 minutes, 2k gold lead, and it's very clear to me they're coming to a plan. They know G2 are going to blind pick Vi. We have Morgana and Vex. We know they're going to blind pick Kennen. What answers are we prepping for that? We have the Lulu, which didn't work too well, but also now, Corki.
And now that MDK have tied out the series, we're going to hear from Fnatic's Humanoid on his last time in the Olympia Hauler in Moonshot. They take on Fnatic. That's why the winner is important.
I have been Munich when I was like 10 years old or something. With my football team, we were traveling somewhere, and then we just visited the stadium on the way. I would like to see what I remember from it, because I don't really remember much. I think for me, that is the best thing about playing, actually. In the big arena, knowing that, you have 5 games, almost my whole career, it was 2 offline finals. So now it's just like the most important one at the end of the year. I think I usually think in that moment about how like crazy it is that I'm actually playing in front of so many people. I'm just trying to enjoy it as it happens and just think of it as something that I will remember forever.
Humanoid already down to 10% HP. The culling finds its mark and the light slinger.
We have a pretty good chance to win. It was always closer and closer every time we played G2, so this time we will take it over the line.
Hey, Law.
Yeah?
I need a bit of help with styling since I'm new here, and I was wondering if I could show you a couple of outfits.
Yeah, sure.
Amazing, thank you so much. I'll be right back. I'm a Poro snack. Get it?
I don't know, man. No, not really.
I don't know, Law. It's hopeless.
No, it's gonna be fine. Here, let's have a break.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Back to the drawing board then, I guess.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Hey, shouldn't you be on stage right now?
Hey, you got a pick. Tom Kent?
What?
I was not expecting this.
And a crazy off-meta pick that secured you the win. How did you come up with it?
I just listened to my gut. Stack goes in with the Zenith blade, but the cleanse away from Hansama should be enough to take down Alvaro. Now Super in a 1v2. Hansama flashes. Oh man, Quill was enough healing.
I can flash this speed. I'm working on the Karan. I stop her.
Nice, you win that, Como me gustas, Mini. Como me gustas, mi chiquitín.
Yeah, look guys, look, I have a good fight. I'm going to Vex if I can. Nice. Huge. It's huge, look. I still need help.
Look on Mini. Nice. Bro, why they go on me?
Welcome back to the LEC and the analyst desk as MDK strike back in our second game. Dagda and GB, of course, joining me now to break that particular game down. Finn will join us later as we take a look at the draft as well. I'm Dracos. Yeah, that's a lot of ego coming from me that I just assumed that you all know who I am. But hopefully everyone saw this draft because I'm going to be honest. I thought fast 2-0. I thought they were goofing. I thought this didn't make any sense, boys, and I was completely wrong. Let's talk about what Mad Lions Koi brought to the table this time around.
Yeah, I mean, the shift from the Corki top, we were kind of talking about it backstage. Aragon had the same epiphany we did, was like, wait, this Corki could get shifted into top side, and I think it was cool to see that adaptation where you actually get that pushing lane, you're able to do some work. But the big question mark for me was the Vex, where I was like, I don't know how this one's going to work out, but honestly, I think Frescowi kind of converted me. He's some really clutch moments where he prevented big engages, especially from the likes of BB, even having some moments where he was able to bring it back from the brink in some of these team fights. I think Frescowi had a great game.
There was definitely times where I thought this is not going to do anything, and then there came team fights. I was like, oh my god, it's doing everything at the same time. And I think it was a solid pick, and more importantly, I'm super entertained by all these drafts we're actually seeing from MDK. Lula didn't quite work out, but the Corki this time around, with the amount of pressure that he was able to get on that top side, really made this early game from MDK.
Mirwan's sticking to his guns, man. I think
he
you gotta
should.
respect it.
Multiple different types.
Lots of different guns.
If you employ a guy like Mirwan, you're not signing him to a team to say, I'm putting you on, I'm putting you on normal champions. You're utilizing the fact that he's having weird picks, and you work with that.
And the person who really suffered in that context was BB. I feel like this man did not get to lane for the entirety of topside. It was just Mirwan free, auto-attacking the tower. I mean, we saw it while the rest of the map is fighting back and forth. It was just Mirwan sitting there, autoing, taking plates over and over and over again. We even have the highlight clip for it. Like, look, this is Mirwan at his best, dominating top lane in the isolated 1v1. Yeah, there were some hiccups here and there, don't get me wrong, but overall, it's good stuff.
Yeah, and I think this is where you really got to see Mirwan get that big lead that he was then able to convert in towards team fights, because the fact he was dealing as much, if not more, damage in a lot of these fights than Broken Blade said exactly where BB was. I think BB, after losing this top tower, really wasn't in a position to try and carry on the rest of the game. Frescowi was keeping him check. He was struggling against the Morgana bindings. There was so much that kept BB at bay.
Yeah, absolutely. But I also think BB's bot lane really let him down here as well. They got the lead that they got in the early game. Then suddenly they dive 1 versus 2. And suddenly there's a Leona up there as well with the Morgana too. Because I don't know why you're smiling. This is a very serious analytical segment. And BB could not play the game.
I was caught off guard, and I feel bad for BB. I do. And Mirwan, it's important to note, broke records. Look, damage per minute, 1,271. Most impressive we've ever seen from a Corki. This was a masterclass from Mirwan in terms of solo lane domination. And to be fair, it's a Corki. It's supposed to win lane. I don't think Broken Blade was ready for this. You know he's cooking something, but you can't be ready for everything. This man he's got every dish under his belt. It's not just paella. He's branched out.
But I also think like there's credit to Mirwan in this regard, but it's also how long do we want to keep this cannon slam every time as well for G2, because we've seen it 2 times now. Both times as well, it was the pick that was actually suffering the most from being blind picked. Even the Lulu was a good response to it, the Corki as well. So I'm curious to see what BB will have into this, because you don't know what you're going to get.
But before we hit the draft, I think it's important to take a look at least a few of those fights, because ultimately it was the fights, right? They were scrappy, they were messy on both sides. But really, when you look back at some of these key highlight moments, MDK kept it together in the final moments to ensure that they could secure their path to victory.
MDK kept it together, but it felt like G2 kind of did the exact opposite. Like, this was a very disjointed engage where it felt like Broken Blade was kind of distracted by Frescowi for a huge amount, and he was a little bit late on the engage. In some of the other team fights as well, it wasn't really team fights. It was, hey, we're going to come in very separated. We're going to have like a TP here. We're going to try and chase this fight. It's opening up into skirmishes. And I think that's where they got a lot of the value. And that's why I want to try and bring it back to the Frescowi for a second, is like the Vex doing such a good job of keeping Broken Blade out of the fights meant that they didn't need that exhaust. It meant that they could try and play a little bit more aggressive, had the ignite for team fights, start to pick off some of these kills. And in those mini skirmishes, I think that's where you got a lot of that value.
And there were 1 or 2 fights where they did still need the exhaust,
yeah,
but I think
absolutely.
in the clutch, for the most part. I think it's a really good point. Like Frescowi and Mirwan, while we know, and these are the 2 guys we kind of left off of our focus when we took a look at like the summary for the team. Those are the 2 players that didn't come up, because we know, hey, Frescowi didn't have the flashiest. The solo laners on MDK maybe aren't the strongest point, but Mirwan with counterpick has been solid, and Frescowi, an excellent performance on the Vesk as we now get Blesk, excuse me. What is it?
What are you trying to, what's happening?
What is the mid lane champion called? Why am I blanking?
Vex. What did you
said like 3 different other people's names. No, I just got completely lost. Probably because I saw the incredibly handsome Finn walking onto the desk to join us for picks and bans.
Great to be here.
BB. Yeah. Thank you for being here and for being incredibly handsome, Finn. Let's talk about it. G2, MDK, game 3.
I'm just curious, is this Corki Prior gonna hold?
Yeah.
Because
Well,
the
Corki's banned.
Mine?
That's true. I was gonna say Cannon, not Corki. My mind slipped there. But because the thing is, Last game, when you look at what the Kennen did, it did exactly what it was gonna do. It just got completely sold by his bot lane. Like, I'm gonna be real, if I'm this Kennen, I'm walking off stage and just slapping my AD and my support on the ears and walking back on. Okay, I don't endorse that, but because I think Mickey and Hans really sold him out there with the Depths on bot, because he was actually in a good
documentary.
We're learning a lot about Freddy in this, so I didn't expect to necessarily. Regardless, okay, so Poppy, some of the unique Mickey picks coming out. Ashe, still a lot of AD carry focus. Aurora keeps getting banned, which is a bummer. But the Rel first pick, I think, is unsurprising. Finn, you mentioned earlier, this is just, in the context of our region, it always seems like a broken chain.
Yeah, I mean, the current narrative is that the Europeans don't know how to flash Rel engage. Because if you flash Rel's engage combo, she kind of just stands there in her diaper form and just can't really go anywhere. But if you don't flash the combo, she gets this chain combo and everyone can follow up. So, I mean, people usually have to be reactive to that.
Yeah, I think I am a little bit surprised to see it though, because there's a lot of champions like the Ezreal I thought would take higher priority. And even looking at the mid lane, I think Lucian has been very, very strong still, and something that you can look towards the mid lane, but we haven't really seen that high priority on the pick, which I think is surprising, because that was something I was keeping my eyes on coming into this series.
And it's interesting to see finally the Zeri make it through bans, right? This is a champion that's been perma-banned all weekend long. We know Supa really wanted to play this pick for so long. It's what he spams in solo queue. Of course, this is a pick that's also been used in mid lane. I would not be surprised if Mirwan also uses it in top lane. But I think the good news is, because Mirwan was so good in the previous game, he kind of does force that Corki ban out. But seemingly G2 are ready for this because they chose to ban the pop.
Yeah, I just want to call out that Mirwan did play Seri top before anyone else did, before it was meta. That was still his weird pick. Then suddenly other people started bringing stuff out like that. But, you know, it's still a possibility. With the Kennen up there, sure, you can flex an AD up there. We've already seen it once, twice, and it went really well.
I think that's a hard matchup for Seri to go into. We do see the Kennen being locked in. And again, the third game, and I wonder what Mirwan has up his sleeve this time. Is he going to go back into the Lulu? Because I think it worked out in game one. I think just now they have more options in the bot lane to fight it.
I'm surprised they're going for the Vi. Not that I don't think Vi is very, very strong, but I'm curious now what Hans Sama is going to play, because you've already got Zeri and the Ezreal taken away. I feel like you get to ban the Kai'Sa and you can do another AD carry ban. And Hans Sama's gone right the way down the list, unless he ends up going for something like the Xayah. But I think Xayah is fairly weak in the meta at the moment, so I'm kind of curious as to what Hans Sama has in his back pocket to go for here.
And I think G2 actually wanted to bait the Morgana pick here, because I think they're going to make the plan of Rel Q flashes, which Morgana cannot shield because it breaks the flash, and then you can actually Vi combo on the Rel CC. So I think that's actually what they were trying to do with this Vi pick.
Yeah, obviously an interaction that people who don't play Rel often don't think about is the fact that she can just break a shield on command. Azir now taken away, so they want to limit some of the scaling options for Caps. Would be surprised if he goes back to the Ahri. It was solid, but it didn't feel like the most important pick in the context of the draft. G2, really strong 3-man in terms of engage. Mad Lions Koi, great carries, great defense. Have to see how they round out this one.
Will G2 actually get Kai'Sa for free on 4-5 again? Because I feel like it's by far the best pick for them with the Vi, with the Rel, and it's actually good against Seri as well. So if Mad Lions doesn't ban it, I'd be very surprised.
That's why I thought it would be like Kai'Sa Draven ban. I thought they'd focus more on the bot lane because they dropped Hans Sama's priority so much, but I think you're still fine there to go for the Kai'Sa. It's great follow-up for the amount of dive that G2 have. Unless it is a case of they are sending the Zeri top and they think, hey, we can actually take Kai'Sa for ourselves here on this next rotation, but it feels bizarre to not have that priority there on the AD carry pool.
Yeah, I mean, probably just look support on 4 here as Mad Lions. You go for the Leon and Braum are banned, so what is open is like the Alistar, the Nautilus. Probably choose one of those two.
I think it's just always Alistar with the champion you see on enemy team. Kennen, Rel, Vi, having that ultimate just makes it so much easier to still get your CC off in a fight. I'm still standing by it.
Yeah, and if this was Fnatic, we'd probably see a Yone and a Kai'Sa here, but I wonder if G2 is actually going to entertain that idea as well.
Interesting to see the priority on the Nautilus. Of course, last time we saw specifically Rel into the Alistar, G2 did kind of run away with the bot lane match, but I wonder if they just feel like they want something that's going to do a bit more in those first few levels. It's not like there's, you know, a Zeri on the enemy team where you need that point-and-click lockdown, but Nautilus certainly going to have a more impactful level on level 2, but here we go. When the cards are down, when you start to lose games, where can you turn but Hans Sama Draven?
When in doubt, crash that button, press that red button, just lock it in.
Yeah, well, I wonder if we're going to see straight 3 games in the bot side, probably not on Vi, but this was something that they used to do all the time to make sure that this Draven just got ahead permanently. I will say, though, bringing in a little bit of a reality, Ezreal used to be the go-to weak side AD carry into Draven as well, so Supa could easily just take down in the bottom lane if he wanted to, and then you have the Seri mid, but that is caps potentially on that Annie, which we have seen in the past. They brought it out at MSI as well.
Yeah, I mean, it is something that you can get decent push on, and it's definitely something we saw a lot over in the LPL coming back into their spring season, but I haven't really seen it a huge amount at the moment, so surprised to see him, especially since it's blind going in towards that route. But just trying to say, hey, the rest of the map is AP, let's try and just force that raw ID onto the Draven, but Galio in response...
Somebody call Doinby, it's his time to shine, baby. What?
Neceri's going top into Kennen, which is a very hard matchup, I think, because she does just get blown up when she goes on him. So he needs to space very well in his matchup. It's a very hard matchup to navigate.
I like the Galio, though, because what ends up happening is that the way G2 want to play is flash forward with Annie, follow up with the Vi, follow up with the Rel. It's all a go forward and have that big wombo initially. And Galio can kind of just go, okay, I'm going to buy space for whoever the hell's in the back line. And a lot of the AD carries here at least have some form of dash. The Black Shield can grant some sort of distance. So I think that's where I'm really looking at going, that kite back potential from Madeline's Koi is how they want to play.
Looking for that kite back. Early lane might be a little bit difficult for Mirwin on the side of G2, GB. What are you looking for them to do in the early game before we toss to cast?
I mean, it's just all about bot lane for G2, MDK. If you mitigate that, you got great team fighting.
Have to see if they can make it work. Let's send it over to the casters for Game 3 in our match of the week, delivered by Uber Eats.
Let's get on into the action. 1-1. I think after game 1, most people expected this to be a quick 3-0 as it was yesterday, but Mad Lions Koi had other ideas. They cooked up something special, and in this game, they've kind of done it again. Zeri top, Galio mid, picks we haven't seen in the LEC that often. But G2 are kind of trying to answer them with the Draven and the Annie for themselves.
Mirwin went into the boot camp, looked at his team and said, I'm the AD carry now.
Yeah.
And
do you think Super has to add one name alongside Deft on his quote now?
Maybe. Because that was a monstrous performance from Mirwin. The analyst desk were talking about it, but just to reinforce, Mirwin's previous game was absolutely crazy. One of the highest. Was it the highest damage?
It was the highest in the LEC.
Highest Corki in LEC history.
History, yeah. So his Corki slapped. Makes a lot of sense why they would ban it away. But this flexibility from MDK is something that we knew them for at the beginning of the year, and then it disappeared, basically.
Yeah. And then you contrast that to the side of G2 here, who is pretty much running back the same kind of composition with a couple pieces switched out, with the Annie instead of the Ahri and now the Draven instead of the Kai'Sa, you know, going back to a bit more comfort and an Annie pick as well.
To see them consistently banning the Aurora is something that was very shocking.
Yeah.
Normally these guys are the quickest to pick up new things that are strong, you know? And so to not see them want to prioritize that, especially on blue side, is surprising. In any case, you've got Mickey and Caps hovering around mid for Scowie.
That's the stun. Crash down coming out as well for Scowie. Has to burn the flash early.
Wait, Broken Blade started E, I think.
And he kind of ganked now.
Yeah, he did. Sorry, I was just... I mean, Friskawi flashed, and it's understandable why you just show that respect, level 1, right? I get it. But basically what Broken Blade did was eat at him, and there was no way that he was going to kill him.
Yeah, but you know, Mickey could have got the knock-up, and then you have a bit more damage.
I mean, so if anything, he now has E top lane. Well, I don't think that's going to be useful. Yeah, okay.
I mean, he can run at Mirwin. Oh, exhaust coming out from Mirwin early on.
Ooh. So
they
adaptation.
Have 2 of them this game.
Yeah, we had none last game. Let's take 2 this time, right? So the thing is, now he doesn't have TP, and any kind of gank up top side, especially post 6 with these ultimates from Kennen and Vi, if Mirwin ever dies, he's going to miss so many waves and minions, because he can never just TP back and bail himself out. So full clear into a top side, you know, after your full clear coming back top side, trying to get a gank onto Mirwin, even though Zeri's relatively safe, could be devastating. I think that's definitely an angle G2 rather could go to.
Once again, we see MDK having the push in mid and bot and top. Worked out very well for them in game 2. Hansama and Mickey just having to accept the wave a little bit deeper because, of course, Mickey was in mid around that level 1.
I will say Friskawi losing his flash early on. Not having flash means it's going to be a bit more dangerous in the river, moving down for roams potentially onto bot side with that perma pushing down bot lane as well. So Friskawi going to be a little bit scared of chain CC if Mickey and Vi ever get onto him.
So for the time being, playing defensively. Once they get to level 3, I think they'll have a little bit more kill threats. Caps will miss that minion there. But I don't know why I needed to comment on that. I guess my commentator brain was just talking out loud. Yeah. I was thinking about
it's play-by-play brain. You know? Yeah. Map goes somewhere. Oh, farming minions.
Yeah.
Oh, missed that one.
Full clear from both junglers, as you can see. Looks like nothing too crazy happening in terms of the other game. Quick Cheetah recall coming out from Mirwin to secure the cult. means that he's going to be really not in too bad of a situation. That top wave is slowly pushing back towards him, but he won't really lose much off the back.
Yeah, when you have TP, talking about those G2 recalls, G2 recalls are more important because you can never just TP back, so getting those recalls in become more valuable. I will say, slight differences to last game is there was no level 1 invade from the Morgana to punish the Vibe because your level 1 is a lot weaker when the enemy team have a Draven. Now, Trade's very volatile in the mid lane, no flash for Piscawi, remember, so any kind of gank.
Cal's trying to chase Fiscawi out. Meanwhile, towards the Scuttle Crab, G2 are battling over it. Super putting some damage back down. The smite comes out. Yike secures it this time. Flashes away from the Dark Binding. Mickey has a flash of his own if Alura wants to chase any further, but with the way pushing in, I wonder if MDK will stay around to see if G2 overextend. Yike was on a ward. Now he walks down towards the bottom lane to cover Hans Summer and Mickey on this push out.
So bought a small bit of revenge for Yike after losing that smite fight in game 2. But both junglers here primarily, as you rightly said, just to cover. Both mid laners also returning, having spent their TPs earlier. And Broken Blade continuing to trade as often as he can with Mirwin as both top laners. Yeah, I wonder how much experience... Broken Blade, you gotta be careful, bro. I wonder how much experience he has in these top lane matchups, or if he's just kind of learning them on the fly. You know, how much experience do you have? He's like, guys, Mirwin's... he's picking another 80 carry, guys. We'll see how it goes.
At the very least, he's confident. He's gone for the Kennen again, right? So he's saying, you know what, it doesn't matter what he picks. It's the best blind pick on the patch right now. So no matter where they flex the next 80 carry to, if they ban Zeri and the previous 80 carry, they play top lane Corki again, what will he pick out? Will Kennen be good enough again, you know? Regardless.
I'm waiting for the Tryndamere to come out.
The Tryndamere.
Yeah.
We saw Trynd mid from Chovy, I think.
Of course we did.
Yep. Unsurprisingly, when you are 15-1 in series, you can kind of do whatever you want. Dominating the...
Blasted KT.
Yeah, well... It's the most typical KT thing to do ever, right? Do that, somehow miss out on Worlds. The roller coaster that must be
irony,
being a fan
in Europe,
of KT.
our equivalent is Mad Lions can have a really bad year, still qualify for Worlds.
Yep.
It's like the inverse.
4 years in a row.
We'll see if they can make that run. Equalizing the series against G2 is definitely a good start, especially like they do still have some issues in the mid game. Hang on, level 6 secured.
No exhaust for Mirwin. Does still have the flash. Broken Blade trading in on him. Mirwin does have exhaust in a second, but another stun coming out. Mirwin! Ooh. Okay, that was closer than I think Mirwin would have liked it to be.
Yeah, no TP now for Mirwin to get back to lane as well. That chunk going to convert into grubs if they ever want to. Unfortunately, jungle's on the other side of the map, but that's the idea with BB. And if he sticks around Mirwin, he'll be dope as well. So now he's going to miss a bunch of minions. This is the problem with having to run exhaust as well.
I will also say Finn talked on the desk about how this matchup, he doesn't actually like it that much for Zeri. And of course, as someone that has no experience with the Zeri Kennen matchup, it's great to see Broken Blade just already playing it with so much confidence that you were saying earlier, Aragon, as Mickey already using the leap.
Right, Super buffered his Arcane Shift, so even though the Shadowing Strike hit, and Mickey would have landed where Super was, the E then obviously takes Super across the wall. Yike is here as well. Both the junglers spending a lot of time around at the bot side, just to protect their AD carries and supports. Hans Summer hooked, cleanses away from the staggering blows. Super's going to dash forward. Yike was thinking about going back up towards the top side, but for the moment sticking in that tri-bush.
Yeah, I think G2's bot side 3v3 just looks a little bit dangerous, right? It's really difficult in the opening sequences of the game as well. If Yike ever goes in, he gets chain CC and blown up with a Morgana Q as well as the Nautilus hook and then the DPS of the Ezreal. And the same just happened there. I feel like it's really difficult to play towards bot side. And I'd love to see Yike head top with that ultimate onto the Zeri who, you know, got so chunked last time on the next Kennen ultimate cooldown.
It was a dangerous situation that Hans found himself in, though. I respect that he used the cleanser. The Alioid found a really nice angle.
This is a really interesting call from Yike. Starts up the grubs, but Alvaro had already reset. He's working his way up here. Top was pushed in. Mid was relatively even, so MDK were always going to have a numbers advantage, assuming Alvaro on the reset came out through the mid lane. Mickey was seen holding bot side, so MDK knew they were in the lead, and now the hook comes out the taunt as well, and Caps can flash, but can't escape. First blood over to MDK.
Very nice punish, very simple as well. Alvaro just connects the hook after Caps tries to force a trade into Frescowi, and given that both mid laners have just been very low the entire laning phase, they're able to convert it into a kill. They even get the flash out from Caps as well, so nice first blood for MDK.
It's a nice set of plays from MDK as well. They read that Elyoya is going to be, Yike is going to beeline away from the bot play after being pushed out of the river and go immediately to the grubs. So they send the entirety of MDK to those grubs and contest them as well. where Yike has nothing to do. Now you can see their desperation plays to try and punish Mirwin on this chunk. Broken Blade's done a good job of chunking.
But look at where Frescowi's pathing as well. He's pathing towards that red, so then he can come in with the hero's entrance and immediately lock them up. The exhaust coming down. Frescowi came out of base and immediately knew his assistance was needed in top. MDK read the play perfectly.
Really nice response. Frescowi's back timing worked out beautifully. The fact that Elyoya was in the area. Hook trying to connect onto Hans, but he's going to be fine as MDK find themselves another kill. Yike trying desperately to force that play, but the exhaust providing so much value as well. You'll notice the Broken Blade just doesn't quite have the damage to get the kill.
It's a really nice call to shadow this potential play, reading it really, really well, like you were saying. I think Hans Summer even threw a Draven ultimate to try and layer on top, if I'm not misremembering right, and Elyoya, I think, tries to Q flash.
Comes out now.
But unfortunately, it doesn't connect. They don't manage to find the kill, and once again, it's a great read from MDK.
The early games continue to get better as the series goes on. Game 2, they were doing a good job of leveraging their laning strength to start building leads. This time around, though, they just are able to secure first bloods. And off of just small mistakes from G2, Caps overextending in mid, a big overcommitment from Yike, not respecting the possibility of Frescowi being able to collapse on sides. And we think about it, right? We look back to Game 2, we saw those deep TP plays that G2 are consistently trying to make. A pick like Galio is great for answering things like that. You're so quickly able to collapse on those sides, help provide that extra peel, and it's clearly a game plan that MDK have gone for, which is that like they want to run these double AD carry compositions with a little bit more utility and peel. And the one thing I'll say about Vex is I feel like in compositions in the before, as a sole AP carry threat, she was something that always lacked the damage. But when you kind of fill her up with things like the Morgana and then double AD carries, you have more than enough damage where she can prioritize providing that extra utility in her passive of the Fear while also having the threat of a burst. So I like this approach from MDK. It's so far working for them, at least in the beginning here of Game 3, and it worked for them in Game 2. The Dragon now being started off by Elyoya. I don't think G2's really in a position to contest.
Might be looking for it. Mickey's coming across. Yike's on his way as well. Caps in the mid lane can shadow down, but it's Galio the first to move, and Frescowi can keep Caps at bay for the moment. Mirwin has the Lightning Crash, the Slicing Maelstrom coming out. Lightning Crash as the response, and Mirwin will look for the chase down here. Broken Blade needs another stun, but Mirwin continues to hit him, and Mirwin will take him out of action. A 1v1 in the top lane while the Drake's secured for MDK.
The rundown is just there. Mirwin just stat checks the Ken and BB. Doesn't expect the amount of damage that comes through on the all-in with the ultimate, and now a TP coming down on bot side.
TP behind here as Caps is looking for that flank position. Immediately met with a Dark Binding Magnet Storm in by Mickey. The shield of Duran looking for the taunt, but the Cease and Desist will knock him out of it. Mickey down to 200 HP, and the Winds of War have his name on them. It's 2 for MDK. The hero's entrance coming out, knocked back by Hans Summer, who will get one in response. Broken Blade now joining the fray. A 2v3 on the bot side as Super tries to distract Caps and BB. Shield of Duran for the taunt again, can't quite clip Caps, but it does get Broken Blade, and with a Dark Binding follow-up, Caps will get another in the end. He's looking for Frescowi. Can he get the damage down? He's got one, and with Tibbers to help him, perhaps he can look for a little bit more. Another stun coming out. Tibbers doing so much work in this fight. Eats the Dark Binding, and Caps with the red buff picks up the triple.
That was a 4-for-4 exchange. Bear in mind that Mirwin was not involved in this fight whatsoever. He's been farming top. He doesn't have the TP. G2 thought that they could leverage their numbers advantage, but it was a coordination mess across the board.
It really was, and I think the big thing there that people might have missed was the fact that Hans Summer actually managed to get the cash out before he fell. That was absolutely enormous, because at this point, if you die with those stacks, it is miserable. I thought this fight was going to go worse than it did. The Binding immediately comes out and catches off Ahri, the Annie rather, and then the chain CC is in there because of the Black Shield. It really looks pretty bad, but Hans Summer flashes forward and finishes off a kill.
And then the follow-up TP is crucial as well, because Hans Summer kind of committing his life once he does get that kill. Now it's a 2 versus 3, and bear in mind this started as a 5 versus 4, but then the taunt doesn't quite connect. Broken Blade is able to, I think he connects the stun hit. Yeah, and then that sets up for Caps to be able to have enough damage to get the execute with the Q, and then he's able to chase things down thanks to the red buff. Elyoya in this situation just won't be able to compete with the Annie.
It's also Tibbers here is able to eat the Dark Binding, right? Which means Caps can then just chase with the red buff slow, as you say, get the triple in the end. I think the stand aside knocked Frescowi out of the hero's entrance as well.
There were so many things in that fight, but we're already into another one.
Oh, that we are. Slicing Maelstrom coming down. Caps looking for a little bit of damage as well onto Alvaro. Pretty tanky though, got the aftershock off just in time. Depth charge coming out. Broken Blade in the end will get the kill. Now Caps flashing. Tibbers coming down, but there's no stun on it. Caps hadn't quite lined up the cooldowns to get the stun down on Super in time.
I think his plan was land the Tibbers, connect the Q, but then the Q wouldn't have been in range, meaning that it just ends up being a flash for flash, not the worst trade in the world for Caps. Ultimately, though, G2 find themselves another pick, and very quickly this game is deteriorating into a lot of scrappiness across the boards. Who favors that is still up for debate, as Mirwin now looking for a fight.
Crash out. Hans Summer has Mickey waiting in the wings. Hex flash forward, Mirwin with a black shield. Dark Binding coming out as well. Mickey just dashes back to the crash down, and Mirwin should settle himself with a plate out of this. Yike can dash across the wall, but Hans Summer's down to half HP, and I'm not sure really you want to go in there.
So this upcoming Rift Herald fight, I'm a little bit concerned for G2 because Flash Tibbers is a really big part of your combo with the engage from the buy, right? And you will have TP up soon for that Rift Herald fight, but I don't think you want to fight it without that Flash, so I'd rather see them potentially opt across down bot side, maybe that tier 1 down bot. Maybe that TP is a bit too far away to consider it anyway.
Broken Blade slicing Maelstrom coming off cooldown in the next 20 seconds or so as well. Mickey's going to jump away from the extendo beam. And it looks like there won't be a Rift Herald fight, at least in this game today. MDK still have about a 1.8k gold lead. Advantages mostly on Mirwin. He's got 1.1 thousand gold again himself. And again, as you say, he's had a great series so far. The Lulu game, not really much he could do in that one, but on the Corki and now on the Zeri, he is definitely dominating the top side of the map.
Sitting on a lot of gold right now. He needs to go back and spend it soon, but he has his sights set on the tower.
That's the flash away from the Shattering Strike there from Mickey.
A window now.
Super. No flash has the barrier. Will it be enough to survive the onslaught from Hans Summer? The answer is an emphatic no. Hans Summer gets his second of the game.
And that's 607 gold total for Hans Summer with his cash out and the kill. This Draven, it can snowball out of control very quickly, and Super needs to be careful. We've been seeing him get caught out a couple times in this series, with Yike really being the main reason for that, with Mickey setting his sights on him as well. Alvaro, oh, he may have overextended, doesn't have flash.
Look for the hook to terrain. There's the Dark Shield on him, but even with the hook to terrain, he'll get a bit of a reduced cooldown, but he won't have it up in time to escape the clutches of G2. The scoreline now even 7-7 apiece.
It's just overextensions from MDK and G2 using their point and click CC extremely well. Now you can see them moving down into bot side, Rel and Vi, potentially fishing for Mirwin, but instead going to turn their sights to the Dragon.
I hope that MDK just concede this Dragon. It's not an objective that they have to fight for. It's perfectly fine to give this one up. He tries to steal away the Grom there. And using things like that, it's not too much of a cost for him. He's not expecting a big fight in the near future, and so it's a cooldown that should come up in time before any major objective. As you can see, Herald is already gone. Next Dragon is still 5 minutes away. Mirwin, though, is becoming this very serious side lane threat. Elyoya with the Herald there to support him. This top tower should fall. Easy secure, given the damage that Mirwin had already done. And MDK still find themselves with a pretty solid 2k gold lead for now.
Flash is down on the side of MDK's carry, specifically Mirwin and Super. So if there's ever an angle for Caps to flash Tibbers or the Vi ultimate off the next cooldown to look for a pick, I think they've got a huge window now where they will have flashes and MDK's carries won't. So potentially looking here.
And MDK
Caps does have TP
Mirwin.
as well.
Yeah, as you say, he does have the TP. No real wards behind MDK for him to get to, as far as I can see. Broken Blade trying to hold this wave. A lightning rush forward, but the Dark Binding coming out. Looks like he has to respect the damage that Mirwin represents. Static Shiv already complete for him, and the Zeal sitting in his inventory. Caps trying to farm up on the top side. He's gone Malignance first. It's the Hallow Radiance for Pascawi on the Galio. Just more damage in fights. He's mostly a tank this game. Galio does have good base numbers, but predominantly his role is to get into the middle and then just taunt as many people as possible.
Yeah, I think they needed another frontliner alongside the Nautilus, so they drafted the Galio in mid to neutralize the Annie as well. It was a smart pick, honestly. Going full tank here, going to be able to play the frontline really well.
I will also say that Morgana is a pseudo frontline, and that once she gets the Zhonya's, she just wants to kind of dive in, right? And she'll soak up as much damage as she can as well. Regardless, I do think that this game is once again going to be about Super and Mirwin. Last game, they really clutched up for their team. And right now, they're already kind of set up for success. This Draven is becoming a problem. But I think one of the big dynamic shifts is in the previous game. Binding.
Visual Barrage coming out as well. Mickey will pop the Blast Cone to escape.
Scary stuff there.
Yeah, constantly pushing in for this deeper vision as well.
Yeah, you can see how scary it is to face check a Morgana. G2 leveraging the fact that they have the push in mid. But one of the things I was saying is that the RE does give you a sense of agency, but that flash engage that an Annie provides, I think, gives you... it's much harder to react to than like the process of dash into charm, that you can potentially Black Shield. Flash into the Tibbers ult is, I mean, you got to be pretty fast, and it can also hit multiple members. So I think it gives Caps just a little bit more agency to make plays for G2. We'll see if he can actually end up pulling any of that off as MDK open up the mid tower.
G2 yet to take a turret this game. 18.5 minutes in, they're sitting at a 3-0 deficit.
And this is because of the pushing lanes, right? You have side into mid push. You see Galio, Frescowi here just hovering mid lane, so they can do whatever they like because the cannon cannot follow as well through the jungle. So honestly, just great macro, utilizing the Rift Herald to secure, break open that mid tier one.
2 minutes on the next Drake. It's our third chem sword of 3 games. I feel like we're in the LCK or something right now as Hansama is going to get a knockback onto Alvaro. Baron up in a minute's time as well, and with double AD carry, MDK would take it very quickly, but it looks like a fight might erupt before then. TP's behind here, Bookblade looking for the flank, he'll be spotted on that control ward, and first off, Caps is down. Hansama needs to open up the slicing mouse, only going to hit onto Alvaro. Meanwhile, on the bottom side, Mickey is keeping Merwin at bay, and takes him out basically on his lonesome. Alvaro trying to escape, puts the Riptide down, the chase onto Frescowi, now knocked back with the blast cone, and there's no way out for him apart from flashing perhaps to the safety of Super. In the end, he falls, and Hansama gets the shutdown.
That fight started with Caps getting caught. It looked so good for MDK is with the numbers advantage and the delayed TP from Broken Blade. I thought they were going to clean up, but Hansama is just untouched in the fight.
So it starts really bad, like you're saying, right? The Annie. But I think what happens here is Super gets caught and ends up way away from the fight because of the Bi ultimate. He gets completely zoned by BB and he just cannot hit. You have the flash and commit from the cannon ult onto a Nautilus and you just think, okay, this isn't great. But look at Super. He's over the wall doing no damage.
Yeah, I'm sorry though. Caps put down Tibbers. Mirwin was full HP. Mickey alongside Tibbers was able to kill Mirwin through a hero's entrance. Like, even if the Annie dies, apparently Tibbers is enough by himself? I don't know. Tibbers, themselves, yeah. Tibbers is enough by themselves to kill off Mirwin. And you can't exhaust Tibbers. So, that's the power.
There's the counterplay.
The power of the summon.
That's the counterplay.
You take double exhaust, we're just going to take Daisy and Tibbers and see how you do.
I mean, yeah, you're completely right. My comment was actually going to be that Mickey kept Mirwin out of the fight. I didn't even notice the Tibbers.
Yeah, just. You met my friend?
It's an easy thing to forget, right? But if, you know, once you kill the Annie, you then become the target of Tibbers' Fury, who gets bonus attack speed. You have also the passive burn from the Tibbers and Malignance. You're right, it's a lot of damage. So, fair play. Caps makes his tactical death work.
And now the balance in this game really hangs between the Draven and the Zeri. Frescowi stepping a little bit too far forward, knocked back. The hook coming out though from Alvaro as the slicing mashup hits on the backline with the Whirling Death coming out as well. Alioya goes down, Super trying to trade towards the top side. Caps no flash on him, but will put Tibbers down to take the kill. Alvaro's gonna die to Hansama, who's now unstoppable, and Mirwin was nowhere to be seen in that fight.
And it's just another team fight win for G2. I think the Black Shield was held by Alioya for a very long time until the end to make sure it be used on Super, but even he falls in the end. Frescowi overstepping his bounds onto that raid cap.
I feel like MDK is getting caught in the chaos a little bit too much this game. They're trying to, as a 4-man unit, invade onto G2 because they think, oh, they don't have TPs, they can't collapse. But I think Caps did, in fact, TP into that fight. We're going to look back and see exactly how this one played out. Caps is sitting top lane with Mirwin, and so now they're trying to force... I mean, Frescowi's effectively alone, and then the TP flank comes in from the Annie. They lock down Frescowi. Broken Blade is already with the team catching bot wave. And then the chain CC is good. Yeah, Super gets the protection with the Black Shield, but that means that Morgana then doesn't have it. And then the Tibbers lands from Caps. It's... I feel like you just can't fight without Mirwin.
It's just a really questionable fight as well for another reason, and like you just had no exhaust.
Right again, blast going forward, shielded Durant immediately. True Shot Barrage coming out as well as Mickey has to flash away, but Mirwin here to join the party. Lands in with a lightning crash, they'll kill off one, Mickey falls. And they might look for more, they'll take the tier 2 in the top lane.
But it's the Mirwin dip, right? He is where the gold is sitting on for MDK, and he is who they need to play around. This time they find a fight around the top side, but it's G2 that don't have the numbers this time around, and now they've set their sights on mid lane. Broken Blade and Yike will respect it, though. They're not going to get caught off. Draven making his way up towards mid as Yike is very low. MDK could try and force the Baron to get G2 to overcommit and force a fight, but it looks like they want to reset, spend their gold. They just secured top tower. But Mirwin is the win condition at this point. You need to make sure that he is alive and is able to dish out damage as we come into further fights.
It did feel very necessary to find these picks from Mirwin. I feel like the lead from Zeri stalled a little bit, not able to take part in these last few fights because he had no TP and he was just away from the fight with Frescowi on that Wraith camp, but now able to take part and definitely being the X Factor they needed there.
That's so much damage in these battles. A back and forth affair so far, 500 gold in it right now. 2 Drakes to 1 in favor of G2, but again, it's just the Chem Soul. It can do a little bit of work against things like a Slicing Maelstrom, might keep you a little bit healthier as the hook lands onto Mickey here. Mirwin chasing with the Ultra Shock Laser, but doesn't quite find the connection for that additional slow. I don't think either team will be prioritizing the Drakes in anytime soon. Partly because, you know, it's still 3 minutes before they're up, but also partly because it is that Chemtech Soul. Most division is invested on the top side. MDK looking for that catch. Alvaro has been very liberal with the hooks, very willing to throw them out whenever he sees anyone.
Now, we've been talking a lot about Mirwin, talking about the chaos of this game. While all that's been happening, we have consistently said, Hansama's gotten a kill, Hansama's gotten a kill. Hansama now has 3 very volatile and dangerous weapons in his inventory, and that's not a tanky comp from MDK. I see very little armor, and I think we're getting another fight.
He caught with the binding, there's the hook to follow up. Alioya takes a chunk from an axe from Hansama. First exhaust is used on Caps before he pops the Tibbers. The Slicing Maelstrom coming out and no second exhaust to follow. Cease and desist on the backline, and Hansama's flashing forward. He can see blood in the water, the river painted with MDK's entrails, and MDK are forced to wait. It's a 1-for-3 exchange in favor of G2.
And Hansama, like you were saying, Vedius, he manages to carry the fight in the end. What happened there was the fight was quite slow around that Black Shield cooldown. The Black Shield came out, and then G2, they took a step back, waited for the Black Shield to expire, then re-engaged again. Managed to pick up the carries in the end, Super Falls as well, and now the Nash for G2.
MDK thought they had found another pick. The binding was good, but Mickey, he just didn't fall fast enough. The damage wasn't quite there, and unfortunately for MDK, it was Mirwin who fell. And now look at this Draven, 8, 1, and 4. We look back at the fight.
Yeah, so take a look at this. Mickey X, he manages to get out here. I don't think he quite buffers it, but he doesn't get bursted entirely. Watch the spell shield. So Mirwin gets spell shielded here, and G2 don't pull the trigger. They wait for the spell shield to fade, then go in. And you can see Kennen going in, even though there's a Galio ultimate, just wins the fight for them.
And Hansama, knowing that the fight is basically won, flashes over the wall. Super tries to get something back, and he is able to get a kill. But the fight is lost. And it's a situation where I think coordination has really been the name of the game here in Game 3, where a lot of these fights are happening with numbers discrepancies, and you're arguing that, well, Frescowi has the Galio ultimate to be able to provide that peel, but as you saw, Mirwin died. Oh.
And immediately they jump in on him again. The CC chain from G2 find their mark. They might look for a little bit more. They didn't get the they did get the Baron off that previous play. They have it for another 2 minutes time. Don't really have the waves pushed in to really utilize it to take tier 2s as of yet.
And that's the thing, right? If you're ever away from your Morgana, you're just going to be bursting point-click CC down. So that jungle is terrifying. Having no vision, absolutely horrifying as well. And that's the thing, right? Morgana is super punishing. If you ever mess up your Black Shield, you lose the entire team fight. So there's so much pressure on Alioya here.
So far, it's a tier 2 for a tier 2 on this exchange. You can see MDK starting to back away, but they're going to lose the inhibitor tower. Will they lose more? Broken Blade has a TP. G2 likely to continue this advance. They start to back away. The binding connecting. Hook out from Alvaro. Mickey looking for the stun. Alvaro able to sidestep it. And because of the flank possibility, it looks like G2 have backed off. Mickey a little bit slower than he'd like. The hook sneaking around the back, can't quite land it.
Just be patient, wait for Broken Blade to siege onto mid. All 5 members of MDK are collapsing onto bots. There's also a Dragon available. Good decisions from G2.
TP behind, TP behind.
But who?
Frescowi's looking for
Galio flank? Yeah. I don't know if I believe this.
The unseen Galio is the deadliest, Vedi.
No, it's not.
He's looking to dance around them. Looking to find something special. Hook wide. Frescowi going for that Mega Blast Cone. To the pit, a possibility, teaming up with MDK, Shield of Duran coming out. If Frescowi's found nothing yet, and I think perhaps his hypers are short-lived and overdone. There's Alvaro on that front line. Caps looking for the sunk, lands it. Frescowi's still flanking. There's the Tibbers down, Alvaro down to half HP. Mickey looking for the Magnus Storm, the Shield of Duran, the flank! The unseen Galio truly is the deadliest, but it is an enough for MDK. The hero's entrance from Frescowi buys them a second. So far, they found 2 in the fight, but with the slicing maelstrom coming out from Broken Blade, is he going to be locked up enough in time? Hansama still alive, but Broken Blade still basically full HP, and now in a 2v3, BB and Hansama have to do what Mirwin and Super did in game 2. Broken Blade looking for the stun, quite can't land the damage onto Super. Shielded Durand. The lightning rushes, gets him out, and Hansama steps forward, realizes he can't help out his top much longer, and starts to back away. Alioya looking for something across the wall. Frescowi still on the chase. Hansama trying to get away. Caps up in 15, but the stun lands. So does the cleanse. Dark binding. Oh, the order was that from Frescowi, or did Hansama get it up in time? It was Hans, as you say. Caps up in 5. Alioya still looking for the flank
MDK
position
needs
here.
to not overcommit to this. It's smart. Super goes back to base. Ultimately, a one-team fight. You know what? You were right. The Gallia flank ended up paying off for MDK. Mirwin is finding it hard to live in these fights, but Super's getting to a point now where his damage is something that is difficult to deal with for G2 just because of the range that he gets to play around with. Look at this initial engage. It's hard for G2 to really lock them down, and then the flank comes in from Frescowi, and crucially, he gets multiple backline members, and they're able to melt Caps right from the start.
So the reason why they're forcing this so hard on G2 is because those exhausts are about 30 seconds away from being on cooldown. They're fighting against no exhausts, and Kennen thrives in these kinds of fights, even chasing into these chokes. But another engage comes out.
Yike going in, immediately locked up. There's the dredge line as well into the binding. Shadowing strike on Alvaro will get the stun. Depth charge, Yike dodging to the side, but goes back in with the season assist and falls to Alioya. Broken Blade on the front line now, pops the slicing maelstrom and flashes away. The Magnastorm in by Mickey, but G2 are all out of rears. MDK have found 2 already, and with the lightning crashing down, Mirwin's looking to strike twice. Hansama flashes away from the Ultra Shock laser. Tibber's doing enough work on the backline to almost kill off Alvaro, but MDK have got their prize from this. Maybe they want a little bit extra at the end. Ultra Shock laser dodged, but Mirwin on the flank means that I don't think Caps is getting away from this when Mirwin dashes across the wall, and Caps will fall to MDK.
So the engage comes out from Yike, but there's no Caps to layer onto it, and it's also onto Alvaro's Nautilus. So the damage is there, but it doesn't quite finish off. You could see the Kennen also tries to finish off the Naut as well, so in the end, it's all tools expended for the wrong target.
It's, again, coordination. Look at the minimap. Where is Annie? The Kennen TP is coming in, but Yike is committing to this fight into 3 members, and the chain CC is good from MDK. They can just leverage their range, take their time, and play out this fight patiently. Then Caps finally arrives, but at this point, the disengage is already coming through from G2. Broken Blade doesn't want to commit to the fight anymore. Draven is forced to retreat, and Caps are then just left isolated on the backline. That tip is almost was able to, at the very least, secure a kill, but it wasn't quite enough. And it's the same criticism on both sides where they're trying to force these plays. There wasn't any objective on the map to even fight for, and the coordination just hasn't been there.
And I wonder if it was like, you know, Morgana's not quite here yet. Maybe we can make a quick play before Morgana joins and we can pop the AD carry, but it doesn't quite connect because Yike gets CC'd. Now, Morma Morty is crucially picked up from Mirwin. It's going to be even harder to burst him down with that Kennen ult over the top, and there's more posturing around the Fog of War around the Nash.
Baron.
Caps is going to move towards the top lane to push it out. The Baron begun by MDK. No vision, as you say, for G2. Mickey's the one to face check. TP in by Caps. Baron down to 9,000. MDK pulling off it for now. Broken Blade clearing out a ward. Doesn't have the flash. Remember, burned that in the last clash. Hansama trying to put the damage down onto Alvaro. Has 3 items complete alongside the last Whisper. Broken Blade slicing out from back up. Mickey has the Magnastorm as well. Ultimate's basically up across the board. But Mirwin still has that exhaust, as does Alvaro. See how well they can deal with the threat that is Caps, that is Broken Blade. G2 have forced them off for now. They don't know, though. They don't have the vision in place. Caps. And they don't have the wards either. There's no control wards, and Mickey has no wards of his own. So they can't actually leave any remaining vision there, apart from with their far side alterations. Mickey likely to reset now, go get those wards, and then come back out to try and gain control over that Baron area.
G2 playing well with the Baron dance, utilizing Mickey's ability on this rel to buffer CC and base check. Now going to come on the map with wards like you highlighted, Medic, and it's going to be the exact same thing around this Dragon. Second Dragon for MDK and
behind
for G2.
This Galio has been seen. You have to think Broken Blade is nearby. When you TP on a control ward, it is visible to the enemy team. Caps a little bit overextended, flashes forward, they go for Mirwin, but he missed, as you say! And Caps is made to pay the price. Super and Mirwin are having a field day here. Cease and desist. Anything you wanted to do, G2. Even with a slicing maelstrom on the backline, Broken Blade can't do enough to take down Super. MDK will wipe them off the rift, And it's looking like a 2-1 to Mad Lions Koi.
And Caps, he gets caught in the middle here. Another TP flank from Frescowi makes it incredibly hard to play. He gets caught, he gets pinned, and he tried to flash forward to make the savior play, but he can't quite connect. And there, when you don't land your wombo combo with the engages, with the rel layering on top of the Bi ultimate, the Kennen ultimate, and the ultimate, it's not enough. They lose the team fight and now the base.
I wonder if they can actually look to end the game here. There's still relatively long death time as Caps is going to be up in 10 seconds. MDK is going to go for it.
Alvaro can just tank it, and you have the 3 grubs to help you out. Mickey there for the stun. Caps up in 2 seconds, but already the Nexus towers are going to be deleted. Caps here has the stun prime. Super dashes away. Here comes Yike trying to stop Super from taking down that Nexus. Super's locked up in time. Frescowi, do you have the damage? No. They don't. They're both tanks. And on the edge of it, on the edge of the 2-1, they can't quite make it happen. G2 hold on to hope.
Now there's the potential of the Baron. They have to be cautious of the back door. Mirwin always has an angle to try and finish the game here. But G2, they may have just found an angle back into the game.
I mean, there's potential for Soul here as well. It doesn't look like G2 want to go for it, knowing potentially Morgana's going to go for it too. Going to value that Nash as well. Oh my goodness. I mean, I think that could have been Chemtech Soul for them if they chose to go for it.
I think they're going to prioritize the Baron. Gives them way more stall potential as well. Gives you a decent amount of gold to help people work towards those final items. They'll concede the Dragon, but it will be the Baron. MDK, I respect the attempt. That Nexus was a few auto attacks away from death.
Yeah, if that was a Leandri's Galio, it's dead, right?
I mean, potentially. Maybe if he even had the AP pot, you know, like all sorts of things could have made the difference. Mirwin.
Looking for Mirwin. Mirwin still has the flash, and we'll use it to get out of the clutches of Broken Blade.
Flash pop, though, that's big. You know, on the one shot in potential team fights. I mean, he's really tanky. He has a more and a Randuin. But as we get into this replay, I mean, it's just Northless and a Galio hitting the Nexus turrets, right? You don't do that much damage.
Oh, but Super flashed that knockup from Mickey, which, I mean, debatable if he needed to do that, because the problem now becomes the chain CC comes through. Caps then finally gets on top of him, has the damage to secure the kill, and once Super is gone, then, yeah, that Nexus doesn't fall that quickly. G2 stay in the game for now. 25 kills to 23. This is a 35-minute game, and we are at 48 kills.
The most kills ever, actually, in a G2 versus MDK game in the LEC. I'll also say sometimes, like, when you watch G2, it almost feels like watching an isekai or like an anime where they just have plot armor. Like, in the LEC, they just have this plot armor, and perhaps that plot armor is in the form of Hansama's Draven. He's never lost on the Draven since he's joined G2. 11-0, has a 70% win rate on it all time. And here it's on him to carry. 9, 2, and 6 on the Draven. Full build apart from the Zephyr, the upgrade to his boots. Sitting at 5.5 items. Hansama and G2 trying to defend the bot side. Broken Blades answering the wave in mid. MDK not really much to play for apart from taking jungle camps and getting some of these waves in. It's hard to push into the Baron as well, even if you have double AD carries.
G2 juggling top and mid waves well. BB playing Janitor, cleaning up those top waves in top and mid lane, but it's hard for him to extend. They also don't have any TP wards for potential flank.
Just look at the sweepers from MDK
again.
They're just like, no vision for you. They're not giving any opportunities. You do have the 2 blue trinkets coming out from G2 to at the very least spot out the areas of the map that they don't control. But yeah, the gold doesn't really matter at this point. People are pretty much at full builds across the board. Like, there's one item left, which could be either a defensive item or finishing off things like that. Death Cap will be valuable for Caps, but he's probably still a ways away from it. It's all going to come down to execution, and it does feel like in these last few fights, MDK have just been executing better. G2 are going to have to really focus on their good target selection to be able to win out on this fight.
Feels like if Hansama gets a little bit of time to open up in a fight, he should be able to shred, right? He is full build now with the Zephyr complete. Super's still got that Hex Drinker sitting in his inventory, looking for the more of Malmortius, but Mirwin Randuins for a little bit of extra tankiness because he has been the priority target for G2 in these last few battles.
Wards coming around here. You can see Mickey X pinging them as well, just in case a fight ever appears in the mid lane. There can be a flank from Kennen here. I mean, it all hinges on that, right? Can G2 find the engage, layering the CC and playing around the Black Shield? What we saw, and what we see pretty often, is engaging straight onto the Morgana, instead catching them off guard, rather than onto the AD carry and just popping her if possible.
Elio now has the Zhonyas, though, so it gives him that little extra degree of safety. As you say, the Banshee's also there. Mickey steps into a binding. Walks through mid. True Shot Barrage coming out as well, and Mickey should be fine. He's got the Warmogs. He went Trailblazer first, something we used to see a lot more on supports. Now, Warmogs obviously a little bit harder to get the activation on. If you get it second, you automatically have the activation. He'll back likely just going to pick up a control ward and replenish his supply of normal wards. The wave in bot miles away from this tower, so MDK are more playing for positional control rather than any threat to this tier 2.
We'll say props to G2 though. Juggling those super minions whilst also defending a tier 2 down in bot side is really difficult to do. So.
And the inhib's up in 5 seconds, as you can see on the bottom right corner of your screen. So that inhib will be back up. 2 minutes on the Baron, a minute on Soul for G2. That Chem Soul a possibility. MDK would be their 3rd Drake of the game. And a much closer series. So over the last couple of games, I think any of us expected from game 1. MDK have played the map well, they've played the early game well, and here it really comes down to
I worry that this game really just has been about chaos.
Oh, yeah.
And, I mean, ultimately, like, regardless of the macro, we've just seen a lot of 4v5s, 3v4s, and it's just been a scrap and a skirmish, and ultimately, like, some games devolve into that, and it's about who can survive that chaos. We're in the late game stages, and ultimately, it's going to come down to single-player execution. Who can find the miracle play? Who can be the one to make that magic happen? Summoners up across the board. Hook connects.
Keep the Q. And again with the rel.
MDK have been spamming this ward at the bottom of the screen, though. There've been so many pings on it. It's such a good position for Frescowi to flank if he wants to do his, Secret Agent Galio impression once again, his 007. The name's Frescowi. James Frescowi, I guess. I
could have just stopped, but no, that's fine.
The name's Cowie, Frescowi, I guess. That's the Drake begun here for MDK.
I will say, one thing about having 5 sweepers is that you have no blue trinket, and that can be quite scary if the enemy team's already on the objective, because you can't face check, right? You have to use your bodies to face check rather than a ward. So that could be an angle G2 leverage if the enemy team is forced to face check into you.
Hook landing onto Mickey, no shadowing strike for him. The binding coming down as well. Hansama trying to open up on Alvaro. Mickey on the wrong side of the wall, and MDK have already got their first of the break. Hansama now having to run away with a blood rush. MDK still looking for more. Elioya down to... Oh, well, Elioya's full HP. It's Frescowi and Alvaro who've really taken the chunk of the hurt here. Alvaro has the Warmogs, heal up. Frescowi has the TP and a Warmogs of his own, so both of them will be full HP before a battle around the Baron might begin.
Death timer. G2 really feeling the pressure. I feel like MDK just have so many tools to be comfortable in this game state. Like Morgana binding, you can just keep throwing out as often as you like this late into the game. You've got a lot of poke from the Ezreal. There's always the possibility of a hook landing, whereas G2, like, their tools are very committal. Once they've started the fight, they really just have to commit to the fight, and that's why you can see this degree of hesitancy. Do they actually decide?
Oh, flash hook. Caps has to flash away.
It's a big
Mirwin
flash.
Spotted them with the fast sight, with the Scryer's Bloom. You could see G2 trying to set up towards that top lane, and now because MDK have the easier approach to the Baron, they'll just start it up. Whirling Death gonna come out. No approach for G2. MDK will get the Baron. Gold even between these two teams, but now MDK have that extra tool in their toolkit to start pushing into the base.
And you can see G2, they're still trying to make these plays in the side lane. Yike potentially sitting in the top bush, waiting for someone to catch a wave up top and make a play with the TP again. They're not going to find it, and once again, it's an MDK Baron. Yeah, like you said.
Tension continues to mount. MDK continue to add tools to their repertoire, I guess, as to be able to end out this game. The Nexus is exposed. They don't need much, they just need enough to run out this game and go to match point.
And it's so difficult for G2, I feel like, because Mickey X specifically, he has to play front line continuously and make sure he plays on the edge where he's not quite dying but taking damage.
He's been spotted.
And Yike goes in with the flash. Cease and desist coming out as well. The hero's entrance won't give him a big enough shield. G2 find one. Mickey looking for the flank as well. He can go in. Has that Magnus Storm available. Frescowi on the front line. He'll fall too. G2 are looking for more. There's Tibbers. Mirwin and Elioya, the last two men standing. But Mirwin can really open up. And Elioya still basically full HP. He lands the binding. And now it ends up in a 2v2. Hansama has 6 items, a flash and a cleanse. And MDK won't chase any further. What looked doomed for MDK is pulled back from the brink by the monstrous Mirwin.
Yeah, it looked so good, right, for G2 finding that quick play onto Super, but the Mirwin with the AoE from Zeri naturally, from the static shift as well, and the run-ins, all the piercing bolts, they managed to find and connect, and he just suddenly had blinking health bars on G2.
Let's look back at this. So Super gets spotted out by this plant right here. And so G2, they find this pocket of vision, and Super, he just can't react in time. The shields melt away, so much thrown onto him, but you've got to remember that that was 3 ultimates used on him, or 2 ultimates, because then the Tibbers comes out a little bit later. And as you rightly said, it looks like G2's going to clean up here, but Mirwin's ultimate is just shredding the backline.
Well.
The Morgana pool on the floor as well. it quickly turns in a 5 versus 3 down to a 2 versus 2. And Mewin shows that, yeah, no, you're not going to win the game that easily, G2.
Credit to Alayoyo as well. Soul Shackles in that choke point, hits the binding at the end. He's got, I think he has the Rylai's as well, if I remember. No, it's Caps who has Rylai's, but he has so much power in that small choke point. Does a really good job of suffocating G2 out as they try and step forward. Game's still basically even between these two teams. Not really seeing more items completed, as you say, Veddy, because everyone's full build. MDK now trying to push in for this inhib. Took it once before. Frescowi in the mid lane has the hero's entrance. Flash is available as well. Mickey's going to jump away here. Is rooted up for a second. True Shot Barrage going wide. Summoners. Han Summer has Flash Cleanse. Broken Blade has the Flash. Super has a Flash, as does Mirwin. Those are the two important targets. Alvaro down to half HP though, and Han Summer sinks an axe in his back and sends him packing. Now Han Summer with the Bloodthirster can really open up. He's got a Mortal Reminder now as well. Switched his itemization around a little bit to try and reduce the healing coming out from MDK. They're going to chase a little bit further. TP out by Frescowi. TP in by Broken Blade, trying to answer it. Frescowi with a good TP to the Nexus Towers will save the base for the moment of MDK.
And that's 30 seconds now on Alvaro. They can potentially make a play now with no wards for the side of MDK. They can go straight to this dragon and maintain control.
Very close one there. But pick after pick, G2 keeps finding them. MDK, it just goes to show you can't rest on your laurels because G2, like a shotgun, they will snap engage. And they will not hesitate, and I love that confidence we saw from Hansum. You saw him just run to the face of Mirwin and say, exhaust me, I dare you. He doesn't have a QSS, he doesn't have a Mikhail's, and there's no way, but he doesn't care. He's calling his bluff, and of course he does have the cleanse available. But ultimately, G2 hold the line for now. They keep their inhibitor safe, they secure an inhibitor of their own, and with the dragon gone, we're basically waiting for the Baron to spawn.
What a comeback. Like, the Nexus was on 200 HP, almost altered to death by Nautilus and Galio. And now they just secured Soul 10 minutes later.
I mean, it is very different from the MDK KC match from the regular season, where they saw the Nexus as well, and then they lost the fight, and they ended up losing a game. But I do think that, like, ultimately in a straight-up 5v5, I do favor MDK's composition. The only reason why we're seeing these fights come close is because G2 finds a pick initially. But if they don't find that initial pick, I still have confidence in MDK to win out on the fights. But right now, over the last 10 minutes or so, they haven't been able to find them.
It's also part of this weird balance, because at times it looks like Alvaro is a little bit too aggressive, but he's really the only primary engage tool for his team, right? Like, if MDK want to do something, Alvaro kind of needs to hook or a binding needs to land. For G2, they have a few more options. You've got the Kennen flank, you've got Mickey going in, you've got Yike going forward. So although it does seem like Alvaro's getting caught out a little bit as Mirwin dashes forward, and Yike locks him off the season assist, he immediately puts out the exhaust, but it's not going to be enough. And now Frescowi is behind enemy lines. He tries to get onto Cap, send the Shooter Duran for the taunt. Broken Blade looking for that flank, has the flash. MDK retreating together through their jungle towards this red side, but G2 have already found one. The base is open, Super's pushing in bot.
It's a single pick once again. A slight overstep from Mirwin costs him his life.
Caps has TP, gonna use it on the Super. Alvaro's hook just going wide. Han Summer still has the flash and the cleanse. The cannon minion now falls, no backdoor bonus remaining. G2 still take the turret, double Supers in the bot lane. Baron up in 24 seconds time. It looks like G2 are gonna try and take away as much of this jungle as possible. They ping the top lane tower. Do they have enough time to take that too, and then have time to get to the Baron?
They still have so many tools. They have Flash, Cannon, Vile's gonna come off the cooldown in 30 seconds as well. Flash Tibbers as well on top of that. They can turn really easily. Flex those death timers rather for Mirwin. He doesn't have TP to join the fight.
I mean, it's 30 kills to 27. I think we're flexing the death numbers as well. 57 kills in a 47-minute game, and it continues to bounce back and forth. Every team fights a roller coaster of emotion for both these squads.
I will say that I do wonder how much experience is playing a factor here. You've got to remember that G2 is a roster full of veterans, Yike being the newest addition, whereas MDK, a roster full of rookies beginning in the beginning of this year. In a game state like this, when you've really got to be calm, be mindful of your positioning, be wary of the flanks. MDK has been caught 3 times back-to-back now that have just slowly given G2 more and more control back over the map.
And the reality is you just cannot E forward on Zeri in the middle of mid lane like that onto the enemy side when you don't have vision of all the bushes around you. Mirwin just getting caught there. He has so much of the carry potential in gold that the second he dies, you know, anyone dies at this point, it's a disaster.
You know, it's I've been watching a lot of chess recently. I don't know why, but sometimes I go down these rabbit holes. And one of the interesting things that these grandmasters talk about is that even though it looks like a draw, sometimes it's still worth playing it out, because even if it's on the onus of the other player to like have to win the game,
they can make mistakes.
Exactly, and that's the thing. And so constantly keeping this pressure up and finding those situations, and that's why I think MDK is struggling, finding that avenue to actually win out on the game. But now the Baron buff, it's G2 that are the aggressors. They set their sights on the towers left standing. And the wave clear solid from Super for now.
Broken Blade almost caught there by Elioy and Mirwin, who are waiting in a control
The
order.
angle from Caps.
Caps looking for it. He flashes, they land the stun. Hero's Edge is coming out of Super, tries to flash away the Magna Storm. Gets Mickey on the back line, but Super still surviving. Tibbers with the chase down alongside the cease and desist. Yike is now in the enemy base, and he doesn't really have the teammates to support him here. But he amazingly manages to take down Alvaro. Yike doing so much work here, surviving for so long. Broken Blade's gonna base and TP back in. Hans Summer flashes forward. Mirwin flashes away. It's a 3v3, and MDK have to try and defend their base.
I think Mirwin expected Hans expected to do more damage to Mirwin there, but through the randoms he just didn't. He committed his flash. Now the question is, can they end? Can they hit these towers freely?
Broken Blade has a flash on the slicing Maelstrom still, as you say. The first Nexus tower falls in an instant like a hot knife through butter. G2 are melting through these structures. It's all on MDK. Can you find something? Can you find that miracle play to defend? Old Shrug laser out by Mirwin. He dashes across the Nexus. Frescowi going in, Shooter Duran for the taunt on Caps, but no real follow-up. There's the slicing Maelstrom that G2 were waiting for, slicing through the hearts of MDK, and having their Nexus at 200 HP. G2 somehow go 2-1 up in the series.
Excellent resilience from G2. Continuously finding these picks onto MDK, alleviating their pressure on the map, and eventually finding the winning team fight. MDK came so close, but it was not quite enough to go to match point.
They can't keep getting away with it, man. These series back to back to back. Always massive comeback. You can see the relief on BB's face.
And the longest game of the year there between G2 and MDK. We'll be right back for another banger. Don't you dare go anywhere.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Can't believe we lost to NA.
You'll be fine.
Yeah, we always are.
Psst, Pedro, do you and Law want to go on a legendary adventure with Marriott Bonvoy? Just go ahead and press that button. Over 30 hotel brands, 10,000 global destinations, over 8,000 hotels worldwide. Where can we take you?
Oh, it's Berlin.
Let's go.
Marriott Bonvoy. Unlock exclusive member rates and legendary benefits across over 30 hotel brands worldwide. Sign up today for free and claim your Masterwork chest and key.
welcome back to the LEC. I'm gonna be honest, I'm a little bit speechless after the game. I think we all are. And so rather than immediately start with talking, let's start with watching and take a look back at the final moments of that game. Nail biter as G2 are able to pull out the win, but there was one moment I think that is going to haunt, especially Mad Lions Mirror when we're about to get the replay on your screen. But in the meantime,
it's so cruel showing this. Like as a top laner, seeing after you had such a good game, a moment like this is very, very sad to see. Because this was a big turning point in the late game. I think Mad had crawled back for so long. Mirwin had so many clutch fights, but then getting caught like this, sadly, makes it very easy for G2 to just crawl back.
Yeah, and we were joking backstage. It feels like how many times have we seen AD carries in these positions where they're overextended? It's like unskippable cutscenes where they just have to go that bit too far forward, mirroring the victim there. But this game was bonkers. Like everything about this, there was so many times it was like, this has to be the end, but then one clutch fight, then one clutch moment brings it back, or one overextension from Alvaro or Mirwin. It felt like there was so many moments where this could have broken either way, but eventually, by some miracle, G2 were able to pull it back.
I mean, we're sitting backstage, we're like, maybe we should grab this way, maybe we should grab this replay, maybe we should grab that replay. Guys, there's too many replays to talk about, right? We can get the draft up on the screen, we can break down a little bit of the theory here, but just understand that there was a lot of the theory on how this game should work for the first 20 minutes. After that, it just went completely off the rail. But as a thought experiment, let's talk about a little bit about how it should work. How do we feel about the Galio coming in from Fresco?
I mean, I think the Galio actually tied together to come, because I think without Galio, you don't get this long game. Because I think without the Galio, then G2 has very easy plays to make on both side ends, but now because of the Galio, whoever G2 wanted to make a dive on, they had a Galio to come hover with the ults, because when Vi ults in, she would be an easy target for the Galio to just ult the same target. So especially the early top dive on the Mirwin, where he got like a kill, really helped him for the early game.
Yeah, and I think the Galio was perfect because it bought so much space in fights. Like you could see times Hansama just couldn't get in on the Draven because he couldn't quite find his angle of attack. There was a lot of stuff where he wanted to push forward, or G2 wanted to try and engage, but just that Galio ult was buying so much opportunities for them to kite back. And I think that's when the grand scheme of things where G2 started to struggle. It was only like really one fight, two fights where they really found the big success. And you can see here in the early stages, I loved this play top. Like great read here from Fresco to say chances are G2 are going top. Immediately gets the cover. Elyoy is in position as well. They're able to turn this around. And I really wanted to highlight just how strong Fresco was in the early game at dictating the pace and finding these moments where MDK could come back.
I mean, we kept saying that I think the Seri matchup is rather hard for her, because Kennen does have that all-in pressure, and if this doesn't happen, I think Kennen, as we saw, he was bullying the Seri early, but because of this is why Mirwin was able to be so strong this game, because he actually got this early help from the Galio.
And frankly, for a lot of the stages of the early game, once Mirwin did get that advantage, it really looked like they were going to just run away with the game, but then we take a look at Caps and some of these mid-game fights, and yeah, there's a million fights. So we'll go to the first one that was especially crazy, where Caps is able to pull off this triple kill. Again, a fight that probably just should not have happened, and that's a big reason why G2 were able to stay in a game where they're at such a disadvantageous state.
Yeah, I mean, I hear Caps just pulled the rabbit out of a hat. G2 has this fight with Kennen tipping in, Seri top hitting plates, and it's very hectic. They're trying to go on the S-shell, but then S will ease out, so they turn on the targets. In the end, they're almost all dying, and it's just Caps gonna end up here in the end in a 1v3 scenario, where he somehow miraculously manages to clean them all up here. Kennen is gonna die, but he's gonna stand there with Tibbers. I guess it's a 2v3 because he has Tibbers on his side.
Well, yeah, we heard about them. Caps was talking about it too. You just get an Ivern too. You just overload them. Sheer force of numbers. Get a Yorick, get a Heimerdinger. What are they?
Where do you draw the line? Yeah, where do you what counts as a teammate? The Cyberpad teammates?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Hansama on Draven though is a hell of a teammate, and that's the other thing I want to talk about, because I think a lot of the after that initial comeback from Caps when he gets that triple kill, a lot of the fights that look good for them are Hansama on this Draven. By the end of the game, it's so much more about engages and positioning and less about the individual stars, but Hansama, a man who has to be respected on this pick, again, has not lost domestically on this champion since joining G2. Did lose at MSI, for you international fans, of course, but 12-0 now domestically is incredibly impressive.
But we talked about it in the draft. We were like, look, you can ban Kaisi, you can ban Draven, but MDK thought that Caps was more of a problem, and you get to see the results on your screen. Hansama had a great game on the Draven, was consistently in position to try and do damage. Now, at times, obviously, we already highlighted, like, he struggled at points to get past the Galio ult, but the second he did, he was chunking health bars, and there was very little that MDK could do to stop him.
And I really wonder how will this affect the draft for next game. Are actually MDK gonna come in and want, because now they banned the Kalista, now that they banned the Draven, if they do they have to ban a Draven or do they have an answer to this? Because they can't just come into the next game and end up with an AD carry that is just 1k gold ahead at like 15 minutes like this game was.
Yeah, it's a really difficult puzzle to solve. And I think the other question that we're going to ask every single game we see MDK play now, especially because they are again on red side, is like, what else is Mirwin cooking? Apparently every AD carry known to man, but this is something that has been a constant thorn in the side for G2. And as much as in those final moments, you know, those are going to haunt Mirwin a bit for how he was caught out of position, he has still been a big threat. In some games, yes, it has required more support from the team, but there's just been a lot of unique things happening in draft that have really defined this series.
Can I just get one Aurora game, please? I've been begging for so long for an Aurora game, and I was so hyped this weekend coming in. She's finally enabled. Goes through yesterday, and I thought sure that today we're gonna get one game, and it's been permabanned ever since.
This is the series where you should get it, right? Because eventually, if you ban enough Mirwin champs and enough Han Sama champs, Aurora has to slip through, right?
But I'm kind of just over this Kennen, to be honest. I think Mirwin's having good matchups because we consistently see this Kennen, but it hasn't been game defining for me. The MDK have had answers. This time it was a double exhaust that they were able to threaten him pretty consistently in fights. The last game too was the Vex. I kind of just want to see this Kennen dropped and then you force Mirwin onto something else, or you just match.
Well, we'll see what the focus is going to be. The champs were looking at Aurora. Please pick it. Kennen, maybe not. Casters, you can take it away for this game 4. Game 4. No, 4. We're gonna call it 4.
4?
Yeah, it works.
4 score.
Yeah, just
7 years ago.
Funny and charming.
Game 3 started, and now we're here for game 4.
Yeah, I've got to call out my boy Dagda. I disagree with him.
Me too.
Okay.
Kennen, I think, has been broken. I think Kennen, like, I agree with him in terms of the laning phase and the advantages that Mirwin has gotten. But to say that Broken Blade, like the Kennen, hasn't been game defining, I really disagree with that. I think that some of his ultis have completely changed the landscape of how things have played out. So,
and I'll just put it out here, Dagda. If you want to come up to the caster desk and settle this man-to-man, I can take a seat.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure you can take Evergon and
we're
Betty.
allowed to have differing opinions. We'll see what opinion G2 shares. What will the ban strategy be?
My question
will we get to see Aurora?
No. My question is, do we see a run back of the same draft for the 4th game in a row where it's like full dive with the Vi composition into full disengage again from Mad Lions Koi because they're opting into the same thing? The Vi is stronger now. The Morgana is banned.
They've said, we've had enough of that nonsense. So things like the Corki, they may just prioritize the Corki themselves. I wonder if it's like Corki first pick, maybe for G2?
It could be. I think I'm also looking at other picks like the Ashe that could go through. I mean, Zeri, also a ban away. Potentially, I think you do ban Corki if you're G2 because you don't want to give over the potential pick for Mirwin as well, right? The flex. I mean, that was definitely his best showing this series.
It's just debatable if you want to B1 it or not, right?
Yeah.
Could still flex it. We haven't seen Broken Blade on the pick as of yet, but the last time before this series we saw Corki top in the LEC was Broken Blade back in 2022, so he has some experience on the champ. As a reminder, before we get further into the picks and bans, stakes! This is the season finals. The winner of this will face Fnatic, and the winner of that series is guaranteed a spot at Worlds, whether it be G2, Fnatic, or Mad Lions. Koi, G2 have already locked their spot, of course, but if G2 fall to the losers bracket, making the finals will definitely take you to Worlds. Mad Lions, Koi have made the last 4 Worlds in a row.
If G2 win, don't Fnatic just lock a spot at Worlds?
Yes, if G2 win this series, Fnatic are at Worlds, yes.
Yeah.
So something I was thinking about was this Poppy ban. It lines up Rel really nicely and also Vi, so they could have run back a Rel Vi comp. So what Mad Lions have thought, you know what we can do? We can deny Vi, and that way we break up, we use your setup bans against you, we use the fact that you ban Poppy and we take the Vi ourselves, and we actually play your composition that you played this entire series. It's sort of becoming the series meta.
What do you think about Desira here for G2?
Yeah, I mean, Yikes played it a bunch. I think
my instinct is that, like, what's good into dive, and I just love champions that try to dive into the Zyra.
Same goes for Bran.
And also it's just good follow-up on like a Rao, right? Once the Rao engage comes through, you just throw the ultimate out. I think it's both good for disengage or following up on an engage. But I mean, we haven't seen AP junglers really prioritized at all in this series. We have seen the Elvioya? No, we've seen the Ezreal. Yeah. The Ezreal will be a super high priority pick for Mad Lions. They flex it mid, they put it AD carry, so we don't know yet where it's going. G2 though, I mean, going for an early Kai'Sa into the Ezreal does make sense. Also gives you a bit of self-peel against a champion like Vi, who does have that potential lockdown.
I quite like Ivan and stuff like this into champions like Vi, where you just shield the target they're going onto. But it definitely could be an angle where you just go AP junglers as well. Or just go for a Sejuani. That was a classic for BB.
Ooh. That's new. Okay, so Vi dives in, you pop the paranoia, no one can see who she's on. That's the strategy, it's the anti-dive.
Or we both dive in and we abandon our AD carries.
It's literally just G2 saying, oh, you want to dive? Well, we're going to go double dive. Kennen is still up and available. I wonder if it's going to get banned away in the second half as Mad Lions look to round out their draft. Maybe they just want to grab... I think a Braum could be pretty good here.
Braum could be good. Nautilus, Alistar as well. All options. But yeah, going to sort itself for the Braum versus the dive.
I can tell you right now, Nocturne, when he ults in, he's trying to lock down that Ezreal. Like, the cool thing is that Ezreal's E alone isn't actually enough to break the tether, as long as you time the tether correctly. But Braum makes it very miserable.
So the reason why I was a bit hesitant on the Braum a little bit is because it doesn't give that much follow-up on the Vi ultimate, which was something like an Alistar would. So now you need dive from somewhere else, I feel like. Otherwise, you're playing a Vi which in just a front-to-back scenario. So I'm looking at champions like Camille, who can dive forward, as well as Merwin. But the problem is they haven't been playing that style. Maybe the Kennen for Merwin, that can dive forward. Regardless, though, you have a bunch of different champions that can synergize really well with both of these junglers. Dive works really well with both of them. Nocturne, in particular, you know, when you use the paranoia, the darkness can allow for these crazy flanks. And that's why we used to see stuff like Nico as well. With
I was just thinking Nico, yeah. Annie could also be a pick as well. Things like big AoEs are just good into Braum, right? Because obviously his big advantage is being able to block stuff that's heading towards him, but like Annie Tibbers just falls on top of you. The Nico comes from beneath you. Zyra ultimate, like all these various things can be very effective into champion like Braum.
Yeah. Immediately with the LeBlanc ban, I feel like they're setting up something like an Azir. Azir blind kind of works okay with the Vi. You can kind of dive forward sometimes. I feel like it'd be a bit susceptible to the Nocturne dive. So that's usually what the LeBlanc ban indicates. There's the Kennen.
Because I'm looking at G2's comp here, and I'm also thinking about things like the Camille could also be really good for them, but you don't really want to blind pick a Camille, especially in Mirwin's Wonder Factory champion pool that we don't know what he's going to pump out this time.
Yeah, I think Yone could be a good pick, contested by both. Yone's pretty good with the Vi and the dive on top. I mean, Varuspan signals to me, you know, maybe Renekton priority
That's
as well.
a triple flex for Mad Lions,
and
by the way.
Zeri flex is still up and available too, so they could go for that.
So where will Mad Lions go with their first pick of this second phase? Zeri makes the most sense because, as you say, still flexible enough. You can always put the Ezreal into mid, take Zeri for super.
It's an insane double flexer.
Yeah. And then G2 will have to answer basically
it's
a
very
blind top laner.
Rare that you see G2 on the receiving end of the flex draft strategy that they often implement to put that pressure on teams. But right now, they are definitely under that pressure.
I think Camille could be good here. The problem is now you need a blind that works into potential AD carries and a counter pick on R5. And that's really hard for G2 to find. You go Camille and concede lane a little bit, but that could be kind of risky.
Mundo!
You're Renekton. I think Mundo can be countered by something like an Aatrox really hard. So it's a Cassante blind.
Cassante? Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Okay, sure.
The one thing that works into everything, Cassante. And Orianna to round out the Knock Orianna combo, something that we've seen so many times.
What's that, like Season 3, Season 2 even?
It's even happening at the start of this year, I want to say.
Well, my point is it's an age-old combo, right? Traditional, in the same way that Orianna Jarvan. She's just a great mage that's very good at following up on dive champions without being a dive champion herself. Ultimately, a classical mid lane mage is something that is rare in our current day and age.
We love AD carries.
Yeah, and Mad Lions Core really embracing what is the current meta. It is definitely interesting how we've kind of got old school versus new school here.
It's so gross. Is it Smolder top for more stacks?
Yeah, it's really good into Cassante, right? This is something that pros have been playing, Smolder into Cassante, because you get the free scale. And there's really not much you could do outside of level 6, where if you miss position, you can be run down. Mirwin has definitely been practicing it, and he's locked it in now. For Scowie, I thought it might be as mid, but it looks like it's Zeri mid as well.
Do you lane swap? Obviously, a G2. Mainly, purely with the intent of denying the Smolder early levels and maybe getting Cassante a few levels under his
the lane isn't that bad. It just gives you just get free stacks. I don't think you'd want to avoid a match particularly here. I think it's kind of fine. Bot lane could be a little bit worrying. I'm also looking at the level 1 potentially from the Braum Ezreal, see what they can flex with.
It's true. It's a good one. Orianna really doesn't offer much at level 1, that's for sure.
I think that maybe with Vi, it could be a little bit tricky because our level 1 isn't so great, but a lot of scaling coming from the MDK, particularly on that top side. A lot less agency from Irwin, though. He's not going to be up in your face taking 50 billion plates. It is a very slow scaling thing where you can stack up really freely.
I think if MDK can be patient, I like their comp.
Okay.
The question is, can they be patient?
They were in game 2.
Not in game 1, though.
Not in game 1, and in game 3 it was a little of a mix of the both.
We saw everything in game 3.
Yeah, we did. Feels like an age ago now that we started that game, but for MDK, they need to win this or be demoted to the losers bracket. For G2, just another step on a path they have trod before, and we'll be looking to tread for the 4th time this year on their way to the grand finals. MDK have shown great signs compared to where they were in summer, where they were in playoffs. Here we see Alvaro and Mickey butting heads early on. Alvaro wins that because he has range at level 1 with the Winter's Bite.
I've got to really say, they've traded denying the Vi for a cohesive composition here. Their composition, it really doesn't make much sense. You have loads of Kiteback with the Braum, with the Ezreal, with the Smolder, but then you have a Vi just chilling, right? You can't really do anything on this Vi proactively because there's no dive follow-up. So nameplates off. I favor G2 a lot more.
You say no dive follow-up, but I see an arcane shift, a dash across the wall from the Zeri, and Smolder flapping his way onto the backline, man.
I will say that, you know, you made the comment about nameplates off.
Oh.
Hang on.
Super only has Mystic Shot here.
Oh, Super!
Oh, he doesn't know that Mickey's here. Mickey's going to jump in, flash away from Super. Yike on the chase as well. Caps looking for that flank position, but they're not going to go any further.
Gonna overstay their welcome. So Flash going to be lost for Super. Not the end of the world, but especially against a Nocturne who's primarily going to power farm for a Scout. Going to be taking the Zeri mids. We have seen these AD carries flex all across the board in this series. But yeah, when you talked about the nameplates off, huge credit to MDK, a team that limped into playoffs, a team that ended up getting 2-0'd by KC to get knocked out, and then basically qualified to the season finals on points. Heavy underdogs going up against our winners of the summer split, and they should have won game 2, really. Sorry, game 3.
They did win game 2.
They did win game 2, and so they've been a lot more competitive than I think many expected them to be, and their draft approach has been working to their credit, and they're going to stick with it here in game 4. We'll see if they can bring us to a game 5 as level 2 is secured. GG's bot lane's forced to disengage.
And Mickey wisely jumps away, gets the shield, eats a Mystic Shot. And again, it's the story that we've seen in every game so far. Super and Alvaro getting the early push, kind of to be expected in this lane. The threat of Braum, Ezreal early on, as you said, with the rising spell force, that passive, basically 50% extra attack speed early on if you can hit your spells. Caps in the mid lane being traded on by Frescowi, who can't find that final bit of burst fire to take down the Orianna in mid.
I do wonder, with the lack of flash on Super, if Nocturne wraps around back down to bot side and ganks down in bot, you know, it could hurt their ability to perm push down 2v2 when their lane phase is supposed to be really strong. But then again, you know, that 2v2 might be a little bit, sorry, that 3v3 rather, might be a little bit scary. Yike gonna path to the red buff, last to maintain that red buff for a very long time in terms of the 1v1 and just general jungle play.
Advantage of getting to run 2 bots, unlike Caps, so Caps going to have a small health advantage. Mickey mainly just here to cover as the AD carries face off in the bot lane. Alvaro providing that same level of cover. Nice trade there from Caps. Scout now definitely in kill range, and so Alvaro kind of has to come to help clear out this wave.
Ooh, that hits.
Yeah.
Freeze, but he can...
Oh, flash from Frescowi! Flash away by Caps. The Ultra Shock laser they're hitting when it had gone through the wall. It is a bit deceptive. The hitbox kind of extends back behind the wall where it was. Caps eats a chunk of his HP for it. Yike coming across here, but Yoyo already charging up the Bolt Breaker, looking for those concussive blows. They find it. Ultra Laser across the wall as well, and Yike will fall to Burst Blood. It's Elioya that takes it.
Yike, a little bit greedy there with his flash. He doesn't flash the initial Braum Q. He had the passive mark on him. He thought he could live long enough or potentially not get stunned at all. Getting caught in the river there. A nice little skirmish from MDK.
Okay, first to find that first blood once again. Nice punish from them. Bit of an overcommitment from G2. Oh, the Ignite. A Hillisang classic from Mickey as he delays the back from Frescowi, giving Caps the opportunity to push out this wave if he wants. Of course, the TP from Frescowi means that he's unlikely to really lose much. Just say that, well, with the cannon minions, unlikely to be able to freeze there, but yeah, meanwhile in the top lane, kind of things going as you described, Aragon, just Neowin chilling, stacking away.
It's not oppressive, it's really, it's not that
Annoying.
bad, but you just, you have that nagging feeling in your head that you're getting stacked on consistently, every single queue, right? So you feel really bad, and then typically you get stacked really quickly.
There's a fly in your room,
yeah, exactly.
and you're trying to game, and then there's just buzzing around your head.
It's not like you're leaning against a vein and you want to cry, but you're just annoyed.
Yeah, that's fair.
Well, Broken Blade adequately annoyed in the top lane right now with 38 stacks for Mirwin early on, 5 minutes in for the 225 around the 20-minute mark or so. Depends on the lane, obviously. When you're playing into 2 people, it's a little bit easier to stack it up because obviously as you hit your abilities on opponents, you get more stacks alongside farming them with that super Scorcher Breath, I believe it's called. It is. Caps here. Is dealing with a 2v1 for the moment. Mickey is in the wings in case Caps needs support, but Caps just trying to freeze the wave away from Friskowy.
This game's really annoying for Caps. You really want to ideally play in isolation with the control mage into the AD carry, because naturally you can win, right? But there's been so much jungle and support attention to mid that he just cannot play in isolation. 3v3, he's got to consistently keep that in mind, and he's also, you know, been ganked and had his flash forced as well. Too much volatility for control mages isn't a good thing, and it really disrupts how they want to play and their play pattern. And you can see it manifesting here. Caps finding trades even in the 1v3, but he's never going to mount anything that substantial like a back force.
I mean, he's doing very well in the matchup. Probably the first throughout the series where he's been able to find that individual lead, even with all this pressure being thrown down towards him. Mickey choosing to stay on the bot side of the map. He has been starved of XP a decent amount. They're looking for the play.
Super Splash about to come back off cooldown. He already uses the Arcane Shift. Hans Summer can't quite get enough damage with the Plasma Barrier invested by Super. And in the end, it will just be the Summoner burnt on the Ezreal.
Credit to Super for surviving. All the attention to mid is going to convert into grubs whilst Super actually survives.
Wow, okay, talk about annoying. The grub going to interrupt Yike's back as Elyoya cleans that one up. Ultimately, though, kind of a tepid early game as we've been seeing throughout this series.
Just because we had like 60 kills in the last game doesn't mean that 1 at 6 minutes isn't the end of the world. But, you know, it's fine. We're
That's what I
okay.
mean. I'm just saying tepid, slow.
Tepid is fine.
Yeah, it's a chill early game.
Just need the break, you know?
Yeah, I'm fine with it. I'm okay.
Go make yourself a cup of tea. Keep the headphones on in case something does happen. But you have time. You can order that pizza.
Yeah, I mean, normally what I do back in the day when I was good at League, I used to play games in between the breaks because I believed I had enough time.
Yeah.
So there's probably people now playing their game and like they're using the early game to finish off their game right now.
The problem is now our transition time is like 12 minutes, and in the past it was like 25 minutes.
Yeah.
So you did have time in those days. Now, no
you know,
longer
you got
the
time
case.
to finish a game. You know, as we chill in the early game. These
No,
teams
you don't. Just
level
FF.
6. I believe in you. You can still win. Alvaro gonna get stunned up.
There's someone out there hostaging a solo queue game, and you're like, it's like, oh no, guys, Vetty said he believed in me.
He's gonna write that in all chat.
I'm
Guys,
0-7 in lane, but it's fine.
Look at top side. Yike has level 6, the Nocturne ultimate.
So this is the window, right? If Broken Blade is a good actor here, he cannot scare him away. There we go.
In with the paranoia, knock him into the wall, looking for the all-out, and with the fear back, Mirwin has no escape. Yike gets the first kill for G2.
I do have to ask a question though. Was he spotted on that ward? If we get a replay, like I feel like with the wards in the river, he should have been spotted walking up, yet Mirwin still chose to walk underneath the tower. He ends up getting caught. The good news for MDK is that Elyoya is in a position where he can cross-map for the Dragon, so it's going to be a kill for objective, and I don't think they are going to be too upset about that.
Regardless if he got spotted, I think I want to give credit to Broken Blade there being a good actor, not making it obvious that the gank was coming, and instead using the flash to flash W forward and set up the gank. That's the problem with Smolder, right? This is the post-6 level 6 window where you are very easily gank set-upable on, and Yike just punishes. It's a nice play.
Yeah, the problem for Mirwin now is he has no flash. He's got the flat, but if Broken Blade gets him near a wall, that's an all-out, just pulling him away. We'll have another look at this. Yeah, he's spotted.
He spots it.
You literally see him.
Yeah.
This is Mirwin greeting for a plate. That's what happened there.
You're right. Maybe he believed that. Oh no!
Oh, he gets the plate though, so it's worth.
Does get
He got the 125 gold. Good death.
I mean,
all right.
Gonna accelerate him to that Shojin where he's gonna be really, really comfortable. I mean, look, I'm not gonna lie. Most Smolders tops, they die a lot, right? Because it's so vulnerable and super susceptible to ganks. Because it's not that conventional for top laner that you just die a bunch and you eventually scale up. Think of it as like a hybrid of something like a Kayle and an Nasus. It's very, very similar.
Listen, the last Kayle I remember was, I think it was the Shy. And I'm used to, yeah, that's a good comparison, I get that.
Plating is worth, in my eyes. He goes back top now, he should be fine. I think there's definitely a regank angle if they ever send the support up to top side with Mickey and Yike.
It's also the threat of paranoia interfere, right? I'm not sure if the flat takes you away from that tether range quickly enough. We already had the mechanics of the Arcane Shift tether. As,
yeah, I still have loads of Nocturne tech. Just because I don't play him anymore, I still remember it all. Bit of fun fact Nocturne trivia.
Yeah, hit us. We have a tepid early game according to you.
Your Q gives you bonus AD, right?
Okay.
So a lot of people believe that if you ult into Q and you Q in mid-air, you can get the bonus AD before it connects and you'll do bonus damage. But that's not how it works. The damage is determined beforehand. Speaking of, Caps, he might take a lot of damage.
Flash in by Elioya, and he does.
Nice.
He does take a lot of damage, Fetty. Well predicted there. Caps dies.
A nice three-man gank at the mid.
So I was a little bit worried about how MDK would secure these grubs because you had no flash on the Smolder, right, from the previous gank. So it was a bit scary for him to enter River, but finding a pick onto Caps is what they need.
That's it all out onto Mirwin. Razork is here. Pass maker out by Broken Blade. Mirwin flaps across the wall. Mom has been called. Ring ring. The paranoia coming in. TP in as well by Caps. They jump instead onto Razork. Straight past Mirwin. No, sorry, onto Elioya, not Razork. Elioya gets away. Yeah, okay. Yike went for the jungler thinking they could kill him. The shockwave has been invested, and in the end, they will kill Mirwin, but for it, they'll sacrifice Mickey X and Yike, which is bizarre to say the least.
A catastrophe in the top lane.
It was so confusing. I thought Fnatic were playing, man.
Yike ulted Elioya, I'm pretty sure,
he
he had no vision.
But then they whiffed the ultimate combo of the Orianna and the Nocturne.
Everything went wrong for G2. Went wrong for Medic too. Like, I mean, you can see Mad Lions Koi, they are just kind of continuing to find these advantages. I mean, G2 were able to find that nice pick onto Mirwin to start with, but Broken Blade forcing a play, not respecting that Elioya was hovering around the top side of the map, ended up creating a numbers advantage, and then the TP started flying into what was a very favorable situation for MDK.
So this looks really good, right? Because then the W from Broken Blade negates the CC from the Vi, which looks fantastic as well, but Mirwin, he gets out, he flaps over the wall, and Broken Blade, he gets layered with CC on from the ultimate.
You're 100% right.
Now, the thing is, I wonder if this screams maybe in practice, because these aren't very popular combos right now. The combo whiffs. Oh no, they didn't use the combo.
Yeah.
There we go then. That makes more sense.
And all the flashes come through. It's a numbers advantage for MDK. Really nice collapse from them. And they're able to, at the very least, get one kill G2. But MDK, they walk away with, what, 3, 4 even? I think it's
3.
It was 3, yeah.
But they got Caps in the mid lane before.
Yes.
I wonder if there was a world where they wait on the Nocturne ulti until Orianna TP's in, maybe a little bit later, and they could find the layer and the CC. But regardless, it's going to be a losing play. And now you have lane swap into top side. I mean, it looks like bot lane plates could be taken if you're BB here, which is super nice. But he has no TP to potentially join this fight in the mid lane if it starts.
He's flanking Elioya here, running towards mid instead, trying to cover. Elioya able to dash out with the Vault Breaker. Hansama on his way across. Mickey, no TP, and look for the engage. There's the paranoia. Cease and desist out by Elioya to try and survive. Hansama able to dodge away with the Killer Instinct as well, but Super can open up from the side. Mickey's already down. Yike, short to follow. And MDK collapse once again, as you say, no TP for Broken Blade to join the battle.
Let's do an activity together where we look at the items, okay? There is an Archangel Staff and Boots for Hansama versus the Unbreakable of Alvaro, the Sundered Sky for Elioya, and the Blade of the Ruin King for Frescowi. G2 can't take these fights. I mean, MDK more than happy to take that skirmish, and they find themselves another 2 kills.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. You have the crossmap going down in bot side without a TP, so they could commit to that, but they want to do both. They want to make a quick play with the burst damage that they have from the Nocturne Orianna, as well as take platings down bot.
Super here, Caps puts down the ball, but hey, Mickey, this is a Mickey game. This is the most Mickey game he's had this series, I'm gonna be honest. That's 3 in about as many minutes, and Caps is gonna pay for it as well. It's a double for Super. Like, MDK played that well, but Mickey literally died, ran out, jumped in, died again.
This is the early game that we saw from G2 in the finals.
Yeah.
I mean, we thought that we saw an improvement based on the first game of this series, but MDK just continues as the series has gone on, and I think a lot of it is due to the draft. Now, Broken Blade gonna try and Cassante, but I don't think he can...
Nah, the flashing away apparently is this style of Cassante. He does do everything, so being a coward in these moments as well is part of that retinue.
I do think the biggest thing this game has been the fact that they've really shut down Caps, right? They've just sent 3 people mid the entire time. I talked about it before in terms of how Orianna wants to play, where she wants the stronger jungler and to be able to be left in isolation, shadowed as well, to be able to bully out the mid lane, but they just have not allowed Caps to do that, and because of that.
If I were to take a quote from Kadrill, it would be Season 2 champ versus Season 12 champ, right?
The years, dude.
I mean, yeah, we talked about it, right, coming into the draft. This is a very, like, almost old school draft, like, very traditional dive. This is how you used to kind of implement that versus the multi-AD carry threats that we see in the current meta. And I think the reality is that MDK had prio top, they had prio mid, they had prio bot, and they've been playing around their prio very well. And with the Vire, they have stronger early skirmishing. And thanks to the Braum, Alvaro, like, we probably haven't sung his praises enough. He has been in the right place at the right time consistently throughout this game, which just gives them advantages in these early game skirmishes. And the gold speaks for itself. MDK with a fantastic early advantage. But now the question is, can they close the game out? Because unfortunately, we've seen G2 in this situation many times, and many teams have gotten these leads, and they haven't been able to close things out.
I mean, realistically, what the problem they have is there's so many threats on the side of MDK where if you pop one person, you got to deal with two more usually, right? So it's really about chaining these picks continuously over and over and over again until you amass a decent enough lead, and you can play off those numbers advantages as well.
Yeah, Mirwin's almost at that 225 stack mark as well, currently sitting at 174. And it's not just for Scowie, Super, and Mirwin who are threats. You also have Elioya, who's 403, has the Sundered Sky complete.
That's really fast. I mean, usually 225 stacks, a fast mark is about 19 to 20 minutes. I think that's really quick, but that's naturally how it works in top lane, right? You have the Cassante to keep hitting.
Oh, we'll see when he does get to the 225, because he's still 50 away, so he has a little bit of time. Mickey. Oh, Mickey. Okay. Elioya, I think you could have killed him there, but you didn't know who was coming behind him, so decides that discretion is the better form of valor and backs away. The rest of the map relatively stable right now between these two teams. Drake up in 2.5. The Rift Herald available to Elioya as well if MDK want to try and crack this mid lane tier 1.
Credit to Elioya, pretty consistently outside of game 1. Like, the objective control has just been in MDK's favor. Grubs, Dragons, they've been able to find those advantages.
It's a really accelerated schedule here as well. 18 minutes for the third Drake. It's like a 23-minute soul. They are looking for this Smolder. Still no flash. The paranoia coming in, and Mirwin is sent packing. They're looking for more as Elioya goes in with the cease and desist, but Broken Blade can tank that one for days. The shutdown over the Yike. And the goal begins to even out just a tad.
So they solved the chaos by committing all 5 members top. They end up securing 2 kills. G2 make it work, and they should secure another objective. They leave open the mid lane tower. Nice interrupt there from Super. Only connects up to 1, though.
I actually think Caps shielded as well, so the True Shot Barrage was eaten by the shield, so the back wasn't stopped. That's why he stepped out and then shielded one of the people that was facing there. I'm not 100% sure, but that's what it looked like to me.
That's going to be 2 towers, meanwhile, on the rest of the map for MDK. And so they'll hold on to their gold lead for now, which is fine. You can see the difference really starting to develop in mid lane for Scowie with the Zeri. Going to be a menace.
Yeah, it's a good punish onto the flashless Mirwin having no sums. You can see Elioya really did read it as well, but you know what beats AD carries? Let's send full dive. That's what they've been doing all series. Elioya can't save against 5 people, and it doesn't matter at this point. Broken Blade can tank tower indefinitely. It's a nice play, but it's a good cross-map play. You get inner tier 1 tower, which is a huge, mid lane tier 1 tower, which is a huge objective because it allows you to do so much, as well as bot tier 1 isolated onto Frescowie, so they're going to be even more enabled now as well. You see 2 items coming in for the Zeri.
And they've set up nicely for the top lane as well. Immediately, both Elioya and Alvaro grouping back up. At the start of the day, Finn talked about how when we saw the best version of MDK, it was when the jungle and support were working together, and we've been seeing it more and more throughout this series. Nice setup on the top side with good vision, as our observers are highlighting for us now. This enabled them to secure that at a tower as G2 cross maps on the other side. Ultimately, that's 3 out of towers now secured for MDK. They put themselves in a good spot, and they hold on to their mid tower.
Drake up in 20 seconds time would be the 3rd of the game for MDK. You can see Elioya trying to set up vision around there. Currently relatively even in terms of vision control. Super puts down a control ward. MDK will sweep out some of the river, so now they have no superficial vision in the G2 jungle, but control of the river at least.
I do think it's on G2 here. If they can ever find a trigger pull on the mid lane wave, I think that's the best route to go about it. I mean, MDK are going to try and fight for the wave control, right? In this kind of river area as well.
Alvaro can dash with the stand beside me. Broken Blade was looking for a little bit more. Broken Blade very tanky. Iceborne Gauntlet and the Thorn Mail already complete on him. Frescowie can put some damage down. He'll dash away. True Shot Barrage coming out as well. There's the Fisher going wide. Few honey fruit eaten by G2. Paranoia available for Yike. Can put the map into darkness. Mickey looking for that flank, but Frescowie's there to mark him. The Dragon down to 7,000. Mom called. Ring, they say Killer Instinct on the back line immediately. They dive into Frescowi. Mickey's the one to get the kill. Paranoia onto the back as well as Merwin tries to dash away. Elioya jumping in onto Yike, who flashes across the wall, but the chase continues. And Chu, the Smolder sneezing all over you, but now with MDK locked in the Magnus Storm isn't enough. But G2, they have 2 surviving, so do MDK, and Super's one of them. He opens up onto Mickey, on some of the last alive for G2, but Elioya sends him back in a body bag.
Elioya is huge, cleaning up the fight. What was so close at the end, they're managing to find all the kills. Take a look at that, 2 items on Elioya, and just even though G2 found the engage, there were still so many threats to clean up the fight.
It starts with an initial pick onto Frescowi, but they commit a lot of resources and then decide to follow up with the dive anyway. You've got to recognize that getting that single kill with this many damage threats on the side of MDK is not going to be enough. The chain CC is good, the shockwave connects, but that's basically 3 ultimates used on the top side. Then Yike goes in and there's no more follow-up left. Mickey is dismounted. Broken Blade finds a nice clutch play here where he connects onto Mirwin to spread up the fight. But then Super goes over the wall, the re-engage comes in from Elioya, and it ends up being a 1 fight for MDK.
The static shift proc there was absolutely massive for the damage, but it just wasn't enough. Elioya here is so fed, he just auto-attacks them to death. And this is what I'm talking about, right? You have a great comp to find a pick, but then you need to be able to leverage that numbers advantage, and you can't because the rest are so fed as well. Even at 4v5, they lose.
I think Dylan Falcon might be slightly mad. I believe my lip reading skills aren't the best, but I think that was a what are we doing in that moment. So alongside Swiffer, we have a competition for the angriest coach in any given moment.
It's one of those things where, you know, obviously people are frustrated with the AD carry mid meta that we see in pro play. And one of the frustrating things about it is just the extended damage that they consistently have in fights, right? And Orianna, once she's used her ultimate, that's not to say that she can't do anything in the fight, but relative to an AD carry, it just pales in comparison. And Caps, without his mobility as well, you look at Frescowi, Super, and
drive-by balling. Oh, they can't quite get the ball on towards Yike in time. He's going to chase forward, though, and with the fear tether back, Mirwin has no escape. G2 find a pick in the side lane.
I mean, it's the story of the series, right? Overextending AD carries into picks. Now Nash is up. Are they going to try and flex it? They do have a decent amount of Nash damage. TP's coming down
for it. Caps kept his ultimate too.
I think they need to. 3 AD carries, they outscale so hard here.
X-Flash over the wall onto Alvaro. There's the Shadowing Strike. He can dash back with the stand beside me. Yike at half HP, but he'll heal up a little bit if someone else tanks the Baron for them. Yeah, I agree.
That was a TP invested from Caps, and he's really not going to get anything for it. Just going to go back to base, make his way back towards bot. I say that, he's cancelled it.
Alvaro.
What's the game plan?
That ward is not spotted by the controller because it's right by the wall. BB trying to dash into the backline. Glacier Fisher coming down, but they pull Alvaro across with the all-out. And Alvaro pays the price for stepping a little bit too far forward. Elioya looking for that flank position. Hans Sommer. Surprise target if you can find him. A prey to catch. Elioya doesn't dash in, but Broken Blade takes a chunk from Super, who is sitting at 2.5 items. Elioya still looking for that flank position. Yike has the spell shield if he wants to try and block. Mirwin back with the team, does have the TP as well if he's sent to another lane to farm it up.
I mean, the chunked health bars here, they have so much dash damage. I mean, I really do think they could potentially pull the trigger here because someone has to recall on the side of G2. It's so much pressure when Elioya is just holding Q and channeling Q because you have to run if you're G2. And in the meantime, just getting clobbered by auto attacks from the AD carries from the side of MDK. It was a really hard fight to navigate, but once again, these picks, they don't convert into anything.
I will say though, Hans Sommer continues to get stronger. Kind of been the moniker of him in this series. A bit of a quiet early game, then kind of torpedoing into a strong mid and late game. Kaiser finds himself at 3-1 and 3. Oh, as a pause.
There we go.
All right. Well, I needed a moment to breathe. So I feel like the next fight can decide the series pretty much. I believe it was G2 who have paused, but we'll find out the exact reasons and exactly who it was when we get the opportunity. It is 2 items on Hans Sommer with the Ginsus and the static shift complete. You can see Caps' dad there standing in the audience, always cheering on his son.
And when we kind of take stock of the game, basically, as you may have already noticed, it's MDK with about a 4K gold lead. A lot of that gold
We actually paused when they're on exactly 44,000.4 gold with 4 turrets taken. If there was a Jhin in the game.
14 kills. Yeah, no, you're totally right.
That's pretty cool.
The 4th dragon is about to spawn in about a minute and a half.
Wow.
The only thing that ruined it with Grubs, really.
Super has 4 assists.
Oh my.
Nice.
So
As does Frescowi, right?
Oh, wow, the pause
It's
content.
the numbers. We're getting out the pause, thankfully. We'll be
I think it was
getting
only
back into
4
the game.
minutes, that pause, so anyway.
What is your perception of time? There's no way that was 4 minutes long.
This is game 4.
I forget. I forget. Anyway, getting back into the action. 1 minute 30 until the next Infernal Dragon. It will be a different soul, Medic. You muted yourself when you pressed nice.
I was talking to our producers.
Oh, I see. I thought you were saying nice to me. And again, take stock of the itemization, the gold differences. You can see that in terms of items, not really that different. You know, like, even though the gold is favoring, you can see that, like, both sides sitting at about 2 items, an extra component coming through for MDK. Doesn't mean that it's that significant. Oh,
Season
Hans.
desist onto Hans. Summer does have the flash, does have the barrier, doesn't expend either. G2 were looking for a long flank behind MDK, but Hans is down and MDK turn their eyes towards the Baron.
I really do love that pick, just because of how, like, deep they had to go to get it. Like, the position of Hanzo was he was basically underneath his tower, and he still gets caught out, loses the barrier, and now MDK can start off the Baron.
And the key component of the dive composition dies. It's really hard to play if you're G2 here. Now, you do have the Nocturne Orianna combo if you want to try and fight it, but you have no dive from a Kai'Sa.
He's going to face check. There's the Paranoia. On the front line is Alvaro chasing Yike away. Broken Blade looking for the back line. Mirwin flashes over. Magnet Storm in by Mickey. Fiscawi going in with a lightning crash, and Broken Blade can't tank this for too much longer. MDK keep G2 at bay and secure the Baron to boot.
MDK taking all the right steps here with the soul spawning in 10 seconds. Just a dominant game from start to finish. They've leveraged their strong laners very well. They've been punishing the mistakes that we've been seeing consistently from G2 in this game. And they're on track to bring us to a game 5.
So much neutral damage, neutral objective damage here in this composition as well. Flexing that, taking the dragon as well. Now going to head down into bot on this stacked wave. You can imagine this is going to be a tier 2. With this Infernal Soul, the poke is going to really add up too. They can layer some CC if they want to. Buy ultimate into a Smolder. It's an insane composition. But looks like they're not recall.
Start the recalls, do them together, now stop them because they see G2 advancing. Yike able to dodge away for the moment. The True Shot Barrage alongside the concussive blows. The Infernal Soul helping MDK send Yike back to the fountain. Now in a 5v4. He continues to rain the damage down. Super eats a Void Seeker. Broken Blade dashes forward, hits the Q3, but Yoya does the same. Gives a love punch into a Broken Blade. With only a cannon minion here remaining, MDK decide to back away.
MDK ultimately got what they came for and more, securing a pick onto Yike to just add on to all the advantages they've gained. They're going to steal away all these camps too. MDK, I would say, with their cleanest game of the series so far. It's impressive to see how from game to game they've just been ramping up in terms of their execution. And this was just a patient play from them. They had still members hitting onto the Baron. They don't panic when the Nocturne ultimate comes through. They have Braum prioritize keeping Yike locked down, and then G2 gets split up.
I just don't think you can ever contest this as G2. The raw DPS difference when you don't have your Orianna next to you, as well as a dead AD carry, is just never there. They can duo this Nash if they want to, because they can take one of their 3 AD carries to hit the Nash, whilst the rest zone. So frustration maybe from G2, knowing they get outskills.
Yike might just be dead. No flash, concussive blows comes out, the Paranoia. I mean, all that means is you die in the dark. The Nocturne's down. Fiscawi, the Killer Instinct in.
Ooh,
he's knocked airborne as he tried to jump over the wall. Hansama going in further. Fiscawi's going to flash away. It was the Shockwave, as you say, the combo with the Orianna Killer Instinct. There to try and take out Fiscawi. Cap splashes across, dodges the Glacial Fissure. Mom is rung by Mirwin. Shadowing Strike from Mickey will buy him a second on the top side. Hansama caught up with a cease and desist and he'll fall. Mickey jumps back in, trying to save his mid laner, but all he can do is buy him a second. Caps down, G2 down, MDK pushing down mid.
The AD carries reign supreme in this game. The dive coming in from G2, knowing that the meta, trying to counter it, but it just isn't enough. All series long, we've had the same dynamic, and MDK sticking to their guns once again come out on top.
We wondered if they'd wake up for the season finals. Winter was the last time we saw them battling at the top. Here, MDK have come to say, we'll take you all the way to Game 5.
Question marks still raised around G2's early game. Some of the decisions, some of the execution choices that they made. allowed MDK to build this early lead and just absolutely dominate. Impressive stuff. As I said, their cleanest game of the series so far. They got that early lead, they controlled the game, got Soul, got Baron, and they bring us to game 5.
And if you're going to get into that ARAM, you better get in quick because we're going to go to a short break and we'll be right back after this.
Speaking of caps, he might take a lot of damage.
Flash in by Elio, and he does. He does take a lot of damage, Benny.
I will Drake, okay? I can kill one. Two. Eres mejor, Varo. Guys, do you think it's illegal, me looking Alvaro screen? I didn't see a rule that you can't look at Alvaro screen. I'm going okay. We win super.
No, these fights are so fun, no? Holy
so fun, guys.
Welcome back to the LEC Game 5, G2 versus MDK. A spot in the upper finals on the line. This is not where I expected to be, certainly where many fans expected us to be. MDK coming in as heavy underdogs. But after that Game 4, I'm kind of instilled with a lot of confidence in terms of what they're bringing to the table, gentlemen.
No, absolutely. I think MDK right now, the way they're ramping up in this series is incredible, and it's fast-paced, and it's better than G2 right now. The gameplay is certainly looking solid.
Yeah, frankly, they're getting owned. Like G2, I think this last game, I feel like they actually look very disoriented. I feel like Mad had so much control of the pace. They always set the pace, they always open first, and then, I mean, G2 had some picks on the, especially on the AD carries with the Nocturne ult, but I feel like in general, Mad was always in control of what was happening. And very impressive.
Very impressive overall, and super obviously dominant finish to the game because of how the lead they were able to snowball. The most dominant game by far we heard from the cast. We take a look back at the last fight. You can, of course, just see, you know, at this point in the game, they've got Infernal. They've got Baron. It is one or two missteps from G2 that allow MDK to end the game here, but them winning in a fight, no surprise.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they're still trying as well. I think this was a really nice utilization of the Shockwave with the Kai'Sa ultimate, but they're just not able to get it down. They're too far behind, and already having one member caught before the team fight starts does not help your case, even when the replay continues out. And I think it's just a story of this game where one person gets caught or we just don't have enough damage. Even though it's looking good, it's never good enough, at least not in this game.
Yeah, I felt a bit bad for Yike. I felt like he was getting very, very caught out in many places with his Nocturne, and he never really found that ult that you really want in fights. I think they picked Nocturne to make combo with his Orianna, but I didn't see a single Nocturne Orianna combo this game. I think I'm right in that. And I feel like they never just found the angles.
Well, certainly one that didn't, certainly not finding one that found a greater impact, right? There's a lot of scattered things, really hard to find that target to lock down. But I think to MDK's credit, something we talked about a lot, and something you brought up, Finn, about their success in Winter coming so much from support and jungle working together. This is a game where we saw that very, very clearly. We look back at the early game from Elyoya, specifically alongside Alvaro, finding a lot of these creative opportunities, Alvaro getting involved in the mid lane. It was a good look for the side of MDK.
Even just this roam Alvaro getting pressure on Caps, making sure Caps can't get the laning phase they want, and here Yike not flashing properly. I think here he's showing that Elyoya and Alvaro is just so much more in sync in these 2v2 3-3s, in this game especially, and we need to see more from G2 because this is not enough.
Absolutely agree. I never like to single out one player, but I gotta say the early game from Yike as well here, we keep saying a name. There is a clear difference in terms of who had the better performance as a jungler, and it's been Elyoya as well. On this Vi, he was an absolute terror, and I love what MDK did in the draft, where it just felt like G2 thought they were going to get Vi again after having banned Morgana, but that just wasn't the case, and they just used it so well on MDK's side.
Yeah, and I was skeptical, honestly, when we look in draft in terms of what they got with triple AD carry and a Vi. I wasn't sure how well it would work, but the execution was consistently good. They interrupted Yike. They played well around Vision, not to give those angles for him to ult on those key targets. And we take a look at the series overall.
Yeah, I mean,
these are pretty favored stats for Elyoya.
Yeah, but I feel like the stats don't actually describe the whole picture, because what Elyoya is doing, he's playing a lot more with Fog and is very decisive with his engages. I feel like whenever G2 finds good engages, it's either from like a good flank, a good TP play, or this series, I think Mickey has been pretty good. He has had some oopsies, of course, but in general, he's been the like main playmaker today.
Yeah, I think when you look at Elyoya, the thing that stands out to me is he's more involved with the team. He had multiple Morgana games where it felt like he was in the right spot for the counter ganks, and obviously K plus A at 14 is my favorite stat to look at in terms of jungle impact. You're participating in 4 kills, Yike participating in 2. It's been quiet from Yike, right? And I think this is a Game 5 situation where if Elyoya is allowed to run away with another early game, I'm starting to sweat for G2.
Yeah, I think it's time to go red side and give Broken Blade counter pick, because I think this mirror shenanigans has to stop. What is he gonna blind pick top that he can like do? Because Broken Blade has blinded every single game this series, and I feel like it's not fair. Like, please, can he have one?
I mean, prophetic. As I get the news, Finn, you bring it up. G2 have selected red side. I think they might be done with the Mirwin shenanigans because, again,
thank God, man. Justice.
Credit to Mirwin.
Justice is
because
served.
on Euphoria this week, I didn't, you know, we weren't clowning on him, but we were saying, man, at a certain point, come on, like, you need to play the normal stuff. It's not enough to just play counter picks. Apparently, I'm wrong. Apparently, you have enough in the tank to go 5 games. That's what I've learned today.
I said this earlier as well, but if you deploy a guy like Mirwin on your team, you best be knowing you got to play to his strengths. You can't get a guy that plays wacky pick and then tell him play on Sejuani, whatever it is, right? right? Sejuani is kind of wacky, but anyways, my point still stands. You need him on these kind of plays. You need him to be annoying at the enemy team, and I think this is just what happens in a best of 5. It creates its own meta, and the meta between G2 and MDK is that we need some counter picks.
I mean, Deploy says it very well, because it's like a battlefield right now. And
Deploy
there's
the
many explosions, a lot of things are happening, and it's very disorienting for everyone on stage right now. So I think now it's game 5, everyone has to cool down a bit and really refocus, because it's very easy to get caught in a moment, especially when everything is going chaotic. It's game 5, everything matters. So I think whoever is calmer in game 5, I think he will take it.
Look, spot in the upper finals on the line. Close to Worlds, but not there yet if MDK are able to pull it out, but very close. Have they shown you enough that you give them the edge again in game 5? G2 are a team who've come back from so many deficits, who have way more veteran players, but was that game 4, did that instill you with enough confidence that either of you are happy to say, yeah, this is MDK's game 5?
G2 is always that team that's earned a certain degree of a pedigree as well in terms of how much you can actually trust them. But historically, yes, I would give that to them. But in today's series with MDK, from where they came from 4 weeks ago, where it looked like they were not even going to make season finals, they were not going to be good enough for season finals, to right now in this series, going to game 5, I gotta say MDK, they are looking like favorites in it from what we've seen, and that's weird.
No, I think G2's history, Cap's history, has earned him the benefit of the doubt. Like,
I mean, I agree with you.
You can only trust this guy in game 5. Goldberg, I know your analysis has been on and off lately, but I gotta say, I think G2 takes it again.
All right. Before we get to a Swedish-Danish fist fight, as much as I would love to see yet another one of those, let's send it over to the casters for game 5, MDK versus G2. Take it away, boys.
I don't know who was wrong, but I'm probably going to side with Finn.
Yeah.
I think I'm on Finn's
over
side.
a Shyvana main.
Yeah, I think poor GB.
They had to nerf his build because it was so broken, and he couldn't even get like 200 LP Masters. Yeah,
We're getting ready for game 5, G2 versus MDK. The stories of MDK's demise seem to have been exaggerated. They're an organization that finds a way to Worlds, and with a win here, they get one step closer to achieving it once more.
Yeah, super quickly for everyone at home, stakes are thus. G2 are already qualified to Worlds as at least the 3rd seed. If they place higher than that in the season finals, that's the seed they'll get. If G2 win this series, Fnatic will be going to Worlds as one of our top 3 seeds as well, because the lowest they can place in the season finals is 3rd. For MDK, they have to win this series and then probably one more series if they're going to make it to Worlds.
It depends on the rest of the results.
It depends on the rest. It's most likely they'll have to win 2 series to make it to Worlds.
Or maybe a lower bracket run as well.
Yeah, which would still be winning a series.
For sure.
He's new at this.
Give him
I'm sorry, I wanted to contribute.
No, my wording is wrong because they do have to win 2 series. Anyway, into draft. G2 on the red side. Kalista, MF, Ashe banned away. Aurora, Morgana, Ezreal banned away. First pick, Vi.
Immediately, you mentioned it earlier, Zeri into the buy, anti-dive. And they're running
the Zyra Draven.
Zyra,
oh my goodness.
Flex Zyra.
I mean, blind picking Draven though, aren't there like... I mean...
What are you gonna do?
You could have done outrange, but it looks like, I mean, you just commit to the Zeri flex.
Like, you could just do Zeri Ez again.
MF is good, but that's also bad.
Oh, right.
There's a lot of good reasons why this Draven pick is decent, right? Because MF's really good into it, Ashe is really good into it, but they're all taken off the table. They're already banned. I think you could do Jhin and neutralize a little bit, but that's not really super. So I wonder if they just concede and just pick a weaker laner.
Caitlyn?
I was
you go Caitlyn pressure, Caitlyn Karma or something and try and push it out of lane. It's difficult though, especially with 2 squishier members.
Varus is also fine.
Yeah.
But they could just check the Zeri bot. We'll see. The Braum is going to come out. What would G2 respond?
You could go double ranged.
Renata.
Yeah, double ranged and punish the Braum for being, you know, a blind pick. You could also do Rakan. I think Rakan's fine.
Caps has, he's just said, I hate AD's mid. He hasn't played a single one this series.
Which is shocking.
He did so many Tristana games before that. I think his most played this summer was Corki at 13 games.
Yep.
And now it's like, no guys, we're just gonna play mages again. So the weird thing is they've committed to double AP mid jungle. Now that screams to me, double, do they want double range with the Zyra support? Okay, I mean, it's potential, right? Hear me out, it's a very long con.
Zyra support.
That's what I just said.
Zyra support.
No, that's what I mean. I'm reacting.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like into the bomb to punish.
Jungle in a game 5 for G2. I've seen it once before this year.
Typically,
didn't go too well.
Typically, you don't really want double AP mid jungle, right? It's not so great. I mean, you do get a pushing lane, which isn't bad.
No, bro, if they put the Zyra support, I would genuinely love that. I think Zyra support is such a good switch up.
but you could also just do double range with the Renato or something like this. The problem is you need a melee support into the Braum, but that isn't always the greatest matchup. The Nautilus could come out and just handshake, and that's all there is to it.
Rakan banned away.
So it's either jungle or support here, right? Depending on if that Zyra is being flexed. If you wanted to go
Mickey
for
has
the
played
jungle...
it, right?
I mean, he's just
Mickey's brought it, but it's a Rel. And
Okay,
Rel is no longer a jungler, really, after the nerfs to her damage onto
So they're giving
monsters.
Broken Blade finally a counter pick.
Yep.
He's going to have the freedom to pick what he likes.
But if you pick 2 more AD carries, he doesn't know what he's playing into. Because it could be the Zeri, it could be the Smolder.
So the blinds that work really well into a bunch of different AD carries. I'm looking at Camille, but it doesn't look like they're going to go for it. They're going to go for a pairing with the Vi instead, Ahri or Talia. Oh, Talia's banned, so the Ahri is the one they go for.
So just bear in mind, I've seen Muin play Ahri top.
Yeah, AD Ahri top. That was
I don't even think he was.
Time,
I don't think he was AD.
AD.
I think he just played AP
So-
Ahri top. He did it in the LEC, I'm pretty sure.
Very Merwin would be a TF, and that's another AD carry. You could also do...
Hang on!
It's a Nidalee! It got buffed! Okay, so Nidalee got buffs. You got AD ratios, and I think this is Nidalee top lane.
I'm going to trust you, man.
I mean, I feel like it has to be, right?
The biggest, and what do you pick into this? Well, I think you could just go Renekton if you want to, but you could also do Camille with the setup. I'm trying to rack my brain of counters. Aurelia also got...
Oh, let's go! Aurelia!
Let's go!
I mean, I think it's such a good pick into the matchup for sure. I don't know if I like it into Braum. Oh, I kind of want Finn. Finn is like an... we need to get some info from Finn.
Yeah,
we need...
Actually, yeah, I'll talk to producers.
We'll see if we can get Finn. Finn is an expert on Aurelia. If anyone knows this matchup, it's going to be him. Whether we can get a pip of him or some insight from him, that would be great. But my goodness, G2, Broken Blade finally gets a counter pick, and he's going to pick Aurelia of all picks.
So really quickly, you did talk about the AD buffs to Nidalee. It was 14-14. Her pounce now scales with her bonus AD, as does her swipe. The ratio was increased on her swipe. So her AD ratios are pretty much like, I mean, it's a 50% bonus and an extra 30%. So overall, she's a much stronger AD top laner if you want to play her though.
Just to touch on Aurelia as well, because she has also been buffed. We're just seeing a bunch of new picks. Aurelia has had a passive more. It's been buffed in, you have more consistent scaling on the attack speed, so you have more consistent strength in
also
dueling.
want to give her some more power in the early game
Yeah,
too.
exactly, right. And that's through the more consistent scaling and the attack speed on the passive. So generally stronger, but what the thing is when you draft Aurelia is you draft a Bloodbath, because every single wave then becomes kind of like an objective you have to play for, because you can play so well on these waves, and you always want to be fighting on the Aurelia. Super good into ranged, and it's an excellent counter here.
My goodness. Game 5. Italy top versus Aurelia. We've got... That's a volatile lane, right? That is very volatile. I will say, I mean, we're getting into game 5. This series has delivered in more ways than we expected. Mad Lions Koi have shown that their boot camp has paid off. The question is, what is going to happen in this early game?
So I wonder what's going to happen. So immediately off the back, the wards up top side are going to be important. You send numbers up here to control the bushes and place a ward for the melee versus range matchup.
And the reason you really want to do it is because Merwin has been so impactful throughout this series. Game 1 didn't have the highest damage. Game 2, most damage a minute we have seen on Corki in the LEC this split. Game 3, almost 1,000. Game 4, about 760 here. They try and get the ward in. But we do have Finn coming to join us on the desk as he gets ready. I'm probably just going to take a back seat while you guys talk, because I feel like this is an analyst zone.
All right, let's just do a test.
You know?
Finn, can you hear us?
Finn, can you hear us?
Hello, welcome to the analyst
sit back
desk.
here.
We've got Aurelia versus Nidalee. Are you serious?
Yeah.
I was going to say that this is the day we're going to get Nidalee top, because it's been buffed. She has 80 ratios on her W and E now in her melee form. So basically what Mirren is going to try to do, he's going to try to set up traps on both sides of the minion wave, so when the Aurelia will walk to the wave, she will get trapped. And then if she gets trapped, she can jump on him and trade. If he doesn't get trapped, then Aurelia is going to try to stack her passive on the wave and try to crash 3 waves. So this is going to be a very interesting moment here. Like, is he going to get trapped or not walk into the wave? It's so tense right now.
Okay, the moment of truth.
I'll be honest, didn't think it was tense at all until you explained it for us. No trap!
Yeah, but he's walking into the trap, yeah. So now Aurelia really wants to make sure she can crash 3 waves, because if she cannot, then Nidalee is going to have all the agency. Because as you see, Nidalee has Ignite, and that means a lot of kill pressure.
That's true. I mean, are you still on Aurelia 1 trick? Do you associate yourself with an Aurelia 1 trick?
No, it was a while back. But you see, Broken Blade is actually struggling here, because he actually went Doran's Blade. So, meaning these pokes are actually going to stick to him. Because usually you go Doran's Shield, and you can like kind of heal up and sustain through all this Nidalee poke. But now he really needs to commit for this all-in because he doesn't have any sustain in his...
Do you think he goes D-Blade here because he's expecting attention from Zyra as she full clears up the top side? And that way she can bail him out a little bit from the gank. And
I mean, if you go D-Blade, you try to go for this level 3 all-in. You try to kill all the free melees with your Q, get 4 stacks, and then Q.
Hard versus Ignite though, right? Because that changes the threshold.
Yeah. So probably what we're going to see here is a pretty slow game because now Mirren just got control of the wave and he's going to try to push every wave and poke him slowly down and then look for a kill angle with his Ignites.
So, when we think about Aurelia, what do you think about Aurelia in the context of this comp? And like, because Aurelia is obviously a very difficult champion to play.
I think it's a very
really
hard
hard.
Aurelia game. Yeah. I looked at it, I really want him to pick Jax this game because I think it's really good against the Seri and the Vi, but he actually went with the Aurelia. It requires a lot of finesse in teamfights to navigate these fights because if you go in too early, you're going to get Braum stacked, Ahri ulted, and you're going to give Ahri a free reset.
Broken Blade is going to get the stun, dashing forward, dashing back as well. Can mitigate some of the damage from the Nidalee up there. The last time we saw Nidalee top in the LEC, flash, shadowing strike. Barrier coming out from Super as Hans Sommer looks to trade in. Super trying to get away, but with the Ignite, taking the unbreakable flash from Alvaro. Stop Hans Sommer from getting the final auto down. He may pay for this with his life. He will, but Super survives.
Hans Sommer Draven, baby. It always delivers.
Hans Sommer Draven, they find a 2v2 kill. When the pressure is on, he steps up. I mean, we were so focused on the volatility of this top side of the map. You got to remember, this man is 12-0 on G2 when he's playing Draven. But now Alyoria makes his way top lane.
This is looking very nice for Broken Blade.
no.
I don't think he has this. I think with the Ignite, he can actually take him down here.
Jumps forward, gets knocked back with the
Spear
Vault
misses.
Breaker. Spear misses. I'm not sure if it matters, Finn. The intricacies of the matchup not as important as the fact that it was a 2v1.
Doesn't matter how fast you dash, if there's a jungler there.
But so, even if Aurelia falls behind, do you think in the context of the matchup it's a huge loss? Like, is it very swingy?
I mean, at this point, he probably has to wait until he gets his Vamp Scepter and can actually start sustaining up slowly, because with Vamp Scepter you can look for an all-in, and then you disengage, and then whenever you Q on the minions, you can kind of get all the health back and look for a second all-in. But now he's going to be really struggling in the 1v1, because you see a Bramble Vest coming in from Nidalee. This guy does not want to give this guy any agency in the lane.
Turn our attention back to bot, though, as Yike is hovering around with Mickey. Remember, there's no summoner spells at all.
Alvaro does have the stand beside me. Crash down. They managed to land the stun, but not the root from the Strangle Thorns, and because of that, Super is able to walk away, lose about half his health. Caps once again in the mid lane, struggling a little bit in the laning phase. And Finn, you don't have to stay here the whole time, as a note. Are there any more intricacies about this matchup you want us to know before you head off?
No, I'm just going to say, I think Broken Blade can be very happy that his bot lane is doing so good, because that means that Alyoya can't just keep coming top and top, he actually has to attend to that. Because if Alyoya would be able to always go top now, Broken Blade would be in a very tough spot.
And again, can you just run us through builds that you expect for both top laners?
I imagine we're going to see some kind of on-hit Nidalee build, usually with a Trinity Force into tank items, maybe a Thunder Sky. While Aurelia is going to go for the Blade into probably whatever tank booster item she feels like, Wits End, something like this.
Great, well thank you so much for your insight, Finn.
you very
Really
much, man.
appreciate it. So that was Finn, top lane extraordinaire.
Brilliant.
Absolutely excellent insight. Is Frescowi now looks for an all-in onto Caps.
Goes in, Caps has to flash away. The charm came out from Frescowi, kind of predicting where the flash may go, but Caps was able to get to safety for the moment at least.
Volatility across the board, right? Trades, heavy trades down in bot side when you wouldn't really expect it. Neutral, you know, you'd expect a Braum lane to be fairly neutral despite there being a Draven on the enemy team. And the top side, that's where I really expected all the volatility to be, but even in mid lane, Flash has popped as well. So now that could be a regank, especially at 6 for Alyoya once he has ultimate onto the Azir.
Looks like the Broken Blade actually opting for early attack speed rather than getting any lifesteal within the early matchup. We'll see how much that influences as Mewin's Ignite is going to be off cooldown relatively soon. X-Flash.
Alvaro's here to protect Frescowi. Charm always a possibility, maybe doesn't want to go too far, just wanted to make sure the wave got in. We saw Yike also checking to see if the grubs had been started by Alyoya. Now Mewin has worked his way down from the top lane to pick them off for his team. Might actually even just be using the grub pit as a quick avenue towards mid, get some vision in.
Mewin utilizing the, the fact that Nidalee's one of the fastest junglers in the game, like the ability to move across the map, right? So utilizing the bushes and roaming down to mid to potentially fish for something on a slow push crash. So utilizing the ability really well.
Now, we've seen supports move mid a lot in this series, but the problem of Alvaro doing that now is that Hans Sommer is 2 levels up. Super's very close to level 5, which he's going to tick over to now. You can see why Super has to respect this so much. That's going to be a lot of farm lost. The plates being secured for Hans Sommer is massive as well, and this bot side of the map is starting to get very problematic for G2.
Look at top side. I think that, yeah, there could be an all-in here. Like, he has ultimate now, and level 6 is a very
goes in.
big
There's
power
the
spike.
Vanguard's Edge. Flawless duet. Back Mirwin flashes from it, but Broken Blade flashes to follow. It's going to be a 1-for-1. Both the top laners trading their lives in a gladiatorial battle.
And that's a huge wave lost as well for Mirwin. He doesn't have TP to get back to lane. He has Ignite. The level 6 power spike on Aurelia is absolutely massive when you play on these slow pushes. And Aurelia with Sax is just absolutely Thanos. So he plays with the power spike, uses it, finds the all-in, and trades 1-for-1.
I mean, we talked about how volatile that top lane matchup can be, and Broken Blade, demonstrating his proficiency, is able to find a kill, but the gold still ever so slightly in favor of Mirwin. He's able to still catch a lot of that farm. Intense reaction from Broken Blade.
Fervent clicking.
Yeah.
There we are.
There we go. So he W's the Q from the spear, and then finds the ulti, and then finds, you know, chains the marks. Unfortunately misses the E, but it's a 1-for-1, and the wave state is just fantastic.
And he wasn't quite in range of the cannon minion to be able to Q out of it to safety.
I wonder if he opted for the Rika bow instead because he didn't want lifesteal into the Bramble Vest anti-heal. I think that probably is the thing. Also for the threshold on the minion kills with the Q.
It may have also been that he was just short on gold, so that was just the best item he could buy with the amount of money that he had. Either way, MDK now turn their attention to the bot side of the jungle. Frascawi is hovering with them. Yike recognizes that is not a safe place to go.
Well, Yike saw the ward come over towards his Gromp, cleared it out, so he knows definitely that Elioyo is in the area, and with Alvaro missing from bot lane, it makes sense just to pay your respects. It was only a wolf camp that would have been stolen away from him at that moment. Broken Blade looking for that flawless duet again, lands the stun onto Mirwin. Does have those plated steel caps complete, so is relatively tanky, can eat some of that damage from the Aurelia, who dashes back in with a double blade surge. Flawless Vanguard's Edge is available for BB as well. Defiant Dance to reduce some of the damage, dashes back and gets to the cannon. That Q reset paying dividends for Broken Blade.
The ult cooldown was very close there. It looked like it was off cooldown and he didn't throw it out, but it was actually like 5 seconds away. So not going to find the all-in there, but nice trades with the Q cooldown.
Super commits the ultimate. And Summer's just going to walk that one off. I think Super just wants to clear out the wave a little quicker so that he can go back to base. And yeah, not too much going to happen off the back of that. So nothing too ambitious from him. Elioyo hovering around the top side. The wave is in a nice spot for Mirwin.
I really want to see Vi actually full send it up topside because the trades are completely volatile, right? They are trading off of every single wave and all in inconsistently. And with the point and click from the R on Vi, I think it could be a free kill if they want to. You can even send up supports, and that's exactly what Mickey X is going to do on these grub spawns.
I do like this itemization from Mirwin.
Alvaro and Frascawi are moving too, though, Betty.
Oh, a lot of people are up here. Broken Blade has the ultimate available. All right, yeah, I mean, Mirwin's itemization makes it that much harder for Aurelia to just kind of capitalize on. Once you reach these certain level thresholds, you just have so much more trading power, and you're seeing how well Mirwin is able to weather a lot of those extended trades. Even if they're not quite going in his favor, they are very, very close.
So the thing is with Aurelia is she's not going to fight in the river. She needs minions, so generally you want to fight in the lane and then, you know, have your stacks. Because you can't stack up in the river without landing your ultimate or your E, and you're very dependent on it. It's very awkward, but that's why I thought maybe it would be difficult to secure these grubs. I suppose you could stack up the mites, but regardless, going to go over to the side of G2.
G2 invest 5 players up towards here, right? Hans Sommer is so strong right now with a BF sword and a Vamp Scepter on his way to that BT. Super does get the push in bot. Waves are going to be sacked down there. Yike flashes away from the Glacial Fisher, but still hit by the edge of it. Elioyo will chase him with the Cease and Desist, but the Stranglethorn's coming out. Means Mickey's here for the Magnet Storm. Blast Cone gets Yike out. Frascawi dashes across the wall with the Spirit Rush and will be able to kill off the Zyra first. Mickey the next to join him as MDK find 2 off the back of the grub play.
A nice collapse as Yike just doesn't have the assistance needed to get out of the river. Once the Braum Q is applied, it becomes a very easy chase down.
Vanguard's Edge onto Elioyo. Broken Blade trading in. When you get that Ionian Fervor stacked up, all that extra attack speed does so much work. That passive you were talking about, it does mean that Broken Blade no longer has an ultimate. Mirwin always has his, obviously. Here's the mid lead, gets the Demolish proc, and gets his first plate of the game.
And that's going to let Mirwin play more aggressively consistently now because he's seen that the ultimate has been used. But I think here, this is the fight right here. Yeah, so they have no priority. And you could see they split apart. The top side of the map, you see Aurelia, Broken Blade, not wanting to fight. He actually leaves and goes back to his tower. Yike places it all underneath him. And it looks like they've wasted so much time, which is great, but the reality is they just don't have numbers. Mirwin and everyone else have collapsed, and they find the picks onto G2.
with Caps, with Hans Sommer, who has the majority of G2's gold lead on him, or the lead that they have in any lane going down towards the bot lane. MDK knew that basically it was on as even on the top side. Now they have a lead in jungle and in mid.
Broken Blade rather doesn't have ulti still, so Mirwin is just free to auto-attack consistently, stacking up that grasp and fight. He's playing with no fear right now because he absolutely can. Out of mana Broken Blade as well means there's no all-in threat. Nice play.
Small level advantage for Broken Blade, but that should be close. Yeah, as Mirwin ticks over to level 10 just now.
Now the thing is, this champion, it really doesn't, Nidalee rather, it really doesn't contribute that much in terms of utility. It gives a nice amount of attack speed, you know, for super, I think 70% attack speed or something like this, it's super nice. But outside of that, you just kind of have the side lane and hope your lead is big enough to the fact that you can be a side lane threat. You offer no real utility in team fights, especially when you're the tank builder, not AP, you don't have a poke win con either, you are purely a side laner. The reality is we'll see if that matters in the end.
Magnus Storm. They go on to Fresskowy, who Spirit Rushes away. Caps holding on to the Emperor's Divide. The Charm hitting onto Mickey, but again, Fresskowy burning that flash is all that really happens in that sequence.
And now I'm looking at the next game booming thing, I think, is Hans Sommer's stacks, right? If Hans Sommer dies with these stacks, or if he manages to secure them, it's going to be massively influential for the game.
Yeah, it's about a 700 gold swing from the stacks, right? 2.5 off each stack,
so
I think.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah, exactly.
Keep your eyes on top lane. Recall comes in from Broken Blade. Blade of the Ruin King now finished for him. Training Force spell on its way for Mirwin. But he's going to push out that top wave, and it looks like Broken Blade is not making his way down. Makes sense. Hans Sommer has to be careful here as more control is gained from MDK as they start to make their way through the bot side of the river. But they don't want to commit. Alright, so no Dragon Stun actually from either side.
Yeah, I think if I'm the side of G2, I want to look for a timing where BB can TP, because then you flex that TP advantage that Mirwin doesn't have, and that way you can get more of a convincing fight so that Draven doesn't risk losing the stacks because you have numbers advantage. So what I want to see now is BB get the push, threaten with that Blade of the Ruin King because you're so much stronger right now, and then convert that into a TP potentially.
Interesting to see Mickey decide to go for the Symbiotic Sneakers, or Symbiotic Souls here. And that's the actual name, the Symbiotic Souls, is that actual name?
You said sneakers.
Yeah, I know, but that was like my little, you know, I thought it was funny.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, because it's not something we commonly see. Like, in the past, sometimes you see a support go Mobies, especially in solo queue, just to get around the map a little bit more. Symbiotic Souls were one of the only boots that were untouched in the boot changes on 14-15, didn't have their cost increased or anything because they were underperforming compared to other boots. But what they do give you is basically an empowered recall every time you want to recall, gets you a bit more tempo on the map, and gives you that move speed when they upgrade after you've moved the requisite 150,000 units across the map.
Do you want to know my favorite Symbiotic Souls tech?
Yeah.
Buy them on Action and spin around a tower. And they stack. And they stack.
Look at bot lane.
Caps is here, TP in, Lightning Crash from Super, eats an axe. Double TP's invested, the Emperor's Divide into the Whirling Death. And there's two already for G2. One exchange as Mickey falls for Fresskowy under the tower. Doesn't really have a leg to stand on anymore. His junglers in mid, his top laners in top, surprise, surprise, but no TP on the Nidalee means that he can't react to this. The charm goes down, Caps not tanking the tower, uses a shield, Fresskowy gets one. But in the end, it's the 3-for-1 exchange and the turret to boot for G2.
And there's the TP we wanted from the Aurelia down into bot side. Mirwin does get the cross map with that Sheen, making it easy to secure, but they also get the mid-tier one as well, so slightly favoring MDK because they find Caps in that dive.
Yeah, I like the way in which MDK respond. Ultimately, MDK still get 2 kills in that bot side play. They unlock a lot of map control just by securing those outer towers. And while Broken Blade does find some kills, the goal difference between the top laners isn't that big of a deal. Trinity Force now completed for Mirwin as well. Yike is forced to retreat, but let's look back at how this dive came to be.
Yeah, so the dive starts, and in the end, I wonder how Caps manages to take aggro. I think they tried to take turret before the dive comes through, but regardless, it's a massive numbers advantage for G2. The dive comes through. Super has barrier and bone plating, but he falls instantly, and you can see the power of Aurelia with that Blade of the Ruin King.
Fresskowy utilizes his mobility very well, positions in a way to make sure that the charm connects onto Mickey, who is taking that tower aggro. And then the team, knowing that they have numbers advantage, want to get the extra kill here. The charm comes through.
Ash is in at the end, I think.
Yeah, I think he wanted the shield from his E, right? But I wonder why no one else took aggro beforehand. Maybe they thought they could take the tower beforehand and just dive. But still, slight blunder from G2. Regardless, still a decent play.
For Fresskowy, though, means he's sitting at 3-1-1. Malignant's already complete on the other side. Caps yet to pick up a kill this game. Gold basically even, about 500 between the two teams. 2.5 minutes, though, on the next Drake, and G2 have secured the first 2 of the game. We won't be seeing 6 grubs anywhere. As It's only 3 for G2, and with the Rift Tower being used mid to open up the tower, the next neutrals are that Dragon and Baron in 3 minutes' time.
So now I want to see them facilitate Mirwin. He has that Triforce completed, incredibly strong, and you can see what G2's done is they've matched Caps into him because Mirwin is full armor. They don't want Aurelia into that, and he can defend Mirwin pretty easily. So the side lane threat is going to be neutralized a little bit, whilst BB looks for potential plays on bot.
And BB's gone for the more traditional hunter sort of route instead of, you know, picking something like a gun if you want to shoot a Predator. Instead, he's gone for 2 bows. 1 recurve and 1, you know, traditional English longbow if he needs to go long range. So double recurve for him right now alongside of the Blade of the Ruin King, just giving him that extra attack speed. It's Bloodthirster for Hans Sommer, and he has a BF sword in his pocket. Now finishes it into that Essence Reaver.
He has to be careful because he might be the one hunted as Elioy and Alvaro once again. Great to see this synergy return for that jungle support duo. And it's really done MDK so many favors. They set their sights on this bot out of tower. How will G2 respond as Mirwin now makes his way down?
It's a very scary fight for G2 because BB has no wave to play on, right? So he has to sit way back and he doesn't want to fight without it. The Braum CC coming in with the Vi CC as well could be stacked up really fast, so they just give it up. That's the 3rd outer for MDK.
3-1 in terms of turrets. 1.5 minutes on the next straight. G2 trying to get Prio around mid, but Mirwin clearing out the wave effectively. As you say, with that Triforce, pretty powerful right now. As the game goes on, kind of falls off in terms of utility for the team, and those spears, they hit, but they don't connect in the same way an AP Nidalee would. The heal from Mirwin will give attack speed, though, as Cap slides in. Mirwin takes a chunk of his HP for this. Hans Sommer gets the knockback. Whirling Death has to be flashed. Caps flashes forward, though, and Mirwin healed up just enough to survive. Now Caps going golden. Mickey with the Magnet Storm blocks Alvaro in his tracks. The cease and desist from Elioy in the backline now, and now Mickey's underneath the tower. MDK have reacted perfectly to G2's dive in the mid lane.
As you rightly said, the flash comes in from Friskawi. Broken Blade now joins the fray. Does he have the tools? He has the flash ultimate available, but MDK, they disengage. Elioya's target selection continuing to be strong. 2-0-3 on the Vi as MDK find another massive fight.
It starts out with a blunder from Caps, overextending under the tier 1 tower, but then, you know, G2, they double down. They keep trying to find these picks. Mirwin survives on this play because of the heal, which is fantastic, but then the play continues. GT keep trying to bail out Caps here. Mickey actually gets a nice interrupt on the Vi Q here, I believe, with his ultimate, but then they're under tower. If this tower wasn't here, it would be fine, because it's super pretty with the amount of cancels they got, but the tower just does too much damage.
You're able to tank up the ultimate as well, thanks to his ulti. And again, just a numbers advantage situation, G2. And Caps out of sorts, a player that we've seen pretty consistently throughout the year, making that mistake, finds himself at a 1.2k gold deficit.
But how has this happened? G2 get the Drake.
Well, it's mainly because MDK just they lost a lot of HP in that exchange.
Yeah.
And so then Draven, still being full HP, it's a difficult objective to contest. Yike is able to position himself in a way where they can quickly secure that objective. So instead, they turn their attention to the rest of the map. Now, so as you rightly highlight, G2 now put themselves at sole point, and both teams are going to be looking for a fight in the near future.
And MDK do have this deep vision that was placed while we were in that replay, which is what Mickey is now trying to clear out. No vision around the Baron. MDK can look for that. Mickey stepping forward. Bolt Breaker just short. Shadowing Strike will get the stun. The Magnet Storm coming out as well. Mickey looking for it. TPs immediately as soon as the ward's down, but Hans Sommer is locked up by MDK. Vanguard's edged in by Broken Blade. He's got to do something incredible here if he's going to turn this around, but he's stunned up, charmed up, locked up, and he dives back in with another Blade Surge. He'll get one. So far, a 2-for-1 exchange in favor of MDK. Friskawi has a Spirit Rush and Super has a flash to dive in. The Emperor is dividing nothing as Super dodges away from Caps. Mirwin finds Yike. Caps tries to get the damage down. He will take out Super in the end. But the Orb of Deception from Friskawi finds its mark as MDK clean up the fight.
Mickey gets picked, and I think what he thought he could do was buy enough time with an engage that the TPs could come through, and the extended play with the time he bought would be winning for their side. But it's just so early, and it'd take too much time in the first place. You see, nothing connects onto Mickey. I think he could have gone out here.
It's MDK using all the vision that they'd set up to set up a trap onto Mickey. Hans Sommer, though, is left isolated when the engage comes through, and that target selection was fantastic. Then the Aurelia comes in for the engage. Ideally, he wants to lock up Friskawi, but this is where you see the Braum acting so much value, stunning up this Aurelia, making it so difficult for her to play into the fight, especially without the support of her team. Now, Mickey may be caught out once again.
Jump across the wall, but Hans Sommer is the key target for MDK. Hans Sommer flashes away the charm expended by Friskawi, but that will be back up in a couple of seconds' time. The Baron perhaps now in MDK's eyes.
A series that was expected to go G2's way. They were able to find all these comebacks against Fnatic, and the criticism was levied towards them around, can they fix their early games? And MDK is challenging them. They're looking to fight them. They're skirmishing them. And here in Game 5, they're looking to get the better of them. They have a strong lead. They have the kill lead. Their mid lane is 5-1-2, and Caps is not making the plays that we normally see from the man in the mid.
And if you told me it would be Mirwin and Fresskowy gapping this entire series, I would not, you know, be in this position to believe you, but Fresskowy is playing so much better. Caps with the blunders in the mid lane, under the tower, and then that failure of a shuffle onto Super. Not playing like the person we thought he was.
For MDK, the resilience as well. Game 1 was one-sided. Like G2 got that massive lead and just closed out the game quickly. MDK bounced back. Then Game 3, they were 200 HP away from winning that game as well, and still they've managed to bounce back. MDK, we have seen throughout summer, even throughout spring, perhaps would have collapsed by this point, but the time they spent together, the boot camp they've done, Elioya catching Mickey here. Ultra Shock Laser, Caps diving in for Mirwin, doesn't have the flash, does have the pounce to try to dash away, but G2 are collapsing on him, and Mirwin has no way to get away from this. Mickey with the Magnet Storm locks up Elioya, the Glacial Fissure coming out from Alvaro, Stranglethorn's just short of the knockup. Super and Fresskowy are starting to collapse. Super could dash in, but immediately would be met by G2, who have found one kill in this. Mirwin down, 30 seconds before he'll respawn. There's a tower in the top lane, and G2 will set their eyes upon that.
Does leave mid completely open though. Look at Fresskowy, makes his way towards the wave, catches it, starts pushing that in. He may even be able to set up a siege, but numbers difference. G2 have 5.
Caps has flash, and Super can't dash away from it! The last time the Emperor divided, it was an imaginary number, but this time it multiplies G2's lead. Fresskowy still pushing in mid. The tower will fall in the top lane. G2 are going to start to back away. Fresskowy's looking for that inhibitor tower. Can he get it in time before G2 are back out on the map? I think the answer is yes. Fresskowy will take the mid inhib tower.
And I wondered if G2 might turn their attention to that Nash with 280 carries, essentially 280 carries in the Caps and Handsome, as well as the Zyra. I thought the DPS would be there, but they opt to defend and play for the tempo onto the next dragon, securing Mountain Soul.
My goodness, G2. It's obnoxious how they consistently find these picks. They find ways to catch you off guard, and if you're not prepared, they're ready to try and punish you. And MDK, they found so many good fights. They've been punishing the miscoordination that we've been seeing from G2 when it comes to the 5v5. But when it comes to these isolated targets, these side lanes, that is where G2 has been getting the better of them. And talk about it. Look, Mirwin in the mid lane. Mickey.
Stun does have the flash. G2 can look for a little bit more of a chase. Broken Blade going in with the Flawless Duet, dodges the spear. Elioya on the flank, not spotted on any vision yet. Fresskowy neither. Mirwin steps forward for another spear. The control ward comes out from Mickey to see that Elioya was looking for that flank. Super dashes across the wall. The Flawless Duet just short of Alvaro's heals. G2 don't actually have to fight for the Drake if they don't so desire. It's sole point for them, but they could just go for mid-tower. The Dragon down to 7,000. Charm on Mickey. He's almost down already. Mirwin dashes forward. Mickey with the shield from the crash down. Gets himself to relative safety, but how relative is it? He's only at 300 HP and no Warmugs for him. He went Locket first instead. The Drake secured by MDK, and they might want a little bit more. Don't want to give G2 easy access to this mid lane. The tower's still very healthy. Mickey's going to reset. A 5v4 is on the cards here. Mickey stays around, realizing that his team's being collapsed on. Spear rush forward into the charm. Cat spots a stopwatch. Mickey goes in with a Magnet Storm, and Hunsummer has so much time. The Vanguard's edge on the back line as well. Already Super's down. Hunsummer begins to open up. Cleanses away from the concussive blow stun. Alvaro is sent to the grave. MDK escape with only 3, and G2 turn their eyes towards the Baron.
MDK thought Mickey had recalled because of that chunk. He finds the insane flank, catching them off guard, and finds that 3-man. That's the most impactful 200 HP rel I've ever seen.
I can't believe Mickey was able to find that type of an engage. The flash into knock-up into 3-man connect. MDK is completely divided. You've got them trying to flank on one side, will catch the wave in mids, and it ends up splitting their resources far too wide. Let's look back at how this all fell apart for MDK.
So what happened was Mickey didn't buffer the initial CC, gets massively chunked, and the MDK probably think he's recalled, but look at this massive ulti. Caps uses the Azir tower as well, and it's a beautiful engage from Mickey.
And while those 3 are kind of dealing with the bot lane of G2 on the other side, Broken Blade is diving onto the AD carry. and trying to make it as difficult as possible for Super to play. And I can tell you right now, Broken Blade is making his life difficult. If that Braum isn't there, he just has free reign onto this area.
That alongside the Strangle Thorns coming out from Yike just means you have to evacuate the dance floor. You can't stay there and tango. And we saw Super being caught out by G2, who now have the Baron. Still the gold lead in MDK's favor, but it's only 200 right now. The Baron remains for 2 minutes for G2. They've technically lost about 700 gold off it so far. You get 1.5k just for taking the beast. Now MDK still on the front foot. Caps facing. Wonder if he's finished that Leandries now. Has the Haunting Guys and the Fated Assage. There we go. Zhonya's on its way back off cooldown as well. 2 items across the board. Well, Broken Blade has 2. There's 2 for Yike. Caps on 3 and Unsummer the same. Only 2 for Super so far. 3 for Fresskowy. Alioyo on 2 and Mirwin. The Abyssal Mask has been completed for him, upping the damage output of Fresskowy in these fights.
And I don't think what we haven't seen enough of from MDK is utilizing that Ahri Vi duo to just full send onto a target. I think G2 has done a really good job of just huddling together and making it super hard to find target access. And because of that, I think that's why G2 have been winning these fights. MDK really need to pull together. Elyoya needs to lead the charge, or charm fishing with Fresskowy needs to be important as well.
I mean, one of the best fights they found was when they set up this pocket of vision, they find this pick onto Mickey, and then they collapse onto the Draven, right, who doesn't get an opportunity to move. They need to find these picks as G2 threaten that tier 2 in the top lane. Elyoya comes in from the flank, but will be spotted by Yike.
Baron only has a minute left, and G2 haven't really cracked a tower with it. Cap's going to clear out this control ward. Doesn't walk to join his team. Elyoya waiting to see if they can get that Vi-Ahri combo on Caps, who does have TP. He'll hover the bot side. Makes the most sense. Cease and desist on Caps. Pops the stopwatch. Immediate TP in by Broken Blade. Charm goes wide, and Elyoya and Fresskowy can get out of dodge.
But that is the exact type of play you were just talking about, Aragon. MDK tried to go for it, but the Zhonya's provides the space for Caps. And now look at this mid lane tower. It disappears. The top lane is sure to follow. G2,
the flank.
off of a single fight, have swung the momentum of this game.
I was worried there. I thought Caps might be going for something crazy with the minion wave under the tower with a shuffle, but he doesn't go for it. They can play mid into side and play for this cannon minion to hit that tier 2. And the Baron should expire soon.
And next wave is on its way. They might have 3 or 4 seconds with this wave buffed up, but Baron about to expire. Mickey Hex flashing across the wall. The Strangle Thorns. G2 know this is their opportunity to crack through that turret, and they'll do exactly that. Baron expires, 2,000 gold lead for G2 at the end of that buff. Drake up in 1 minute's time. G2 will want to reset and get back on the map down towards the bottom side.
Dragon spawning up now as well. Immediate recalls, like you're saying, coming through. They want to get down to the bottom side to set up vision for this, because if they're late on the objective, that pick potential from the Vi and the Ahri can be incredibly deadly. Mickey's going to have to do a lot of work in this phase check.
That's exactly what MDK need to use. They need to use this window now. Alvaro has rejoined them. Let's set up this vision to see if we can catch G2 out while they're looking to approach. The smart play from G2 should be to play through mid first and then gain access with priority on the wave through the river. But MDK, this is a great observation, and this is something that Mickey has to keep track of. Where is the jungler? Mirwin on the flank is not something you have to be too afraid of.
Super dashes across the wall, sees the assist. Magnus Storm, though, Elyoya's in. Super dashes in as well with a lightning crash. He's trying to take the damage down onto Caps. He'll get one. Hunt Summer flashing forward, just able to dodge the charm. Mirwin trading up towards the top side, kills off Broken Blade, and now G2 are split. 4 of MDK still surviving. Mickey trying to sacrifice himself to keep Hunt Summer alive, but he just can't do enough. MDK find 4 in the mid lane.
It's Caps that falters. He overforces the fight. Super is able to navigate his way past the engage, and Mirwin wins out on the 1v1. Broken Blade turns his attention to the top lane, says, fight me to the death, and Mirwin does just that. 4 members alive. MDK, I wonder if they'll look to end the game.
It just feels like with the fight, the way that G2 want to fight is they want the enemy to come into them. Because if you're trying to run into a Draven and a Zera and a Zyra, you're going to have a really bad time. But Caps just fully sends it, like you said, Thaddeus. And it's just not optimal. And then the 1v1 in isolation's not great. And Handsome has to flash in to find a kill, leaving him completely mispositioned.
A lot of summoners used. Caps and Hans Summer now without Super, of course, did have to flash as well. But Fresskowy's in a great position on this Ahri. They'll deny the soul once more. And MDK telling G2 that we will not go down without a fight.
So take a look at this, right? Caps makes a mistake here. I don't think his Zhonya's is on cooldown either, and Mickey tries to break up the engage from the Vi and the rest by engaging on the backline. breaking up the ability to DPS. Now, Caps is completely stranded in isolation. He almost takes down Super. Take a look at topside. BB falls. This was a huge surprise to me, but I guess this is the state of Nidalee at the moment. Yeah, exactly. Cutting the healing potential.
And I mean, one crucial thing as well, Yike over the wall doesn't actually land the route. He kind of predicts that they'll walk forward, and he completely misses it, which means that Fresskowy then has this free way back into the fight. If he could have been denied, there could have been an opportunity for Handsummer to really unleash in the fight. But yeah, huge credit to him. And you can see how close these fights really are, but ultimately we're still 4 members of MDK staying alive. They secure first inhibitor of the game. Baron is coming back up. We return to mid lane.
Perhaps Caps trying to punish a flash cooldown overly hard, needs to tunnel a little bit less on the shuffle, and I feel like just needs to auto-attack. If he just sits in the back line, that's how G2 win this game.
I think you summarized it really well. They want MDK to come into them. Vi diving in, Ari trying to follow. They have so many tools to disengage and then go for a re-engage. It's a patient play for that. Next flash. This Caps is going to catch the wave.
The upside now is they have Zhonya's on the Azir, right? So this dive is going to be a lot less painful. I think that was a really big blunder. Maybe he didn't realize his Zhonya's wasn't quite on cooldown. Regardless.
Off cooldown.
Off cooldown, exactly.
Looking for a possible flank position here. On the line between these two teams. Alva's going to get stunned up. Glacial Fisher coming out. Fresskowy waiting around the corner. Lands the charm onto Caps. And Caps is sent packing. Now G2 in a 4v5 have to find a way to fight back. But Alyoya will not give them that opportunity. It's a beautiful fight from the Mad Lions Koi. And they roar into life here in season finals.
It's a one-sided ace and a massive upset as MDK have done it. They will take down G2.
For the first time in 2024, Mad Lions Koi will take a series off G2. And what a series it was. They'll face Fnatic in the upper bracket.
They will knock G2 down. A team that didn't win a single game in their playoffs, in summer playoffs. A team that barely even qualified for that playoffs. They made it to season finals on points. Takes down the summer split champions 3-2.
What a crazy glow up. From getting 0-2'd by KC and spending 4 weeks developing your own meta, your own picks, and really thriving now clearly against the best team in our league.
And I mean, you made the comment earlier. If you came in today and told me that Fresskowy and Muin would be getting the better of their counterparts, I would not have believed you, but they shone so brightly today. And it was an exquisite moment. Sure, there were moments where they were getting caught, there were oversteps, but ultimately some very impressive play as MDK take down G2.
And you can vote for 2 of those MDK players in our Kia Player of the Series. Vote at LEC on X. Mirwin, Alyoya, and Fresskowy are your options. The top side had a field day. Obviously, Alvaro and Super had some great performances as well, but those 3, the Fresskowy, Mirwin, Alyoya combination really popped off today.
I do think it was the Mirwin for me. I think Mirwin's
the
X-factor of the pick.
The Corki game alone.
All of them, honestly. They're all fantastic. Outside maybe the Lulu one, even he won lane there. Regardless, I do feel like G2 were experimenting. No AD carries in the mid lane.
I mean, there were question marks around their meta read in the summer finals, and again, like we look in today, like 0 AD carries played in mid, not even a priority on the Corki. Aurora permanently banned by them. The bigger thing for me is that MDK, I feel like ever since winter, identity has kind of been the conversation that we've had, where like they haven't really had one. They've constantly been trying to find their foot in the meta, and now I feel like it's clear as day. You know exactly what you're going to get from this team. I feel like that they
5 AD carries.
But I also think that they have some versatility, mainly from that jungle role. Morgana in the first half, Vi in the second half, Alyoya showcasing both that kind of defensive playstyle and also the proactive. And did you see how much 5-0-9 in this game on the, for Alyoya? Like MDK have found that identity, and impressive stuff.
Yeah, it really was. And Alyoya is actually standing by with Trouble, who is ready in our Marriott Bonvoy post-game check-in.
Thank you very much, guys. I'm here with the victorious Alyoya. Congratulations on that win.
Thank you so much.
Alyoya, what in the world? I want to get your first impressions, your first reactions, obviously, across social media and, of course, the people's sentiment, right? Like, why in the world is Mad Koi in the season finals? Why they're here? Why do they have to play against G2? You come in, you take them by storm, beating the summer split champions. Give me your thoughts on that.
I mean, about this, I have, I think, a really strong opinion because many people just said that we didn't deserve to be here when the format has been like this since the beginning. To me, it seems really unfair that we have been a better, a more consistent team than all others, and that's the reason why we are here. And I think today it showed up that we can be a really good team.
Now, of course, there's a bunch of sentiment for previous iterations of Mad Lions that you have been a part of, right? And all the best-ofs. But I want to get back into this series. It was a very tense series. And when you came in this year with this roster, you guys brought chaos when it came to the draft. And usually it was G2 that was bringing this today. Do you feel like the chaos that you guys bring, the new picks, maybe put them into a corner today?
I think they for sure did. I think they were not expecting any of the champs. Even ourselves, we were not expecting some of the champs that we played.
Okay.
So, but overall, I'm really happy that we could take this identity back. I think we are back.
Okay.
So I'm really happy right now. And overall, I think it was a really great series to watch, really entertaining. 4-1 for us. The game that we should have ended and we didn't end, that's a 4-1. So we take those.
You know what? I wanted to ask you about that game. Please do walk me through game number 3. What was it? 2 auto attacks potentially from the Nexus falling. What happened there?
We got a bit excited that we had to end there, and we learned from our mistakes in this last game. So still, I think we played better. I would say that then we didn't play better than them the fight, so we lost, and we deserved to lose. But still, I take it as a win. For me, it's a 4-1 today, and for the whole team.
I mean, you guys were literally 2 auto attacks from killing the Nexus, so it maybe counts, not maybe on paper, but it sure counts in the way that you guys played to get to that Nexus, right? Now, I want to take it a little bit over to the jungle. That was a very Vi-centric series. Whether you played the Vi, whether the Vi was taken away, whether you were picking the Morgana to counter the Vi, why do you think this champion has risen up in priority in the LEC?
I think it fits European teams really well. Like, it gives a really easy engage, and it's really good to make catches and to just catch people mispositioned. And I think today there were a lot of mistakes. Even in game 5, you could see that just overall there were a lot of picks. So I think Vi is really good at that.
And what do you think about the Morgana counter pick? Because we saw it yesterday as well, right?
Yeah.
Razork picked the Vi, and there was Shio picking the Morgana, but it didn't necessarily really matter.
I think it's a good answer. It requires good hands, which I didn't have today with the Morgana. So I think it has more potential than I showed, but still, it does the job. Like, I think that game 3, we should have won it with how ahead we were with Zeri Morgana. It's really easy. I just put Black Shield on him and he goes forward. So it's a strong combo for sure.
I guess there's a few complications when there's more than 1 CCs for you to Black Shield, right? You gotta be on your A game. And sometimes when there's too many things happening, it's very difficult. Now, I wanna ask you about something that you mentioned earlier. You said we even brought out picks we weren't even expecting. We saw a Nidalee, we saw a Vex, we saw Corki going over in the top lane. I wanna ask you from your side as a jungler, how does that have any implications on your playstyle? Because suddenly, you can have a tank top lane, right? And you don't even have to path towards it. You can just perma-path bot lane and get your AD carries fed. Yeah. However, if you have a volatile champion over to the top side of the map, everything changes for you too, right?
So, before this series, maybe I could throw some flame to Mirwin because he's like playing these weird champions, which honestly I don't care. I really like when he plays these champions. But after the Corki he played, like I just have to be silent and appreciate him, Like he took us to here. It would be a 0-3 if not, so hey. It's good. It works.
All right. So if you could put him on any pick at all, it's not Merwin. You take the nameplate off. He's waiting over in PGL. What champion would you put him on?
For the top lane? I mean, I think junglers share the opinion here. A good Renekton is just...
A good Renekton?
It's just the dream, Easy setup, strong. It gives you anything.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Elioya, for this interview. We're going to toss it over to PGL with Draco, Spin, and Mirwin and play some Renekton, man.
Thank you very much, Trouble and Elioya, joined by Mirwin, Frescow, and of course Finn. Mirwin, we have to respond to that first. Your jungler's selling you out. You played 4.5 ranged champions this series. He says he wants you on Renekton in a perfect world. Is he just trolling? What's going on here?
I mean, I'm a really happy person when I play ranged. I think he just has to tank it and go back to Maokai duty for for some time, and then maybe I will play Renekton, but I
mean, you have a lot of evidence against him now. The evidence is in your favor.
Yeah, what changed? There's a question really to both of you. We go one at a time. What changed between when we last saw you when Casey was able to triumph, to where the performance you showed today, because it felt very different. I was very skeptical coming to the week if the ranged counter picks that you're kind of known for were going to be enough. Apparently the champion pool is limitless. Like, what did you guys actually do in the off-season to improve so quickly or to get back in form so quickly?
I mean, we just did a bootcamp in Madrid in the Movistar Center, and basically it was mostly a bootcamp for being ready mentally. I think it's what we liked the most last split and in also in spring, but I think it showed that we did a huge improvement. Like in our scrims, we're doing way better, and that makes that we learn way more. And I think we played way better than the last the KC series, the BDS series, like all of them, we played way better today.
Yeah, I think that's I mean, you did beat G2, so it's pretty safe to say that you played better. Frescali, what felt different for you today? Because I think that while a lot of people are going to look at the counter picks or the big crazy fights, you were very quietly doing really good stuff the entire series. The Galio game was really good. This Ahri performance here, one or two of the charms go wide, but that final charm on Caps is fantastic. Is this just a confidence thing? Is it a mental thing like Mirwan talked about, or was there something else that changed for you?
Yeah, I think it's mostly confidence, I would say. I mean, for sure, the bootcamp helped a lot. I think since we have a lot of Spanish players, they really enjoy Spain. I also played there for like 3 years, so obviously I enjoy the 10 days or how many days we were there. So I think we did a click finally in the bootcamp. I think everyone is playing way more confident and more calm, I would say. The first game we didn't really log in, but then it was better and better slowly, so I'm really happy that finally we beat them, yeah.
Shout out to the Movistar facility, very good. Also played it for a year. It has a great vibes. But blind picked Nidalee in game 5. Why? Please tell us, like, how do you even end up with that?
I mean, I was really confident the whole series that I could pick whatever and I was going to win.
Yeah.
Like, I just saw how G2, like the first game we got stomped, we were like full happy. And the next game G2 losses, they are like full depressed.
Yeah. No, I saw the game 4 as well. I feel like you guys really had a mental advantage, which is very rare when you play against G2, because usually you play against G2 and no matter what happens, they're smiling and happy. But I think after game 4, you guys were smiling and they were looking very stressed. Yeah. You saw a lot of uncharacteristic mistakes from them. And I think it's kudos for bringing that Nidalee out game 5. That is...
Yeah, there's a lot of confidence and a lot of good moments from both of you. I want to go back to you, Frescali, briefly. Vex, another champion that we haven't seen in a long time. The second we were sitting here, armchair analysts that we are, anytime we watch a series, I suppose, because we sit in armchairs, we're like, Morgana, Vex, this is terrible. Then you're blocking the engages from Kennen. How practiced was this? Was this something specific into Kennen? Was there a specific angle that reason that you like to bring out the Vex here? Well, how do you feel about that pick?
We didn't really practice it much. I think we played a bit only, but I think we are just way more open-minded now. Like we used to be in first split. Like we don't really mind playing first-time champions in a way because, for example, we didn't practice a lot of stuff that we played today. We're really confident that it's gonna work out, and it trusted each other, so we just went for it.
Okay, I don't need you to tell me all the champions you first time, but Elliot also said in his interview that he was caught off guard by some of the champions that you guys picked today. Like, how much random stuff came out? Because I think everyone's assuming that you've been hiding in the Movistar facility, prepping every single one of the picks we saw today. How much is just brand new?
I mean, the Lulu we didn't scream once. It was used yesterday. I just thought about it. I did 1v1s with Joya. And
Joya?
Yeah. I mean, no joke, Joya played 1v1. The matchups way better than many tops. I think he's just like talented. It's life. He's just jungle
Unfair.
Yeah.
Guys, I'm stunned because this is kind of like, we knew this was the team that you could be in winter. You were so confident. You were so aggressive. Yeah, a couple hiccups here or there in mid to late game, and I think we still see some of them here.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, for sure. But it's insane to me that this has instantly turned around. I think any MDK fan probably would have said, we believe in them, they'll do this. But it's so crazy that all it took was this 10 days, a bit of training, a bit of practice to come back. How do you feel now when you look at Fnatic coming up ahead, opponent on the horizon? Is anything beyond you? Do you feel like you guys can take down anyone, or is there still a lot more work to be done when it comes to individual improvement, when it comes to figuring out how you guys want to play the game?
I mean, I think since we beat G2 finally, we got really relieved as well because we didn't really beat them once in a best of 5 or best of 1. I'm not really sure if we beat them. I think never.
Only one game in the
only
final.
one game in the winter split. So I think since we beat them now, we should get a lot of confidence from it. So I don't think we should be scared of or anything of Fnatic. Sure, they 3-0 BDS, but I don't think they're as strong. So I think we can surely beat them. Yeah.
I'm ready, Finn.
I'm just so sad there was no Aurora today. I was so excited because I thought you would play it.
Yes,
I thought they would leave it up. It's so much fun. And it's so
I'm sorry,
broken,
Fresca.
though.
I knew they'd be here together. There's just so much top lane romance going on. I do want to know, though, because, Miron, credit to you. You are a Kia player of the series. I think incredibly well deserved. A lot of people on your team stood up today, but you had obviously one of the flashiest performances with all the unique picks you got out. But I know you probably feel pretty good. I want to know, Fresca, how do you feel about top lane today? How do you feel about Miron's performance? How do you feel about seeing this guy pick wacky stuff? We all get to practice in pro, or every pro gets to practice with Orns. You're one of the few guys in this league that has to practice with a ranged top laner, I feel like, every single game. How did you feel about what he brought today?
I'm really happy that we are playing these kind of things. I know he really enjoys it, and today he proved that he can play it really well, so I'm happy and proud for him because he did insane performance today. I think the Corki game, he carried a lot of fights alone, so I think he deserves it.
Thank you.
The Corki game I honestly forgot about, man. You've played, this has been such a long day of ranged top lane matches. I forgot a Corki snuck in there, but that was a dominant game. You just solo took that man's tower.
I think the Corki game was my best game in LEC.
Yeah? Best game ever
Yes.
so far. You think you can top it next week game versus Fnatic?
For sure.
You think Oscar is ready? A little Spanish top lane showdown for the sheer amount of range coming through?
Oscar for sure knows more about my picks because I've known him for many years, so.
Yeah. I hope. Do you think he's the kind of guy who will match you? Obviously, no giving away any actual scrim inside or secret takes. He's a guy who's ready to go toe to toe, range v range.
I mean, some picks yes, but I think since he's in Fnatic, he's not playing that many champs. Like for example, in Superliga, when he was like in G2 Arctic, I remember he would play whatever he wanted, the weirdest champ of all, and just enjoy. But now, in Fnatic, you can see he's playing more Cassante, a lot of Ornn, Renekton.
Yeah, a little bit more limited. The normal life of a top laner.
Give
right,
it a
Finn?
few years, baby.
Give it a few years. He'll come to the dark side, man. When you just gotta keep proving him wrong.
Next year is so GG, man.
Well, again,
enjoys what it can.
I think the big thing for me when we look at the bracket is this is obviously incredibly exciting. You guys are guaranteed top 3. If the draw was different, you would technically be locked for Worlds already, but with G2 guaranteed 3rd seed, you're not quite there yet. You're one best of 5 away from Worlds. Generally, we keep it focused on the LEC and the LEC trophy, but is there any pressure on you guys? You played with so much confidence there. You stress at all about making or not making Worlds. Is this something you're thinking about, or is it just the next best of 5 that you're focused on right now? This guy.
I mean, I think we've been a lot of pressure these last 2 splits. That's why we underperform. I think now we change our mentality a lot. Like we just focus on enjoy the game and learn as much as we can from these best of 5s. Because today, for example, I think even if we would lose and we would perform still really well as a team, we would take it as a win. I think we want to learn as much as we can because there is still lower bracket, whatever. But obviously, our ultimate goal and the dream of most of us, I think, is go to Worlds. So I'm really looking forward for it because I really want to play there and learn as much as I can, yeah.
Miron, for you, Worlds. I mean, you're probably going to say something similar, that it's exciting.
Yeah.
Is there anything special for you about the potential of qualifying for Worlds?
Not really, like about pressure, I don't really feel it.
Yeah.
But I really want to play in Worlds because I want to play into the best players. I just want to scream into the players that I look every day. Like I do a lot of pro views of Kin, I want to play into him.
That's hype.
Yeah.
I hope, Mirwin, that you're able to find that success, so we get a little bit of Mirwin Keen at Worlds. Regardless, congrats again, gentlemen, on the incredible win today. Any final words for the fans that have stuck with you? Again, Trouble highlighted it beautifully in the interview. A lot of people were very skeptical about how good you guys were going to be, about whether or not you should be here. A lot of salty fans from other teams upset that MDK qualified. Anything you have to say to the people that stood behind you, that were there, that always believed in MDK throughout the year? We have so many fans in the stadium today still cheering for you guys. Anything to say to them?
Thank you for the support and sorry for the longest games ever. 50-minute game. You're sorry for that?
Damn, anything from you, Fresca, or you think you said it
Yeah,
well?
same. I mean, I'm surprised that there's a lot of people still believing in us because the last 2 splits didn't look as promising as the winter split, but I'm really happy that there's still people believing in us. So, yeah, I mean, sorry for disappointing for the last 2 splits, but I hope we're gonna make it towards now, so, yeah.
Yeah. Shout out to all the Mad Lions Koi fans who stayed faithful, and thank you everyone who watched today. Thank you, Finn, for joining me. Thank you to both of you as well. We're going to be back with BDS versus SK on Saturday next week and G2 versus GX on Sunday. You're going to have to wait one more week if you want to see these guys versus Fnatic, but tune in either way. We'll see you there.
Supa, if Upset is more elo than you, that means he's better?
Yes.
Okay. Basically, Javi, there is like
30 jungle better than you. No, even more maybe, eh?
It's Vicky, and immediately they go in with the cease and desist as well! Oh, you just pull the trigger! But look at where Fresco is parking as well. He's parking towards that red so then he can come in with the hero's entrance and immediately lock them up! The exhaust coming down, Frescowi! Came out of base and immediately knew his assistance was needed in top. Tim is doing so much work in this fight, eats the dark binding and caps with the red buff, picks up the triple!
Look this way. Venga, cabrón! Bottom. He's dead. Bottom.
Oh, let's go! Bro, I need your flash ult.
Yes, he missed it! Bro, he missed it!
You like that?
Yo, referee, opinion on that flash? Must shoot. That's one, baby.
Wow,
nice.
Okay, game, guys.
Yeah, nice.
Come back here, guys.
I go Drake, okay?
Nobody.
I can kill one. Two. Eres mejor, Varo. Guys, do you think it's illegal, me looking Alvarez screen? I didn't see a rule that you can look at Alvarez screen. I'm going okay. We win super.
Oh, and these fights are so fun, no? Holy so much.
It's so fun, guys. I'm going now. I will do driven, okay?
Okay, I can keep going.
No! Yes, we play so well! Oh my god! Fresco, your Arizon Prime!